Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin.
There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying, and it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can go on, pretending day by day that somehow it's only a trend. We are all a world, God's friendly family, and the truth, you know, love is all we need. We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones who make a better day, so let's start giving. There's a choice we're making, we're saving our lives. It's true, we make a better day, just you and me. I'll send them home, so they know that someone cares, and their lives will be stronger and free. As God has shown us, by turning stone to bread, and so we are, let's stand and helping one. We are the world, we are the world.
When people pull together, we can make a bigger impact. That is the moral of this story. And making an impact on humanity is the very reason we are all here today. Your Royal Highness, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, welcome to the 6th edition, the biggest and the most impactful edition yet of the Future Investment Initiative. The beautiful Arabian leopard is critically endangered. Indeed, our world is facing unprecedented threats, but it is also a unique time of new opportunities. We are on the road to a new global order. FII is proud to make our contribution to this conversation. We have created a unique format to welcome our incredible contributors, curating more than 180 sessions, which are all designed to lead to action. FII 2022 is one of the world's first carbon-neutral event of this scale, as part of our commitment to sustainability. FII is going paperless, so to get the most from your time here, please download the FII app. That's where you will find everything, from update to the schedule through the networking opportunities. We could not do this without the support of our speakers, our knowledge partners, our strategic partners. We cannot do this without the support of our Board of Trustees. Above all, we cannot do this without His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. On behalf of the whole team, I would like to thank you all. In particular, I would like to thank our chairman, the governor of the Public Investment Fund, His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan, who I am delighted to invite now to open the 6th edition of the Future Investment Initiative. Your Excellency.
Good morning. Welcome to the 6th edition of the FII. It's nice to see some familiar faces in this audience, as well as new ones. FII plays a unique role as a catalyst for the global cooperation, an ideal I am deeply committed to. Over 7,000 people will be joining us in Riyadh, and more still will be live streaming the event with 520 speakers and over 50 countries represented. This year's theme is how we invest in humanity in a new world order, a priority for all. Just last month at the FII Priorities Summit in New York, we learned that key issues like the cost of living, poverty, and unemployment are top concerns across 13 countries. We need to learn how to manage crisis and not to be managed by crisis. Indeed, we can be proactive rather than reactive, and FII stands for that approach. In recent decades, industries as varied as healthcare, telecommunication, energy, retailing have unprecedented pace of change. The global pandemic has accelerated this change, Some of this change led to opportunities while disrupting industries and organizations. We as business and financial leaders can play an essential role in seeking common ground during this period of transition. In this new world order, it's no longer a matter of microeconomics and macroeconomics. We are living in an age of geoeconomics. This is the highest inflation rate in 40 years across different jurisdictions, and the highest interest rate in developed world since the global financial crisis. Living in interconnected world means events in one corner of the globe have a ripple effect on the others. To address this situation, we must approach it with data and analysis that leads us to conclusions that are evidence-based. For example, the FII has developed an inclusive ESG framework and score methodology for emerging markets. It emphasizes performance in addition to disclosure, so we can measure ESG impact and learn in real time. We can also deal with the global problems like climate change with data-driven approach. Aramco, for instance, is developing a system called Archie, which will be debuted in early next year in 2023. It will make emission level more transparent and traceable from oil field to the consumption. Balancing business objectives with broader social responsibility is not something theoretical. It has to be practical. At PIF, earlier this month, we were the first sovereign wealth fund to issue a green bond, which was also the first ever century green bond. Our voluntary carbon market, one of the biggest globally, will today hold the largest ever carbon credit auction. But we cannot do it all alone. As investors and entrepreneurs, we must create quality jobs, not just quantity, and provide educational opportunities for young people in a knowledge-based economy. We must be open to innovation and find new ways of thinking about familiar problems together. The right partnership and alliance will enable us to fulfill our ambitions over the long term. Here in Saudi Arabia, we are creating partnerships between companies that unlock synergies and drive sustainability. And worldwide, our investments are helping drive positive change, as well as positive bottom line. Not just in the next quarter, but the next quarter century and beyond. In this multipolar world, the risks can seem very significant, but I am optimistic these challenges can be overcome if we act as one in a true spirit of partnership. Partnership that I look forward to see happen here at FII. As I said at the opening of my remarks, I firmly believe the new global order will be shaped by the discussions we have, the plans we make here at the FII in the coming days. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for this very inspiring speech. Ladies and gentlemen, just to support what His Excellency just said and to bring some, I would say, food for thought, would like to take 3 minutes of your time to share with you the main outcomes of a great report, in fact, a survey that we conducted a few months ago at the FII Institute worldwide. The 5 main outcomes, as you can see on this slide, we ask to 130,000 people in the world from 13 countries, representing more than 50% of our humanity. We wanted to know what is their priority. We hosted the summit in New York, where many of you were during the UN General Assembly. The first outcome is quite, I would say, evident when you look at it. There is a line, a vertical line, which is dividing the world in two. And this line is just on the left of the Arabic Peninsula. The question was, do you see your life in the country will be better in the future? You have the pessimistic and you have the optimistic. Everything on the left of this line, from Europe, Africa, some countries in Africa, United States, and 50-50 in Brazil are quite pessimistic. While at the opposite, countries on the right side of the line are quite optimistic. This is giving you a first indication, which I'm sure you will be debating during the conference. On the next slide, you will see the answer to a very important question. The question was, do you think you are headed in the right direction in your own life, in your country, in the world? While people are optimistic, 77% in the right direction for themselves, 44% only for their country, and only 36% in the world. This is giving you a second big indicator that I think it will be important to discuss. The third message was, what is the highest priority? Average all countries, as you can see, cost of living. Cost of living, number 2, poverty and social inequalities, and number 3, unemployment. So all the 3 priorities, average all countries, shows that financial security is quite a challenge. And you see climate change, global warming, only on number 7. But we wanted, on the previous slide, please, we want to see also, because we need to do deep analysis, as His Excellency says, data is important. The difference between the high-income countries average and the emerging countries average. So in the high-income countries average, cost of living, number 1. Number 2, global warming. And it's quite evident when you see what happened recently in Europe and in Americas. And still poverty and social inequality, number 3. But if you look at the emerging countries' economies, then you see unemployment, number 1, poverty and social equalities, number 2, and cost of living, number 3, which is definitely social issues are on the top priorities of our citizens. The last slide is quite also, I would say, concerning. You know this phenomenon that we call the Great Resignation. 28 million people left their jobs in America just the year of COVID and post-COVID. But this is not unique to COVID. 50% of employed citizens are willing to leave their current job in the next future, in the next 12 months. So I really hope that the conversations we will have at FII in the coming 3 days will really take in consideration all this information. And of course, please don't hesitate to download the priority report. You have a lot of information, which I'm sure will be very interesting for all of you, and for your conversation. Thank you. And now it's my great pleasure to welcome on stage one of our great moderators, because we will start the narrative of this morning before hearing from the business leaders, from the financial sector leaders, our board of game changers. We want to hear from people who usually do not have any agenda. So we are calling on stage Eddie Lush with our guest, Nobel Laureate Prize, and the former Prime Minister of Bhutan. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this vitally important conversation on the new global order, investing in humanity. The world, as Richard just told us, is awash with challenges. He laid out our top priorities, and in the next 3 days, we're going to be discussing solutions through technology, through finance, through policy. But above all, our priority is and must be people. That's what all of this is about, and that's why we named this opening session, Our Humanity, Our Priority. We've made great progress. Over 1 billion people have risen out of extreme poverty in the last 3 decades. But many still struggle with the escalating cost of living, social inequalities, unemployment, and weak social protection systems. Pandemic and war have only worsened these challenges. We can do better, and we must do better if humanity's progress is to continue. So, we have 3 very distinguished speakers with me today. Thank you so much for coming along. Your Excellency, former Prime Minister of Bhutan, His Excellency Dato Tshering Tobgay. We also have Nobel Peace Prize laureate from 2011, here from Liberia, Lema Goberto Gabawi. Thanks for coming. And also Nobel Peace Prize laureate from 2014, Kailash Satyarthi. Thanks so much. So I want to ask each of you to start to share a brief thought, if you will, on the most important step we could and should be taking to invest in humanity. Lema, let's start with you.
Am I a bad student in class that I always get caught up first? I think one of the first things we can do is to begin to reduce the gap in humanitarian funding or financing. I was having a conversation with my daughter, and she said from time immemorial, growth in terms of businesses has been here, and sustainability has been here. I want to replace sustainability with humanity for this conversation. We live in a time where we've seen all kinds of innovation. Robots can talk. We don't need people to do some of the things. Our phones can do everything for us. We are progressing, but humanity is going on this side. And I think in order for us to really begin to get to where we need to get to is to start to do realignment. And some of the basic realigning things we can do is begin to put our money where our mouths are. We can't continue to say, oh, we love our collective humanity and we give peanuts to those things that will lift people up. That kind of investment also means investing in local communities. I've seen over the years all these big conferences where people go and send billions of dollars and say it's for this thing, it's for that thing. But basically you go back into communities where you have the needs. Nothing's going there, it's not trickling. So what are we doing wrongly? We need to begin to think about that. And I can say more as we go on, but I don't want to take over my handsome brothers here.
Your Excellency, what would you say?
Investing in humanity, investing in our future. I want to begin by thanking Your Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman for allowing us to have this very important conversation. And also very quickly thank His Excellency Yasser El Rumayyan and Richard Atias and all the wonderful people at FII for congratulate you for taking us forward. Well, where would I invest in to secure humanity? I would invest in the world because we need a viable place to live in for our future. If you want to invest in humanity, you invest in the world. And as an environmentalist, I've been quite passionate about this. However, I've gone through the priorities report that Richard Atias mentioned. And there, the priority of the people is cost of living, unemployment, poverty, so on and so forth. And environment, global warming comes a distant number 8.
Were you surprised about that?
Yes, I was surprised, but it gave me hope also. What it told me is that you have to address the needs of the people, current needs of the people, if you want to take care of climate change, fight climate change, take care of our planet, take care of the environment. You can't just expect everybody to become environmentalists if their immediate needs are not met. It gave me also hope from two other perspectives. One is that when you look at the richer countries, for them, global warming is number 2, not number 7, not number 8. So it means that if we can achieve a certain level of prosperity, then we, all of us, would be more aligned towards fighting climate change. The other reason for hope is look at our world today. Our global GDP is $100 trillion. I mean, coming from a poor country, huh? But the global GDP is $100 trillion. Our global population is 8 billion. Per capita GDP globally comes to almost $13,000. We have the means for common prosperity, and common prosperity is required to fight climate change. So I would invest in fighting climate change, invest in the planet, but I am fully aware, because of the findings of the priority report, that for that to happen meaningfully, you have to invest in the people first.
All right. Kailash, what about you? What was the most important step we could and should be taking to invest in humanity?
As the title of this summit or conference is the Future Investment Initiative, we all say children are our future, children are our future. But are we really investing in that future? Are we really investing in childhood? Everything can wait, but not the childhood. Ladies and gentlemen, think of your own childhood. You had an opportunity to go to school. You were protected. You had some healthcare facility. So today you are sitting here and talking of the future of the world and the new world order. But today I am speaking on behalf of millions of those children, rather hundreds of millions of those children who don't have their childhood. They are pushed into slavery and prostitution and so on. So first of all, we have to invest in childhood if we are investing in future. And two simple answers. One is that we have to give fair share for children. Fair share in budgetary allocations, fair share in policies, and fair share in social protection programs. We think that if these things are solved, children will go to school on their own and they will live their childhood fully. But this is not happening. So fair share for children.
Okay.
What needed is $53 billion additional money to ensure education, healthcare, and protection for children in all low-income countries, along with protection for new mothers, $53 billion. And this is less than 10 days of global military expenditure. This is less, not less, but little more than 1% of what the Europeans, the G7 countries, spend on their own social protection programs. So this cannot be justified. If we have to think of a new world order, which is based on humanity, then we have to invest in humanity. We have to invest in children to begin with. And therefore, my second answer is, we have to globalize compassion.
Globalized compassion.
We have globalized everything, but this is the time. And I refuse to accept that the people sitting here with a lot of knowledge, lot of wealth, lot of power, they are also the ocean of compassion. They have compassion inside each one of them. God cannot be, Allah cannot be so meager to give you a handful of compassion. We have that ocean inside us, so let us globalize compassion. And for that, we have to inculcate compassionate leadership in businesses, in society, in politics, even in the faith institutions. That is one, compassionate leadership building. Second thing is that we have to create a supply chain of gratitude. We are sitting here in this beautiful place. There are so many people, the workers, laborers, electricians, hotel people are responsible for that. I'm wearing those clothes. There are so many tailors and workers, so many people. So our food, everything If we are rich, it's because of so many people working for this wealth. So we have to create a supply chain of gratitude in the society and inside us also. And the last thing I would like to say, that we have to learn that since this world is not only interconnected but also interdependent, so in the language of technocrats, I would say that let us create an internet of responsibility. Internet of things have been created. Internet of responsibility. We are living in the age of algorithms, and we are fighting with each other because we cannot tolerate diversities. So let us create the algorithm of diversities among the religions and ideologies and thoughts and so on. And this way, we can definitely globalize compassion, combining with investing in our future means investing in our children.
Interesting. So, Lema, let's build on what we heard from Kailash there. And there's a consensus in the development world that the single most important step that we can take towards a better world is to educate women and girls. And that seems to fit very well with your 2011 Nobel Prize, bringing Christian and Muslim women together to end conflict. So if we know how important women are to global human progress, why aren't we making faster progress at educating and empowering them?
Well, I think because we are at a place in our world where we are consistently thinking that we can give peanuts to those things that should be transformed, or using the words of a wise person, using old strategies to conquer new wars. Women have always been seen as the weaker vessel. Women have always been seen as less than in most places. Women have always been seen as not so important. And there is this consistent say where we are trying. Every time you go to meetings, you have to make a case on why women should be at the peace table, girls should be in school. But for this audience, and this is a very intelligent audience, just think about it. We're all sitting here, all of you are focused on this stage. Cover your one eye and try to see everything on this stage. You miss something. You either miss Edie, or miss the former prime minister, or miss Kailash, or miss me. And that's how our world is operating. We're operating with one eye cover, thinking that one gender can do everything. And I think for the men in this room, it must be a bit exhausting to think that you know it all, or to even begin to, people always saying you should do this. I think we can't make that statement more. I've been doing this work for over 25 years, and I'm sick and tired of saying we need to invest in girls. We need to invest in girls. We need to invest in women. It should be as easy as breathing.
Hear, hear.
It should be as easy as breathing. I sit here because there was a father who had 5 daughters, refused to be shy that he didn't have sons, educated us, gave us a voice. No one, I didn't think I would be a Nobel Peace Prize winner, but I was given a chance. And I think not just giving women chance, but investing in women. There are many Fortune 500 companies in this room. How much are you giving to girls' education? And many of the very wealthy, very influential men have daughters. Imagine if your daughter was being held back. And Edie, let me just quickly say, I've been in Saudi Arabia since Sunday, and I've been working on this case since I came. A little girl was kidnapped in a village in Liberia, forcibly cut FGM. She's in a hospital. We're raising money to take care of her. The perpetrator is walking free. And this is not just this girl's story.
Yeah.
The cultural practices, the legal injustices that happens to women. I was in India, Kailash launched the End Child Marriage campaign.
Yeah.
Millions of girls are taken out of school and they are married off to men older to be their grandfather. All of these issues are issues that we're still confronting.
No.
And if we are to invest in a world that is going to take us to where we need to get to, we need to invest in women. And besides, we don't have to consistently make the case.
Yep.
The case sits right in front of you. It sits here with Edie. It sits here with me. It sits here with women in this country and women in other countries. Investing in girls and women is investing in a better and a brighter world. And we cannot continue to make this case. This is a case that has been made.
Hear, hear. So, another big topic, Your Excellency, we live in an age of disillusionment with politics in some parts of the world. The UK, where I live, the US, where I'm from, and you played a really essential role in creating a democratic Bhutan. I wonder, is there a lesson in your work that can rekindle public faith around the world in government so that they can get on with the work of solving all of our challenges?
We need more Nobel laureates to take leadership roles in politics and government. Yeah, it's on the one hand, as a world, we've come so far. There's so much prosperity. On the other hand, the irony is there's so much distrust in government. And this irony should be resolved. However, one thing that we learned in Bhutan is that our founding father, 400 years ago, he said that if a government cannot create happiness for its people, that government does not deserve to exist. That government should not exist. This was 400 years ago. And our enlightened monarchs have also said, for Bhutan, gross national happiness is more important than gross national product. So I think it's an attempt to balance what's important in life with material progress. The priority report is very interesting because it gives us an insight into what's important in people's lives. And it gives governments, if they were to pay attention, a guide as to what to do in order to fulfill their hopes and aspirations of their own people. If they do that, and I must say that I'm a failure at that, but if governments listen to their people and read reports like the priority report carefully, internalize it, and implement policy, I think there would be a lot more trust on governments. Finally, governments all over the world and politicians all over the world must ask ourselves, what is the purpose of government? It is not an end in itself. The purpose is to create happiness and well-being among its people.
I'd love to stay more on that. I want to get a couple more points out of each of you. Lema, you've proposed we redefine war and peace. And you've said peace is not just the absence of war. Explain what you mean.
So most times people tend to think that peace is sign the peace agreement, boom, everything is over. Go back, Edie, go back, everyone in this room, do an analysis of why we fight wars anyway. Inequalities, disadvantage, laws that are oppressive. So if we end the fighting, have we ended the problem? So peace is not just the absence of war. Peace is the presence of conditions that dignifies each and every one in this world. And that we're at the Future Investments Summit or initiative or summit, whatever we call this, we all need to invest in peace, creating conditions that dignifies the lives of people. Ending wars is important. I push and preach for ending wars in places that are impacted for decades. Syria, Yemen, South Sudan, those wars will end. But as they end, we should also consider creating conditions for girls' education, for women's rights, for men to be able to go to work and buy food for their families, health care, all of those things that makes life good is peace.
Okay. Kailash, many people are just exhausted with the world's challenges. They're too daunting. But you say a hummingbird has a lesson for us.
Thank you. I can add a sentence here, what she said. Last week we were together in Delhi. There was a smaller group, and she asked this question to me, that what is peace for you, Kailash? And I know that she has a definition of peace. But I said that in all my life I experienced that when a child a girl who was born and grew up in extremely appalling conditions anywhere in the world is able to smile freely, fearlessly. And when that girl can dream, and we create an ecosystem to fulfill her dream, that is peace for me, in addition to what. So that's why my sister and me stayed together for almost 3 weeks in Delhi with the group of children in our ashram. So I refuse to accept that any one of us are born without purpose, without power, without compassion, without possibilities. So there is no reason to become hopeless. When I started my fight against child slavery, it was such a dark thing. Nobody was fighting on it, and that was so risky. So the hummingbird you mentioned, when I was invited to give my Nobel acceptance speech, and I was standing on the dais, I was carrying the written papers to read or to refer at least. But somehow I lost some of the pages, some papers. So suddenly a story came to my mind. It was a funny situation because everybody was nervous, and it's, you can imagine that it never happened in the Nobel podium, as they say. I read a story in my childhood. There was a heavy fire broken out in jungle. All animals and birds were rushing out for a safer place, leaving the jungle, including King Lion. And Lion noticed that there was a tiny hummingbird flying towards the flame, straight to the flame. And Lion surprisingly shouted, "What are you doing, committing suicide? Come back." She said, "No, sir. I am going to extinguish this fire. Because I was born and grew up in this jungle, I cannot leave it like that. This is my purpose." More surprisingly asked that, "What nonsense, come back, committing suicide." She said, "Sir, I am doing my bit. I cannot go back. This was the purpose of her life." And that day I said that each one of us has a hummingbird inside us. But we keep on suppressing her. Many a times we wanted to do something better for the world, better for the humanity. We wanted to invest in humanity, time, energy, wisdom, money, whatever, power. But something stops us. So my friends, think of that hummingbird. Think of that hummingbird inside each one of you. You will make this world better, no one else. Time is now. Time is now. This is the place, and we are the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us here. Thanks. One more round of applause for my magnificent panel. Thank you. Very pleased to pass over to Richard Quest, over in the middle there.
Thank you. Excellent. The time is now, said the Nobel laureate. The time is now. So if now is the time, how the hell did we get into this mess? And how are we going to get out of it? We need the advice, the guidance, the thoughts of those people who have seen it before and can hopefully help us dig our way out of it again. Ray Dalio is one such person, the founder, the mentor, member of the board. I would say retiree, but he will probably deny that he has retired from Bridgewater Associates. We need to hear from him. Ray. Ray, let's just clear that up. Have you retired?
No, I'm not retired. I'm just in the beautiful transition of having, built an organization over 47 years and like a family, turn it over to them, and I work for them. And I have this freedom. So I'm excited, I'm doing great things, and I'm hardly retired.
You look more energized. You look plugged in.
Thank you.
We're in a mess. I don't want to overstate it, but the difficulties economically and geopolitically are tremendous. Do you agree?
Yeah, about 5 years ago, I noticed that there were 3 major things that were happening in our lifetime that haven't happened before. And I learned through the surprises that many of the times that I was surprised is because things didn't happen in my lifetime. Those 3 basic things were the amount of printing of money and the creation of debt and what that means for inflation and the value of money. The second was the amount of internal conflict. So we pay attention to these things. In other words, gaps in wealth and opportunity and values leading to populism. Populism are populace of people who will fight and win at all costs, and that causes a threat to democracy and a threat to solving some of these problems. And the third thing is international conflict. In other words, the rise and challenging of great powers. And so I studied the history of those over the last 500 years, and I watched those patterns.
And if you take that, the situation, are the policies that we are putting in place now the right ones? And I don't necessarily mean it right raising interest rates per se. We'll talk about that in the next panel. But are they the right policies for structural growth around the world?
There are basics, very common sense basics, right? You can't spend more money than you earn without creating debt. So when the government does that, it has to create debt. It sells that to investors. So there's a supply demand. If you don't pay a high enough interest rate, they don't want to hold it. And as a result, debt is buying power. When you put debt and money into the system, you hype it up. But debt also creates an obligation to pay back. And when there's too much debt, then there is how do you pay back? Do you give it in the same hard value, or do you print money? So throughout history, when this has occurred, you can go back to the Old Testament, you see the situation that we're in. That's fundamentally, you can only raise your living standards by being productive.
So
we have a basic fundamental problem there.
But it's a problem of what? Lowering living standards, increased poverty, populism, of the range of problems. Which ones bothering you the most at the moment? And we'll just let your mic be reset.
Productivity. We're creating unsound finances because we print a lot more money. We want to spend more money than we have. It's like a human being. Same for a government. The only difference between a government and a human being is they print money. So when you think about how much money do you have, so now productivity. If you invest in productivity, we were hearing this before. If you invest in education and you create higher education, they're very clear indicators of what makes living standards rise. The foremost, is do you raise children, ideally in a family that has 2 parents who care about them, and that they go to school, a good school, and they get well educated, and they are civil, and they come out to a world of equal opportunity, and then maybe enough resources that when they have great ideas, it's financed, and you have peace, you have prosperity. Those are the only things you need. So investing in those things is the way of the future. We're involved in philanthropy, and we see that you can make such big differences economically.
As we are about to face a recession, and we can argue and debate whether it's a global recession, a developed world recession, it doesn't really matter. There's going to be hard economic times ahead. What do you worry about with that?
I worry about how we are with each other, most fundamentally, right? Problems always exist. But in this world in which there's great domestic conflict, and there's great international conflict, because of these differences, history has shown these patterns. It happens over and over again. Internationally, there are 5 types of war. There's a trade war, a technology war, a geopolitical influence war, a capital and economic war, and a military war.
We've got them all.
Yes, and the ways that they change. You could see before, when you use economic warfare and capital warfare, and it accelerates, such as you cut off countries from receiving needed things. When all that happens, and you see an increase in military spending, you're close to the point of another military war, and you have financial problems. So as I watch that, yeah, it comes down to how people are with each other and dealing with that.
Are today's leaders up to it? We saw in the UK, clearly, the former Prime Minister, she will be today, wasn't. But if you look globally now, are you encouraged, discouraged, worried? Today's leaders?
We have a situation in which who is chosen as leaders in democracy is a function of these groups of people who say, you must fight for me. So you get populists of both sides. So, and almost leaders cannot lead. They cannot do the strong changes without somebody agreeing. We're arguing over everything. And so when we look at how is a possibility of lead, story about Mario Draghi and the existing primary system in the United States choosing candidates. So I don't think you're going to find, and history has shown, that it increases. They say you have to pick a side, okay? And so you pick a side increasingly, whether it's domestically or internationally. You will be asked to pick a side and that conflict. That doesn't lend itself to compromise. It doesn't lend itself to thinking about the whole. So I'm concerned about that.
We're going to go to the panel, the big board, in a moment. What's the one thing this board needs to address? Because in all of these cases, there is the issues du jour, and then there are the longer term issues. So when we sit down on bank, what do you want to hear discussed?
I want to hear, first of all, how the system is reformed so that the all-in desires of what we want, such as if we're doing climate, if we're doing education, and so on, how the system is economically reformed so that there are costs and benefits that are built into it. Under the existing profit system, the costs of pollution aren't there, the cost of bad education. So there literally has to be structural changes so that you achieve the things you want. What do you want? You want peace, civility, and you want equality of...
Is that realistic?
It is realistic if we can behave well with each other. We have in the world, in total, the highest income practically that we've ever had. We have the greatest life expectancy. Our circumstances have never been greater. It's an engineering exercise. If you have people who are good with each other and can think of the whole, and how do you engineer for the whole, the capacity of that to exists. We have a problem, though, because we have these conflicts.
We'll leave it there, sir. We'll invite you to take your seat and join us in a few moments. The board will be in session shortly, but only after we've heard from Mukesh Ambani. Yes, forgive me. After we've heard from Mukesh Ambani, the CEO of Reliance Industries.
Your Royal Highness Prince Abdul Aziz, His Excellency Yasir Al Rumayyan, dignitaries gathered from all around the world, FII's organizing team, my dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning to each and every one of you, and greetings from India. It's indeed an honor and a privilege for me to participate in the 6th edition of the FII conference. The theme of this conference is profoundly thoughtful: investing in humanity, enabling a new global order. The theme reflects the humanistic vision of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the deep commitment of His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud. India's Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, and the Crown Prince and Prime Minister are both providing bold and far-sighted leadership to the noble mission of enabling a new world order. Esteemed friends, the world is passing through changes unseen in human history. I shall mention 4 transformative transitions. Energy transition from fossil to renewables. Technology transition from physical to digital. Economic transition from west to east. Demographic transitions from aging nations to young nations. These 4 transitions have set the stage for a new global order. In each of these transitions, we see that Saudi Arabia and India, along with other nations in the East and Global South, have been a driving force. In the energy sector, the world is facing 2 pressing challenges. On one hand, with rising aspirations and growing urbanization, we must meet the energy, food, water, and other basic needs of 7.5 billion people. On the other hand, and simultaneously, we must also save our beautiful planet from climate crisis. At the same time, it is important to bear in mind that the transition from fossil fuels to renewables cannot and will not happen suddenly or in a short time. Even today, solar and wind account for only 10% of global power generation. Therefore, investments in oil and gas should not continue to fall. If that happens, it will impact global growth, global economy, and ultimately the well-being of the people. In this context, I fully endorse the suggestions made by my friend, Mr. Amin Nasser, Saudi Aramco President and CEO, at the Global Forum in Switzerland in September this year. He said that a new global energy consensus needs to be built on 3 strategic pillars. 1, supplies of ample and affordable conventional energy are still required over the long term. 2, further reductions in carbon footprint of conventional energy and greater efficiency of energy use with technology enabling both. And 3, new, lower carbon energy, renewable energy steadily complementing proven conventional resources. I am happy to inform this august audience that India, like Saudi Arabia, is pursuing its energy security and climate change obligations in a prudent yet confident way. India is well on its way to reach the target of producing half its energy from renewable sources by 2030. In this transition, Reliance Industries is playing a key role. As we speak, Reliance is busy setting up the world's most integrated complex of new energy gigafactories at Jamnagar in Gujarat. This will be the world's first quartz to module facility. This will provide supply security, unparalleled cost advantage, and the ability to capture chain margins with maximum recycling. Reliance will also invest in energy storage systems to complement solar power generation, a vibrant ecosystem of entrepreneurs for small-scale solar installations, and next-generation partnership for large megawatt-scale turnkey projects. The cumulative impact will be a drastic reduction in the cost of solar power generation, a prerequisite to mass adoption. This makes Reliance confident to enable creation of 100 gigawatts of solar power capacity before 2030 and lead India's energy transition. This entire ecosystem will also be leveraged for green hydrogen. Friends, in the technology transition too, Prime Minister Modi's Digital India mission and the Vision 2030 unveiled by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia are in alignment. Thank you.
Mr. Ambani. And so now we come to the board, the meeting of minds, where hopefully we're going to put some details, if you will, onto the generalities that people have been speaking about. Before I call the board up en masse, let's be clear about one thing. We are in a mess. In fact, we're in a great mess. And depending on who you listen to, we're in a mess that's going to get even greater. So you put this group of people together, and we look to them to give us guidance, to give us direction, dare I say, give us some hope. recognizing the difficulties that we are in. Now, before we begin, I just want to set some ground rules. We are going to deal with all topics in some shape or form. I'm going to divide it into two or three sections, but I don't want to spend the entire debate period on whether interest rates should go higher or the issues du jour. So we will parcel it out in that sort of way, so that we have, because these are great minds that you're about to hear, and whilst the market du jour is interesting, we can do better than that when we're at Future Investment Initiative, where there are bigger issues to be considered. So, ladies and gentlemen, I invite the board of Changemakers, collectively to come up, and whilst you're doing so, I will announce who we have. Please. We have the Governor of the Public Investment Fund, His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan. Your names are in front of where you should be sitting. Ray Dalio is with us. Catherine McGregor, the CEO of Engie, the French energy utility. His Excellency Khaldoun Khalifa Al-Mubarak of Mubadala. You all know these people. They don't need long introductions. David Solomon is, where's David's over there, from Chairman CEO Goldman Sachs. Dr. Patrice Motsepe of African Rainbow Minerals, Jamie Dimon of Chase, JP Morgan Chase, Sarah Menica, where are you, Sarah? There you are, over there, and Stephen Schwartzman, who is over there. Members of the board. Frankly, I wouldn't applaud until you've heard what they'd said. Let's start with you, Excellency. I heard your opening remarks. Now tell us what we need to do. What's the number one thing we need to address to get that solution to the problem you eloquently stated?
I think we should be more practical to start with. And what I meant by that, and I've been saying this for quite some time, the difference between corporations and governments most of the time is corporations, to large extents, they use practicality, they use data, information, analysis to come to a conclusion. And then a recommendation, then they start doing what they're doing. All of us in here, that's what we do. That's how we roll. The problem that I see most of the time with most of the governments is they're starting with a certain ideology. And this ideology would come to a final recommendation, and then they will work backward. So what I'm trying to say in here, the more practical we are addressing the problems that we have, we can have the right solutions.
Doesn't practicality, Patrice, doesn't practicalities involve hard decisions?
Absolutely. In fact, the decisions that have the most dramatic and the most impactful changes requires implementation, and often you've got to take the decisions that aren't popular. But from a medium to long-term perspective, are these essential decisions that lead to the long-term prosperity of humanity.
David, thinking of that difference between long-term, medium-term, and short-term, I'm thinking of the changes you've just made at Goldman, where the reorganization, where again, you're balancing multiple constituencies over different time or time parameters. And that's one of the complexities we have at the moment. It was always thus, but it's got worse.
Well, certainly the small and relatively insignificant changes we made at the firm in terms of how we organized it are very different than the topics, Richard, you're pushing on here. You know, when you talk about decisions, I think about it through the lens of policy. You know, we operate in a world where we make policy decisions or we execute under certain policy initiatives, and they ultimately have long-term impacts. You don't see the impacts of those things sometimes for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. For example, now, we're living in an environment where, at least from a monetary policy perspective, the decisions we've made over the last 40 years, we're now in the process of unwinding, you know, a multi-decade period, and there are consequences to that. And so I think it's just very important as you think ahead you think about the right policy actions that you can take. This comes, largely from government. It's got to be influenced by the private sector, but the right policy actions that you can take so that when you look back 5, 10, 15 years from now, we've made progress against some of these issues.
So what do you focus on when making those decisions? I mean, you can only influence the macro stuff to a certain extent, but how do you, what are you focused at the moment on in making your decisions?
At what am I focused on?
Yes.
I'm focused on the macro environment, making decisions for our firm, our company. Or are you asking broader, what should someone, if somebody was taking policy action, what should they be focused on? I want to make sure I understand what you're asking, Richard.
I'll come back to that.
Okay.
Jamie, I was surprised, but not really, at the amount of coverage when you said recently you foresaw a recession in the US, which seemed to me like sort of you were saying what everybody had thought or feared. How bad do you think it's going to get?
Yeah, so welcome everybody, thrilled to be here, and I think it's very important we all make long-term decisions. So I literally look at some of these things. We manage risk, we build people, systems, technology, looking, like David said, 5 or 10 or 15 years out. And my recession comment was related to what Ray said. It's very good news right now in the United States. People see it, consumers, businesses, still spending, still lots of money, a lot of fiscal stimulus. But there's a lot of stuff on the horizon, which is bad, and doesn't necessarily, but could put the United States in a recession. That's not the most important thing for what we think about. We'll manage right through that. I would worry much more about the geopolitics of the world today.
You worried about which side of the geopolitics particularly?
I think the most important thing is the geopolitics, what's going on in Russia, Ukraine, America, China, the relationships of the Western world, and that would have me far more concerned than whether there's a mild or slightly severe recession.
Let's take the energy issues resulting from the war in Ukraine. Catherine McGregor, you've made huge strides to diversify away from Russian gas. There's only so far you can go. There is an unenviable and undeniable reality. It will remain. Are we in for a very hard winter in Europe?
Okay, so hello everybody, very nice to be here. So situation on security of supply in Europe is something that we've been working extremely hard since actually even before the war broke up. So security of supply was something that we worked on very hard. We use all the levers, infrastructure, LNG import, of course, storage. And today, the situation for this winter is actually quite comfortable from a gas standpoint. I think what is important always is to think of our energy system as one system. So you have to think of gas, you have to think of electricity. And here there is, a 10 system. So every action counts. So it's around security of supply of the gas side. It's also the electricity systems. And I think in the long term, of course, accelerating the energy transition, which is truly part of the solution of the energy security of supply issue.
Has it given us a wake-up call in the sense that we've got the short-termism of can we get through the winter with the stocks, and if so, how and why? Then you've got the medium term, well, how can we diversify? And then you've got the long term, which is what do we do? We seem to have taken a step backwards in a sense.
It is a massive wake-up call, I think a welcome wake-up call, because we were very busy thinking how we decarbonize our energy system. Now we see, look, it's not just that. You also have to guarantee the security of supply and affordability with all the social implication that this issue has, and you can see that dimension is very, very important. Now, the good news in my mind is that some of the things that we were already engaged in, energy transition, massive investment in renewable energy, contributes to the solution because you have locally produced energy almost on an infinite basis. Of course, you also have to work on the resiliency of your system, which renewable only will not do. So you have to think of a system, make sure that you have all the bricks. We heard earlier about storage, of course, the gas component, how to decarbonize the gas. Every bricks is going to be very important, but system resiliency is going to be absolutely critical.
Taking the shortages and taking the difficulties, Sarah, the food emergency that's as a result of the war, a lot of people woke up to the reality of the food crisis and realized for the first time there were vast swathes of the world that were going to be in deep trouble. Are we out of that trouble yet?
I think the first thing to clarify is that the war did not start the food crisis. It added fuel to an already burning fire. We had some pretty big structural changes occur in our food systems. I mean, our food systems have been fragile for a very long time. We've been talking about food security since the 70s, when Henry Kissinger coined the term. But so we haven't really gone a long way. Our systems have been really fragile. In early 2020, we had major structural changes happen. The first is structural changes to demand, which came out of China, which became a net importer of grains. China had not been a net importer of cereal grains for a long time. You then had a series of climate-related disruptions on the supply side, which had led to prices to rally. So Russia and Ukraine, the Russian-Ukraine war added fuel to that fire as opposed to starting it. And I think this is probably the biggest thing to identify here, because it doesn't go away if the war stopped tomorrow. So if you look at...
So what do we need to do? I know there's no magic bullet, but if you talk to policy, what's the key that's going to unlock this?
Well, the first thing is I think we have to adjust our capital markets and how we fund our food systems and our agricultural systems. So by background, I used to be an energy trader before I went into the agricultural world. And the example I give is if an oil and gas producer came and wanted to hedge 2 to 3 years forward in the early 2000s, that was hard. Then you actually had the ability to produce 10-year hedges, 15-year hedges, et cetera, which led to a lot of innovation. If you look at our food systems and our agricultural markets today, and you look at the most liquid market in the world, which is corn in the United States, selling 2 years forward is still a miracle. Most things are negotiated day to day, week to week. So until we can restructure and rethink what capital markets actually look like, it's not just a policy thing, it's also a business thing.
Steve Schwartzman, good to see you, sir. The restructuring of markets, and indeed the restructuring of the financial plumbing, if you will, to account for this new global order, can it take place? Does it need a shove to help it take place?
Well, I think, Richard, financial markets function quite well. I don't know that there's a need for enormous restructuring. That happened after the global financial crisis, with massive amounts of more capital, going into the banking system. The problems that we all face on this panel are problems of relationships among countries, higher interest rates, the difficulties that are going to be going forward. One of the things that we're almost not aware of is how difficult it is for governments to function in a world of social media. Almost every initiative that somebody tries to do to make the world better is undercut by some minority shouting down those people who are trying to accomplish something for the benefit of the world. And that's an underlying utility function that's now been institutionalized. And unless we address that in some way so that people can actually do their jobs, we're going to have a lot of difficulty.
How do you do that? I mean, you've set out a problem, but that's a reality. Social media's here. A policy is going to be announced. It's going to be attacked in some sort of way. So how do you tackle that problem?
Well, it's interesting. I did a big donation in the AI area at MIT, and they had an opening where some of the people who actually started the internet were there. Some were Nobel Prize winners, and most of them said, and I was quite surprised, that they were spending their time trying to undo what they did, and that it was
an idea to basically move scientific data around the world in a costless, immediate way, which they thought was, in effect, a really neat trick to do.
Right.
But what happened is it went wrong. And even though we all love getting our emails, that's a lot of fun. We're all instantly on all the time, no matter where we are. The underlying destabilization of the modern world is a reality. And I don't know how to fix it. Some of them are trying to do it. We're going to need different standards for sort of written word, different ways to create balance. We can't just allow things to roll ahead the way we're doing, because it's really becoming very dysfunctional.
Very dysfunctional, Jamie, and then to you, Khaldun, then to you, Ray. Yes.
I have a suggestion, which I probably shouldn't say. When you enter social media, they should authentify who you are. It'll get rid of all the bots, all the fake emails, all the chat. It'll make you legal under law of the land. They should authentify the way you are, just like you enter a banking system. And number two, they should give you a menu of choices for how you want to be, what algorithm you want to use. Here's our algorithm, here's one that favors this, here's one that favors that. They should give you a choice as opposed to manipulating you.
What would you choose?
I don't look at any of that crap.
Khaldun.
All right, I'm not going to answer a question. Maybe let me just...
Are you right? You got your microphone?
Sorry?
I don't think you've got
it. Working?
Well, I can't hear. Carry on. Keep going.
Okay. So, first of all, I want to thank Yasser. The way this day has been constructed is a lovely build-up. By reminding us to start with the great panel this morning of Nobel laureates, to remind us all here before we sit on this session about humanity and the importance of investing in humanity. So I think that's a nice setup for the next step, where then Ray gave us I think a rude awakening, something we all know, of the challenges that we all face around the world today. The gathering here is a fantastic gathering. You see people east, west, north, south, from all over the world. And now we have this board meeting, mock board meeting, which I think, when we're talking about the challenges of the world, 3 principles come to my mind, just in this mock board meeting.
Right.
Number 1, transparency. It's a lovely group here of esteemed colleagues, wise colleagues, I hope, and we are talking transparently with a gathering of people from all over the world around us. Transparency is very important when you're trying to solve problems. 2, empathy. We have to be empathetic. It's a very valuable word that unfortunately is not appreciated well enough, empathy. 3rd, inclusion. I think we do a decent enough on inclusion, but let's remind ourselves, we're missing about 2.5 billion people on this table. I think we need someone from India. I think we need someone from China. I think to really have a truly inclusive group. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, transparency, empathy, and inclusion are all admirable ideas and thoughts, but they go along with sort of apple pie and motherhood. Nobody can disagree with you. The issue is how you get there.
I think we're all globalists here. I'll speak on behalf of this board.
Does anybody deny being a globalist?
Globalists, are we?
Yeah, carry on.
I think we're... Yeah. Now, globalization, which we all have been part of over these 20, 30, 40, 50 years.
Sorry, globalization is the policy that has now left a large section of the world worried about food.
Well, a form of globalization. I think there is a shift towards deglobalization right now. And we all see also the challenges that deglobalization creates. My view, and I think maybe I leave it on the table right now, I think there needs to be some sort of grounds here where there's a form of globalization that helps address some of these challenges without going down this slippery slope of deglobalization and the impacts that we're already seeing of this shift and of this break.
Ray.
Thank you, Ray.
is the system capable of that?
Yeah, I think if you just look at, start, what are the existential risks, okay? The existential risk is fighting with each other. What you need, I think, is a strong middle, strong political middle, a strong middle that is stronger than the extremes. And I think that if you deal with there's an existential risk of dealing with that problem domestically. For example, I won't go at length, but a president who's president of all the people, who has a bipartisan cabinet and can draw together to do a restructuring. You need a restructuring of the system, because I'm sure this is going to be misunderstood, but the profit system has to produce the objective in which there's better equal opportunity and all that. The second thing is there's an existential risk of war, international war. So when we deal with that existential risk of international war, if there was the objective of establishing a mechanism by which that will not happen and red lines will exist, then we will maintain peace and thoughtfulness. There's a lot of good things going on. The good things have to do with innovation. All of us are exposed to incredible amounts of innovation that can go on. If that can go on in a peaceful environment so that it produces productivity, we will continue to raise our living standards. If we can remain peaceful and empathy, mutual consideration, thinking about the whole, and produce productivity rather than produce waste, I think those are the things that are conceivable of how to do it. I don't know anybody who is talking about doing it that way, but yes, there's a way.
But the idea, David, of a sort of a middle, a coalesced middle, a bipartisanship, we are so far from that I cannot see, and perhaps you can give us your thoughts, how do you get there? I mean, the UK managed to nearly blow up its economy because of extremes. The US has the midterms coming up. Everybody seems to agree that political is the key issue. How do you get there?
I think it's a hard journey, and we've been in this place before. Somehow we have a resiliency that when we're under pressure, we find ways to get to a better place. And maybe we're at a point in time here where, somehow, as we look through some of the division that exists in governments around the world, we can find some catalyst that will allow us to move in a positive direction. Ray was just talking about something I think is very important. We can sit up here and talk about all the things that are headwinds to growth, to success, to bringing people along. But the innovation economy in this world is alive and well. The progress that's being made on a whole variety of fronts, whether it's AI and quantum, whether it's med tech and advances in healthcare that are going to have a profound impact on the way we live and the way we keep people healthy, those advances, that ecosystem is very, very powerful. And by the way, that has an ability to lift us up and move us forward. So somehow we have a system. It's not perfect. You talk about globalization. Globalization's done a lot of things right. I don't personally believe in deglobalization, but rather I believe in a moment when there's a lot of tension, people start thinking strategically about certain things in ways they haven't thought for the last few decades. They think more strategically about energy supplies. They think more strategically about food. They think more strategically about chips. They think strategically about things they need. And that's a little bit of a reversal from globalization, but it's not a deglobalization trend.
But if you look, David, then Patrice, if you look at the current difficulties that we're facing, and particularly financial difficulties that are likely to last several years as we unwind the decade of cheap money and so forth, is it difficult to convince publics, to populations, that we are on the right track when they see such lurches? I mean, let's take US interest rates, which are going to go to the high. There's an entire generation of population that's never seen that level of interest rate before. Now, people around this table have seen much higher.
Yeah, I don't think, Richard, we're unwinding 10 years. I think we're unwinding 40 years. I think, candidly, we privatized fixed income. We nationalized fixed income markets around the world for a variety of reasons. Central banks nationalized fixed income markets, And we're now going through a process of privatizing them again. And that's disruptive. I mean, as Jamie said, if we have a significant recession in the US or elsewhere in the world, we will work through that. But as we work through and we think about where we are, different kinds of decisions will have to be made to get different results when you look 5 to 10 years forward. And that's something that takes time. There aren't easy answers. There's not a silver bullet. It takes time to work through. And it takes adjustment. And candidly, we're going through an adjustment after a very long period of time of the world, at least from a macro or a monetary policy perspective, working a certain way.
On that point, Governor, the issue of working through will be painful. And populations, citizens, will become disillusioned. And not surprisingly, there is a large number of people who say, the system did not work for me. Therefore, we either go extreme or we check out. That's a concern.
I mean, checking out is not a solution. Extreme is not a solution, too.
But there are risks.
Of course. Like anything else in life, there are always risks, right? So I think doing one's part is the most important thing. Ray mentioned different types of wars, right, in the earlier session. And the problem is, globalization and the geo-economics is happening now because of weaponizing some of the things that we shouldn't be touching. What happened between many countries by banning, certain products and services and these kind of things, instead of the expansion in the economies that we have witnessed in the past 2 decades, now we're going backward instead of moving forward. Every country now has to have its full supply chain.
So how?
Otherwise, it's not going to work out. So what we, let's say in here in Saudi, we want to have at least a minimum of 65% of our supply chain in a local content. And that's part of the Vision 2030 that we mentioned. So, but going back to one of the comments that I heard earlier today, which is the hummingbird. We should all have the hummingbird, and to Khaldun's earlier comments, empathy.
65%. If every country, Pratis, aims for 65% of the supply chain domestically, what happens?
Well, every country, as a starting point, has to look at what's in the best interest of its citizens. But there can be no doubt that globalization, to encourage trade, to encourage countries to build partnerships that are mutually beneficial, to encourage global companies to do business in countries that are competitive, I think that's very, very important. We have to create a world order where there's the promotion and advancement of mutual interest.
How do you do that? Now, I'm going to pause you there because to say we have to create a global order that does that, nobody can disagree with you. Now tell me how we do it.
Well, I think business has a critical role to play. and what we've learned in the developing world is you should not leave a lot of what needs to be done in the hands of governments. I mean, governments are more inclined to look at what is popular and what will give them votes. We have to take long-term views and long-term perspectives. So what is critically important is this fragmentation. I think business has to encourage a greater cooperation, partnerships between businesses worldwide. And the final point is, I think there's a duty on all of us. We have to engage our governments and encourage our governments to work towards a global order that encourages more cooperation, that encourages more partnerships and more investments.
We're going in
That's what's good for business.
Arguably, some governments are going in the opposite direction. Catherine.
Yeah, maybe to talk a little bit about the energy as not a bad proxy, actually, for this new global order. And if you try to project a little bit, you can see that new order settling into a three-tier system where you have much more self-reliance. So depending on, obviously, each country, you have more local production. And then you have a regional integration, really important to give you some breathing space and beware of the insularity. You see what happened in Texas a couple of years ago. You see France used to be exporter of electricity, right now is importing electricity. So regional integration is really important to give you that resiliency already for your system. And then the international layer, a global market that continues to work. I can see today the value of LNG. Europe, for example, in 2022, will rely on energy for about 32%, which was 19% just last year, so huge increase in LNG. Now we need to find, of course, the future LNG. Is it going to be hydrogen? Is it going to be a derivative from hydrogen? Here, obviously, the jury is still out, but the ability to continue to be sharing one commodity, one molecule, in my mind, is going to be very important as part of this energy system. It will be very, very important.
I've interviewed over the last few weeks numerous, numerous representatives of Ukrainian energy minister, Ukrainian energy providers, while the bombs are dropping, destroying Ukraine's electrical system. The disparity between the reality and the hope is so huge. And then, of course, you do get this moments of hope where Jordan and Israel, for example, finally agreeing, Lebanon and Israel finally agreeing a border for their gas in the sea. So I have difficulty squaring this.
Yeah, I think, you're right to point out to the challenge of this regional integration being the infrastructure. So you need to have the grid and you have to have the infrastructure. And I think moments like this are good opportunities to review our infrastructure interconnectivity. I see good discussions happening today, so I have hope.
You have hope?
Of course, that's my job. I'm a CEO.
Do you all have hope? Sarah? I mean, be honest.
Depends on the day of the week. You know, there are times when you sort of look at the power of innovation, right? And David touched on it, which is we are able to create meaningful institutions in records amount of time now, and things that can transform systems, right? So when there's a will, there's much more of a way, and there's capital for it today than there ever was before. The flip side is, I think, you have a highly fragmented world, and you look at it really anywhere in the world, and you ask the question, what happens when you sort of build self-reliance for 65% of your supply chain? The answer is, if you're a poor country, you get poorer, because it is really difficult to do that at scale and do it at a cost-effective way. And so I think one of the things that worries me personally is actually as we move to a world that is insular, because we don't trust one another, we are building mechanisms and systems that might actually create greater inequality. So, like I said, it depends on...
Well, that means we're going backwards.
Yes, we have gone backwards. We have, in the last 6 months, more people have entered poverty than the number of people China took out of poverty for the last 2 decades. So yes, I think it's okay to acknowledge that we have taken a huge step backwards as humanity and as society. And so the question we need to ask ourselves is, how do we rebuild? And we don't rebuild if we don't trust. If politicians don't trust one another, if businesses don't trust one another, if politicians don't trust businesses, there is a broken system that we need to rebuild. And trust is where it starts.
So trying to take that point, Jamie, if we look now, because really what you're all talking about, and you've been quite open about, is geopolitical risk and geostrategic issues. For you, Jamie, which is the most significant in the world at the moment?
It's Russia, Ukraine, and the effect it has on the relationship of America and China. I think you got to take a step back here. The world and mankind, and Ray mentioned, has been getting better and better century after century after century in terms of life, people not living in poverty, people not in childbirth, not dying in childbirth, et cetera. And that trend isn't stopping yet. I think February 24th was a massive pivot change in the world. It kind of woke us up, this illusion that the Western world had that somehow peace is at hand and you don't have to really worry about it. That was a mistake. And around that immediately is, national security, is energy security, is food security. And it's perfectly reasonable that countries say, how can I protect myself by diversifying my supply chains, et cetera. But at the root of all this, in my view, is American leadership. If you don't have strong American leadership, and not ugly American leadership, not our way or the highway, but just as a coalescing thing for the Western world, you're going to have chaos like you've seen in Ukraine. And this nuclear blackmail is probably the worst thing that we've seen in our lifetimes. And it's also teaching the rest of the world it's okay. So if we're not sitting here in a couple hundred years, it'll be nuclear proliferation. It's not going to be climate change. And I think we've got to be very careful how we view that kind of thing. And I think for America to do it right, I'm going to go back to what Khaldun said. I think the world lost a lot by not traveling for 2 years. I mean, I think it's important to sit down. I had a wonderful dinner last night with people I've known here for 15 or 20 years, and how much you learn and you listen and you respond. So the American policy doesn't have to be everything our way. You could protect the Japanese rice farmer. You can learn from the rest of the world. Apprenticeship programs in Switzerland and Germany work. Okay, the carbon tax in Ireland works. There are a lot of people who have infrastructure that works. There are a lot of people they're both protecting oil and gas and they're doing solar, and it works. And so I have hope we'll do that. It's going to take a little bit of work.
But when you get tensions between allies and friends, such as Saudi and the United States, over energy and OPEC, that doesn't help, however deep those tensions may be in reality versus of the moment. That doesn't help creating a stability.
What doesn't help is the press making huge deals about things which aren't huge deals. So, Saudi Arabia and the United States have been allies for 75 years. I can't imagine any allies agreeing on everything and not having problems. They'll work it through. And I'm comfortable that folks on both sides will work it through and that these countries will remain allies going forward and hopefully help the world develop and grow properly.
It will be much more difficult, Steve Shortman, thank you. It'll be much more difficult for the US and China, knowing your great interest in China, the US and China to find common ground if Xi continues the direction he appears to be going as a result of the recent party Congress.
So you've thrown a hot potato there?
So we're happy he did.
And everybody else is looking relieved for a second. Patrice, it's coming to you next.
So I think a lot of the problems that we're dealing with at the moment come from unexpected impact of COVID and the pandemic. When you don't see other people, you don't meet other people, which we all used to do. And this makes this conference really useful because all of a sudden you're seeing people again. But I realized that over the last few weeks, I'm seeing my first visitors from Asia. China's been effectively closed for 3 years. And what happens in any set of human relations when you don't basically communicate with people, then they're left to their own devices. And it doesn't matter what kind of culture you're in. So I think that, we have a U.S. group that's sort of has a certain set of beliefs. We have China, which is reacting to some of that. And we've gotten ourselves into a situation that's increasingly deglobalized.
Right.
And behind that curtain, the only way you change that is you have to have people actually seeing each other without calling each other, in effect, names. That is not how you create a functional environment. And I think that we need to go back, sort of a fresh start, if you will, and sit down and talk about, what's on everybody's mind, rather than everyone thinking they understand what's on somebody else's mind.
Okay.
And acting on that basis.
Patrice, Africa's in the middle there. Another hot potato, it's coming your way. Africa's in the middle of this US-China who you want to be friends with, isn't it?
Well, we want to be friends with everybody.
And that usually means ending up being friends with no one.
And we need, I think Jamie's correct. Jamie raised something very important. It's in the interest of America to have a good relationship with Saudi. And there's been this historic relationship between Saudi and America, so there's a huge mutual interest. We trade approximately $200 billion every year with China, $400 billion of trade between Africa and Europe, about $100 and $150 billion worth of trade with America. It's beneficial for us, the African continent, it's beneficial for the developing world. And I think our position is very clear. We want a very strong, mutually beneficial relationship with China. We want an equally very strong, mutually beneficial relationship with America, with Saudi, and with Europe. We're not going to allow ourselves to be in a position where we're going to choose one at the expense of the other.
Oh, I know you don't want to choose, but the reality, Excellency, the reality is, distasteful though it is, in this current war, Russia-Ukraine, that Jamie has rightly identified, countries are being forced to choose, and those who do not, those who are not my friends are my enemy.
So, I think...
Or at least not my friend.
So, Richard, I think the last 3 years, we've seen two anomalous black swan events that have impacted every country, every person on earth, in one way. It's quite remarkable, really, of what we've seen in the last 3 years, and the repercussions of these two, one being COVID and obviously the war. These two events and the repercussions of what we're seeing from these two events, we're still, I think, coming to grips with them. We didn't get out of COVID yet. We're still finding our way out of COVID. Some countries have not left COVID, as you all know. So that reset post-COVID, combined with, I think, this energy crisis, and by the way, let's be clear, the energy crisis was happening anyway. It's just kind of sped up due to the events of this year. But, the challenge, sorry, I'm going to superimpose another maybe concept into this, which is, this cancel culture. 3 years ago, if we were in this conference, the word hydrocarbon was, evil. The energy transition, we all agree, I think, well, I feel strongly, the climate challenge is the biggest challenge. And the energy transition is happening. But I also believe that hydrocarbons are part of the solution. Having the COP, the one in England, was it 26 or 25, and telling the energy industry, stay out. Stay out. A lot of the challenges we're facing today when it comes to the energy supply are caused by lack of investment created by the inability to many of the financiers, many of the investment institutions, many of the energy companies to invest in critical supply chains that would have, in effect, helped elevate a big part of the problem we're dealing with today. So the energy problem was happening anyway. I think what's sped up as a result, obviously, of the events of this year. So I think, listen, we cannot deny we are in a very difficult crisis from a global perspective. And in my view, it takes, in many occasions, a crisis to work yourself out of it and to start resetting some of the issues that created the crisis to start with. You have to hit a wall. And I think, whether we are going to a recession or not from a global perspective, there's no doubt There's a reset that is absolutely necessary, and I think is going to be happening within the next 12 to 24 months.
How bad?
Sorry?
How bad?
I think it depends on where you are and where you're sitting. Bad in one continent is different than bad in another continent. I think when you look at inflation, all you have to look at inflation as an example. And I know it's that we're not going to talk about inflation, but the reality.
Well, since you've raised
inflation, some places it's 3%, other places 11%, and some places it's 100%. So it's different how this is hitting everywhere in the world. So the solution is not a one size fit all.
Where do you think we are, David Solomon, in the process of normalizing both? Obviously, there's a tightening policy. If not coordinated, a collaborated tightening policy at the moment in all the advanced economies. So where do you think we are in that process?
We're in the process. It's different in different parts of the world. There's no question that economic conditions, in my opinion, economic conditions are going to tighten meaningfully from here. I think in the United States, particularly in the last week or two, there's been a clear message from the Fed that they're going to get to the current path target of 4.5%, 4.75%, and then pause because there's a lag effect to all of this. But if they don't see real changes, labor is still very, very tight. They're obviously just playing with the demand side by tightening, but if they don't see real changes in behavior, my guess is they'll go further. And I think generally when you find yourself in an economic scenario like this where inflation is embedded, it's very hard to get out of it without a real economic slowdown. So I too am in the camp that we likely have a recession in the US, going to have, I think, most likely a recession. We might be in a recession in Europe. And so until you get to that point that you see a change, whether it's in labor, the demand side, you're going to see central banks continue to move on that trajectory.
Jamie?
I agree.
Thank you. We can go and have coffee. You agree. Where do you think we are in the process?
6 months away from finding out.
And this next 6 months, Larry Summers, speaking to Wolf, put it beautifully, the dilemma of the Fed. He described it like the hotel plumbing in an old hotel. You turn the hot water on, and it doesn't come through, so you turn it a bit more, and it doesn't come through, and you turn it a bit more, and it doesn't come through, and then eventually the hot water comes through scalding. That's what it is with interest rates and policy at the moment.
Yeah.
That's the difficulty.
Yeah, and they're going to find out. I agree with David. They'll take a pause at one point. Conditions around the world to tighten. It's rational to take a pause because any 3 months doesn't matter that much. But American consumers, eventually, the excess money they have is running out. That'll probably happen sometime mid-year next year. And then we'll know more about what's going on with oil and gas prices and all that kind of thing. So we'll find out.
On this question of the global tightening, if you will, for you, I mean, you just raised a bond, a green bond. You're doing a lot with green. Investment decisions as a result of a tightening, a more difficult environment, or what for you, sir?
For the Public Investment Fund, we have different mandates. One of the main mandates that we have is to deploy investments in the domestic economy. So we said we're going to deploy $40 to $50 billion on annual basis on not only green projects, but greenfield projects that would have an impact on the economy. So we're looking at our bottom line, so that's one. We're looking at the economic multiplier, what good these projects will do to the economy, what kind of jobs it will create, the quality of these jobs and the quantity of these jobs. Then, of course, we have the international investments that we do with most of the people around this table and in this room. And again, it should have an impact. And the impact that I'm talking about, it's in addition to you know, trying to mitigate the concerns, for instance, that Sarah has. How we can look and continue in the transition for the energy, but at the same time, not harm the world.
So how do you do that without getting caught up in all the geopolitical stuff that we've been talking about?
The geopolitical stuff it's a fact. That's what's happening right now, today, in the world. So you have to have the right partners, but you have to invest in yourself. Going back to the local content that everyone should have. Going back to the kind or types of force that human being had historically and still having until today. So it's a combination. You cannot take one end versus the other. You should work in the middle.
Just maybe a comment on the availability of making investment decisions these days. And we always say for investment decision, you need stability. You need fiscal stability. You need regulatory fiscality. And what is happening post this war is that market design questions are many. People and governments are talking about and actually implementing and doing market interventions measures. They are disrupting quite a bit the fiscal stability of the system, which really poses some interesting challenges for us as industrial investors, particularly on the energy side. So I think it's going to be very important that we try to overcome the current short-term hurdles and start to anticipate how this will all settle down so we can have more visibility and more stability on market designs, fiscal regimes, so we can go back to doing our business.
Ray Dalio, stability. Lovely idea, isn't it? Not seen very often. I mean, let's take the UK. Hardly stable.
I think you have to understand the mechanics, the cause effect. It's a very basic thing. When you produce a larger deficit, you have to sell your bonds. You have to know who the buyers of the bonds are. If you don't have enough buyers of the bonds, you're going to have a buyer's strike, so they're going to sell off. And this is, I think what happened in the UK is a canary in the coal mine. That if you take what's happening in Europe as a whole, the level of interest rates relative to the level of the inflation rates, and the terrible choice that has to be made about if you raise interest rates, what does that mean to Italy's debt service payments? Who is going to make up that difference? There's just mechanics to this. So I think that we are in a situation generally where there's not coordination. You could take the monetary policy of Japan and it'd be totally different monetary policy. And so, but there's still a trade-off because the bonds are going to go down in value because they're not going to own them. Now the question is, do they go down in value because the currency goes down in value or because the bond price goes down in value? But one way or another, they're going to go down in value. And so the interest rate, the interest rate now with all of this debt and how it's been structured when all money was free and interest rates were low, now an interest rate that is high enough to deal with inflation and also high enough to provide an adequate return for the bond investor is too high of an interest rate for the debtor. So now we have that structural trade-off. And the dominoes are falling in a very, very classic way. For example, if you take high-yield investing, they were called high yield before they were, and therefore risky, before you had an interest rate change. Now you had the risk-free rate go up to 4%, and you have the credit spreads go up to 5%. Now they have a 9% interest rate. That won't work for those. So they are going to they're going to be the first ones to go, and you have this series of dynamics. That's the mechanics.
And the fall of the dominoes has started?
Yeah, you can see the fall of the domino starting. You could see it as like, who has the cash? How much cash do you have that are going to get you through? Are you going to have a year or 2 or 3, or don't you have the cash? So I can go on at length, but each of those dominoes, and the dominoes usually fall in the same kind of ways, and they're falling in the same kind of ways. Jamie mentioned they're 9 months. That's a reasonable time frame. If you take a look at the cash flows and you watch those things, that's what it looks like.
I really don't want to end on a down note of dominoes falling. We are here at the end of the year, as we looked forward to 2023. There's a holiday season in many parts of the world of different faiths about to begin. So imagine I am, for whatever purpose, the fairy godmother, and I have at my hand a wand where I can grant you one wish. One wish. Now, it's got to be a practical wish. It can't be peace in the world. But I can change one thing for you. I'm stalling to give you time to think of something good.
Yeah.
Are we starting with you?
I remember this saying. I don't know who said it. I think it was Confucius. He said something like, if you don't know where your destination is, there are no favorable winds. We should know what is exactly that we want to achieve.
Right.
Unfortunately, the world today doesn't know what they want to
So
achieve.
what's your wish that I can grant for you?
For me, it's very easy. I have Vision 2030. I want to achieve it.
Is that what?
His Vision 2030.
I think even my wand is going to need a bit more power than that. Steve, what's your one wish that you would like me to grant you? And practical, not... Yeah, let's keep it practical, like the excellency.
Well, Richard, it would be great if you had that power. But I'd wish for normalization of international and domestic relations.
Catherine, I can grant you one wish.
Strong European unity, particularly on energy matters. Strong leadership from Europe on energy matters.
I said I could grant a wish, not a miracle. Strong leadership. David, one wish.
Strong U.S. leadership in sending certain messages around the world to help create a framework so we can all work together and move forward.
Haldun, your one wish. I can come back to you.
I'm struggling to understand your definition because that's a very also quite a ambitious target. You just accept it as a wish.
Oh, but it is.
Yeah,
High. Aim high.
I'm going to go more ambitious. I'm going to say peace and stability in the world, and I'm going to stand by that because you're a magician. You can give these wishes.
I'll allow it you on this occasion. Ray, one wish.
Well, I think yours is the great starting point because, and so what are those things? Those things, and I'm sorry, I won't go on. But in other words, I think we want common prosperity, meaning, in other words, we want things that are good for us all and opportunity, and we want peace in the world. And so you have to actually put metrics to those things. And then a reform of systems in which there is unity. So I want strong, middle, bipartisan that puts going to war with each other as a horrible perspective and that puts working together to try to achieve those metrics would be the thing that I would want most.
Sarah.
I'm a numbers person, so I stand by the metrics, which is seeing politicians and those who are making consequential decisions for us all use numbers and facts to make decisions as opposed to...
Numbers and facts?
You asked for something easy, right?
Yeah.
It's tangible. Right. But actually, on a more serious note, I think seeing the US and China around the table again and having meaningful dialogue, I think can drive a lot of major changes in the world.
Patrice, one wish.
World-class technological education and skills in Africa and the developing world, and the emerging markets, and a world that has a common future, common interests, common commitment, and common benefits.
Jamie, you get the last wish. My wand is ready.
Yeah, you know, my staff, whenever I come here, whispers when I come up on stage, you know, don't curse, don't make news, and they're probably very worried right now.
That's why you're laughing.
But I agree with what everyone said at the table, and I would just add, okay, that all these problems are solvable. It takes competent management. Stop listening to those damn echo chambers in people's ears. Sit down, do the work.
Ladies and gentlemen, may your wishes all become true. Thank you. Now, they're all off. As the panel leaves us, let me introduce to you my colleague John Defterios, who will be taking over after you have enjoyed a video showing the best of FII. Thank you.
We are gathered here today for a series of conversations around one of the most urgent topics for the future of humanity: inclusive ESG. Welcome to the FII Regional Summit.
We need to dialogue. There is not a single issue in the world which could be solved if we don't build dialogues. We are just trying to bring an additional methodology, which I hope you will adopt, which I hope you will share.
How can we educate and empower the next generation to promote ESG initiatives?
I think one of the biggest opportunities in the next several years for investing and generating return is going to stem from decarbonization.
Go through the next revolution.
Help the market get to a place where we have more standardized data and standardized disclosure.
But we're all going to have to work differently.
We're also going to do it in a way that elevates humanity at the same time.
We approach the ESG through multiple aspects, through partnership, through creating the right platforms and sponsoring initiatives and events.
Now we are also trying to influence the head of states and the member states, because without political will, unfortunately, nothing will happen.
Everyone in the world, everything in the world is an outlet for change, right? Like, that's why I wear it on me. I think plugged into each other on the local level, on the community level, on the world level, we can power change.
Good news, the money is there to fund investments into emerging markets and into that net zero challenge. The question now is how we mobilize that capital into the right projects for that transition.
If we want to talk about the carbon circular economy, we need to build the tools, and this is one of the main tools.
And most importantly, we all need to be working together, country by country, to work together to create that proper decarbonization pathway.
There's 15 more projects around the world. Lots of big money is investing now. The fusion race is on.
Working together, we can address the climate change challenge while still having economic growth, addressing the ESG issue.
And implementation means an inclusive process where everyone should be around the table.
It is the creation of investable propositions that people can invest in to drive us towards net zero.
My message for the next generation of leaders: okay, try to arrive to good agreement, to good goals, but the real question is to have a comprehensive vision.
Yes.
How is deep the change?
Right.
In the world.
Embracing the connectivity, the complexity of these problems.
London will be a supportive partner, a continuing and supportive partner in all of your work to promote inclusive ESG across the world in the emerging markets. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
Priority is the question. How will technology, innovation, and investment help us achieve what we dream? Welcome to the Priority Summit, powered by the FII Institute.
We are talking a lot about climate change,
about water, about pollution, about the loss of biodiversity. This is globally the number 2 global priority. Number 1 today is the social crisis, which is the cost of living.
We would always like to base our decisions on the evidence in addition to the opinions, instead of coming with a preset mind or an ideology and say this is bad and this is good.
The world has to learn how to walk together.
We have changed how we want to work, and that is the explanation for this term that everyone is talking about, the big resignation.
More today than you consumed yesterday, and you can bet you're going to consume more tomorrow.
Building the future is never complete. Each generation shares that responsibility of doing its share, empowering and paving the way for the next. That's how the future is built, together.
So we need to ask, right here and right now, what is the priority of each individual?
If you create a great human being from education, from good family support, I think it's the beginning of solving all problems.
As innovators, as leaders, as investors, our mission is to find problems and solve problems. If you gave the public sector control over enough surface area to let people connect, then people will make decisions later to make this a vibrant, successful city.
I think initiatives like this one, the Priority Summit, can be very, very important.
I can tell you at Goldman Sachs, we think our greatest asset are the 48,000 people around the world that work for Goldman.
In Saudi Arabia, we haven't fully captured yet arts and culture within our economy, but I can talk about a more developed economy that has invested in arts and culture, such as the US.
Saudi Arabia puts a big priority into this. I just think this is wonderful.
If humanity is given the right technology, we will use it for the better. We will use it to make ourselves better. We will use it to make our environment better.
Saudi population, in addition to be hardworking, innovative, they're also spenders. Saudis have a good capacity to spend, so the market size far exceeds the population.
Climate change, your top priority. Your top priority, because this means you are putting young people as your priority.
We need to refocus our priorities as politicians, and we need to address these concerns, because clearly the world's population is interested mostly in their livelihoods.
It stands out because that is the period of time where we have lost more of our ocean than ever before in human history.
Precisely about hope. What would be the message that you would address to the young? How they can get hope?
You know, in the kingdom, youth engagement is at an all-time high. You go to anywhere, private sector or public sector, the youth are really who are leading. It's the same in my ministry. The youth are the younger generation are the ones that are pushing us.
And more women now.
And more women, of course. You can build if you set your mind to it, if you have a leadership that is committed to it, and you have a collective will to do it. So you just need the will.
Please go. Yeah. Okay. If we can everybody go ahead and take a seat, please. We'll get started in just 30 seconds. Okay. Thanks very much. As we found out from that board session today, we're living through a period of what I would say is historical but hysterical disruption, right? It is a perfect storm of the different elements that we're faced with today. Number one, we have inflation running at a 40-year high. As a result, interest rates are going high to keep pace with inflation, try to rein it back in. Poverty levels are rising after a spurt of growth after the pandemic. There are food shortages because of the pent-up demand we had during the pandemic. And we're worried about a recession in 2023. We heard from the board beforehand about the concerns we have today. But in this session in the New Global Order, we're going to the stateroom. We have a fantastic panel, and it's great to see everybody. I saw this session that we had from Richard Atias and his graphics before, laying out the priorities through the FII Institute, and I thought it was prescient that he talked about the great resignation, with people willing to leave their jobs, 50% willing to move jobs if they don't think the opportunity is right. Very strong growth in 2022 with great concerns about a recession in 2023, and we have fantastic geographical representation. Before I introduce this panel, for those who are standing and talking, I'd ask you to take a seat and focus up on the stage. Thanks very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can go ahead and find a seat. Thanks. And let's give a nice round of applause to our panelist. Khaled Al-Faleh is the Minister of Investment in Saudi Arabia. I think it's fair to say you're a hometown favorite with that sort of applause, right? Very competent in his portfolios across the board. His Excellency Adonis Georgiadis is the Minister of Development and Investments in Greece. It's great to see you again. Ville Skinnari is the Minister for Development, Cooperation and Foreign Trade from Finland. He has the brightest shoes at FII for the 6th year. I love the tie color as well. You got the memo. It's good to see you.
For the seventh row, yes.
Paul Chan's the Financial Secretary for the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. We'll just say for Hong Kong from now this point forward. Paul, good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the former Chancellor of the Exchequer for the UK. Congratulations on the stability. We'll get to that, so I'm sure you're relieved. And the General Partner of 9 Yards Capital, George Osborne. Thanks very much. Before we get started here, we have a short video looking at the new global order. My colleague Richard Quest dealt with it very astutely with that very large board panel, which was great. But what does it mean for governments and reacting to the challenges today? I'd like to say and start with this with the Minister of Investment to kind of get there after we hear the video. How do you be proactive and not reactive? Because that's the big challenge as a government minister today. First, let's play that video and we'll get our roundtable started. Thanks very much.
No empire, government, or economic system lasts forever. Now, once again, the world stands on the verge of profound change. The world's top economies face systemic challenges and unrest from within, threatening decades of undisturbed growth. And supply chain difficulties increasingly strain international trade. Yet across the world, the rise of inclusive and diverse homegrown talent has birthed new hubs of innovation, fueled by an unprecedented influx of global capital, all of which will eventually grow to new centers of geo-economic and geopolitical power. The new global order will be multipolar, truly global, and more complex than ever. Can a new global order bring forth an economic system that raises productivity and living standards without worsening inequalities and instabilities? What innovative measures can investors take to contribute to a more prosperous and sustainable world? Will a more multipolar order create opportunities for collaborative progress?
That gives us a sense of what our discussion's about here. Minister Al-Faleh, let's start with this, the dealing with the trends that we see today. I can't see a bright trend on the horizon because of the inflation that we're dealing with, the overstimulus perhaps during the pandemic, which led us to where we are today. But can you pick up on this theme of being proactive in government? Can you do so with such huge challenges? If you think back, 12 years ago, we're dealing with a financial crisis, dealing with a pandemic, came out of the pandemic, and who would thought we'd have conflict at our doorsteps, which has complicated the post-pandemic recovery. What's the narrative here in Saudi Arabia to try to be proactive? I mean, you have the fastest growth in the G20 right now. It's running around 9%, but everybody's very worried about 2023. Take it from there.
Well, thank you, John, and it's great to be here. I want to welcome our guests, friends, and partners who are here in force, over 7,000. It's great to see everybody. And I think before we talk straight to the question, we have to put this in context. You mentioned in your introduction historical and hysterical disruptions, and I think these are indeed accelerated. The frequency of these disruptions is real, and it's strong, and it's worrying. But I would like to put it in the context of long-term transition that indeed have been accelerating and are sort of converging in a way that is both challenging but opportunistic at the same time, which gives us the opportunity to be proactive and address them while taking advantage of them. I think the first transition that is real and it's unfolding in front of our eyes is a political and security transition. Of course, Europe is the ultimate manifestation of this with the war in Ukraine, but we've seen it come to head between China and Taiwan when the Speaker of the U.S. House was visiting. And of course, we see these long-term trends of countries and region building up security, nationalism versus internationalism. So you have this transition taking place, and I believe it's going to continue and perhaps continue to accelerate. In addition to this, you have an energy transition that was inevitable to happen. Of course, oil and gas and fossil fuels are depletable, and we had to do this anyway. But climate change has pushed us to accelerate it. And I think, again, the crisis in Europe is only going to accelerate the energy transition towards renewables, hydrogen, other fuels of the future that are being developed as we speak. The third transition is around trade and supply chain, and here I put it in the context of globalization and deglobalization to a certain degree that has started to happen and that will continue to happen. If you think of all of these, each one of them is subjecting countries, companies, and individuals to an insurance premium. The security transition that we talked about and is per unit of GDP, almost every country on the planet is spending more on defense. Defense spending, defense technology, defense industries are becoming core to every country's industrial strategy today. It's no longer a shunned business, it's something that we have to deal with, and it certainly is very, very expensive. His Excellency, the Minister of Finland, and I had a meeting, and he was telling me what they're doing in Finland. Of course, in Saudi Arabia, it's part of the reality. It's part of what we have been doing and will continue to do, spending on defense. On energy, that is also going to be an expensive as we increase renewables and introduce storage and introduce new transport infrastructure, new grids. That is going to be a very expensive tax that humanity will pay and that society.
Can I just have you wrap up here and just say, do you feel sitting in the
seat? Let me wrap up by saying these three underpin the fourth transition, which is the economic transition.
Yeah.
Higher inflation, higher interest rate, higher premiums that we are paying for all of this is setting the stage for prolonged lower growth, lower income. So the 3 decades that we had of fantastic growth, Earth is flat, is no longer with us. I think we have to be ready for a different world order where growth will be perhaps a little slower. But under all of this, there are plenty of opportunities. Opportunities in technology, opportunities in investment for countries and hubs to be created to deal with the new world order. And I believe Saudi Arabia has taken the step 6 years ago. Vision 2030 was designed for the world we live in today, for the world we're going to live in 10, 15 years from now. So if you want the definition of proactive, look at 2016. What did His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman unveil in Vision 2030, and read it and find out whether rationally it deals with the realities of today, and I believe it does.
I want to circle back afterwards on building the resilience in supply chains, and to your point, trying to make the kingdom a regional hub, because globalization, as we learned in the opening panel today, is kind of out of fashion, so it's regionalization. and the scale of the economy here, but can it serve as a hub? And the new announcement about trying to build resilience supply chains, which we're going to talk about tomorrow. Minister Skinari, I was saying in my opening remarks, we have fantastic diversity geographically on our panel here, so it's great. Yours is particularly complicated with the NATO pathway that you're seeking today. It needs sign-off from Hungary and Turkey. You're doing it with the neighbor, Sweden, today. Let's kind of deal with the elephant in the room. You know, if you were going to sit down at FII last year, the disruption from Russia, Ukraine was not part of the equation, right? And it's with us today. What does it do to your outlook economically and politically, that NATO focus that you have today? Does it provide the security and stability that Minister Al-Falih was talking about with all this disruption around?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Minister. For Finland, we are well prepared to all kinds of crises. When COVID came, we were ready. And of course, when it comes to comprehensive security, I think it goes all the way to our education system, social and healthcare, welfare society, that we are well prepared.
Top 5 in per capita GDP in the world, right?
Well, pretty
it's
much.
paid off. Yes.
Pretty much. So, of course, the NATO process together with Sweden, what I really want to underline also here, is, of course, it's a natural step further after becoming member of EU and closer ally of NATO as well. But at the end of the day, it's a matter of comprehensive security for the Nordic countries, for Finland, and of course we can add value when it comes to technologies, when it comes to green transition, all in all when it comes to the know-how. And I really like it here, if I look at the FII's commitment for the future. For our government, exactly the same, that what kind of future investments we need. Defense is one, but it's only one part of the portfolio. And therefore, I think it's a great opportunity to really talk about this new era of partnerships here with this great audience, because this is what the world needs. And I think, for instance, Finland and Saudi Arabia, we complete each other in many ways. And I think it was great to really see how advanced and how ambitious Saudi Arabia and the whole Gulf region is at this stage. And therefore, I really appreciate to be here with our great companies as well.
Okay, very good. How's your population doing with the level of uncertainty in the neighborhood, realistic? Can you give us a temperature check about what it's like?
Well, as I said, our people might be concerned, but we are not afraid. We are well prepared. So I would say temperature-wise, you want the Finnish Celsius in the wintertime or in the summertime, but I'd say it's pretty normal. So of course we are concerned, but once you're well prepared, you're ready for all kinds of challenges.
Thanks very much for addressing the question. Minister Georgiadis, the last time we saw each other was in February before the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And it seems like a completely different outlook. But if I look at 2022 for Greece, it was record tourism receipts, record foreign direct investment, the same thing in Saudi Arabia for the best results in 10 years. Record exports, better than 40 billion euros, and growth of about 6%. And now there's prospects of that being cut by 2/3 in 2023. So after such a terrific 2022, how do you build resilience into the economy? Would you start there?
First of all, John, I want to say that I'm really honored being here. I want to thank for the invitation and Crown Prince for the support of doing FII, which is a fantastic event. We follow the progress the Kingdom is doing the recent years. And since you mentioned that we had our all-time record in FDIs in Greece this year, I try to compete, my friend Khalid. It's not easy, but I try to compete him. So,
wait a second. I thought you guys had a new partnership, KSA and Greece.
We do. No. We love each other. We love each other and we respect each other.
No, I know.
Because we share a common vision about the region, the stability, and we follow the 2030 vision of the country, which is really fantastic, Khalid. I have to congratulate you for that. So, 2022 is a very good year for Greece. Beyond the inflation, of course, that hits everybody. 2023 will be a very challenging year, to be honest. I wouldn't like to make any predictions specifically, because I don't know what will happen with the war in Ukraine. For example, if there is an invasion from Belarus and there is a much bigger conflict, everything will be different. If there will be a more calm and stability, we will be okay. But in any scenario, I will copy my friend from Finland. Greece is very well prepared, and we will manage to sustain ourselves as much as we can, even in a difficult and challenging year as 2023.
Good. You know, I was covering the Greek debt crisis, and you know, it was a shock of all shocks. And unfortunately, you were in the pole position in terms of the debtor nations in the European Union. But I've noticed that the debt to GDP went from 230% down to 162, I think it is this year. So it's coming down quite dramatically. But do you worry that it's going to be a drag on you in the ability to withstand tougher times ahead for next year? Or is that ECB agreement, the European Central Bank agreement, lock in rates that are favorable for you?
First of all, nobody's happy with the interest rate going up. We would be more than happy if they were down. But our national debt is not a real fear. As you said, it is going rapidly down and will continue to go down. The 82% of our debt is locked with interest rates very low with our European lenders. Finland is one of them, and I want to thank them for that. And the annual amount of money that we need to sustain it is very okay for us. So there is not real any danger from our national debt in the near future.
Good. You've chopped it down by almost a third
We
already.
are dropping it down because we are growing our GDP in a much faster way. And as I told you, if the war stops, everything will be okay.
But we all pray for that. Paul Chan, you've lived through a very difficult time with COVID, right? And the policies that have been implemented both in Hong Kong and in China. We came out of a major Communist Party meeting, the first in 5 years on that cycle. How do you collaborate here and convince people that Hong Kong will have its definitive role as a financial center, as a trade hub, the freedom to protect yourself as a financial center? What did we hear from President Xi Jinping on that front that should convince investors that Hong Kong can be remaining open for business?
Yeah, thank you, John, and good morning, everyone. Well, one of the key outcomes from the perspective of Hong Kong in this 20th Communist Party meeting is the reconfirmation of the one country, two system to be practiced in Hong Kong. It is not for expedience, but it is written in the Constitution and become part of the governance system of the mainland. And under the one country, two system, Hong Kong will continue to practice capitalist system and practice common law system, independent judiciary, a free flow of capital, no exchange control. Our dollar continue to be pegged with the US dollar. So from investors' perspective, indeed, Hong Kong will continue to function as a free international financial center with the best international regulatory regime and a trust judicial system. And when we look at this, and although there is uncertainties and challenges externally, we do see the year 2023 is a year of hope and a year of opportunities, because taking stock of our experience, we are going to reposition ourselves for a number of reasons. Number one, as part of China, we should make good use of the Greater Bay Area development, which is Hong Kong, Macau, and 11 cities in the Guangdong province, which is in the southern part of China. This region has a total population of 86 million, a combined GDP of about 1.7 trillion US dollar. On a per capita basis, 22,000 US dollar. And it is growing and getting more affluent. So this is a huge consumer market. But what is interesting is that in this particular cluster city of development, Hong Kong is strong as a financial hub. But at the same time, Shenzhen is very strong as a technology hub. And they have advanced manufacturing base in the neighboring cities.
Good.
So this working together will have significant synergistic report.
Good. I understand your narrative, but a quick follow-up. I looked at the global rankings of global financial centers. I mean, kind of the scale of New York, obviously one, London number 2, despite the political uncertainties, Singapore moving into the number 3 slot, with Hong Kong 4. I mean, nobody's going to argue with you being a top 5 financial center, but it gives the perception that the heavier hand from the mainland is actually eroding confidence as a financial center. And you made an interesting announcement to go after global talent, recognizing this COVID challenge that you went through. What was the motivation to suggest you're out there, you're on the front foot again, do you think, Paul?
I think over the past 3 years, unfortunately because of COVID, we were unable to connect with the outside world fully. And a lot of visitors may not be able to come. So we want to reach out. Since now, our COVID policy has substantially relaxed. Basically, it is a 0+3 day of quarantine. From day 1, on arrival is day 0. Do some tests. On day 2, if the PCR test is negative, day 3, the visitor can go anywhere. In the first 2 days, they can still go to work, meeting friends. The only exception is that they cannot go to bars and restaurants. So it would be a lot easier, and we see people coming. And when I talk about we try to reposition ourselves, is that we are famous as an IFC. But in the future, we want to develop more. And in this respect, we have to be more proactive, working with the neighboring cities to build ourselves and the Custer City into an international innovation and technology hub. That's why we set aside a substantial amount of money, about US $8 billion, as well as a scheme to attract talents from all over the world.
Very interesting. $8 billion. $8
billion US.
That's a pretty substantial war chest to work with, as you can see here. George Osmond, it's great to have you at the Future Investment Initiative. I would be remiss, because there's bringing in a new Prime Minister into the UK, not to start there. I know you are a Remainer, as we say, not in support of Brexit, an extremely steady hand as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Is the new government, and also with having Jeremy Hunt as the Chancellor in your former role, does it turn a page now for the UK? Do you want to share some insights of the convulsionary process that the Tory party went through, and is it recognizable to you at all?
John, well, first of all, it's great to be here, and every time I come to the Kingdom, I see the progress, and it's extraordinary. And so congratulations to everyone in the room who is bringing that about. And my message from London is keep calm and carry on. That is,
famous saying, but more apropos now than ever before,
well,
I think.
More apropos now. I mean, Britain has been through a period of real, by British standards, political instability, particularly in recent months. And we've had several prime ministers, several chancellors. But the good news, and it's actually happening while this panel is convening, that the new British prime minister, who will be confirmed now by King Charles, is Rishi Sunak, who I know. He is very intelligent, a very steady hand. He has experience as a chancellor. He is a fiscal conservative, which will answer a lot of the concern that the gilt markets have had about UK government debt, and it's already seen in the fall in the yields. And also, I just observe, as the first British Indian to be our Prime Minister, a major moment in British history and in the history of the world. If you think that there was a time hundreds of years ago when there was a British Empire that controlled India, and now we have a British Indian as our British Prime Minister. So I think that will also have quite a profound impact on inside Britain and around the world in telling a story about modern Britain. And I think he will, with his Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, who I served in the cabinet with, he was the health minister when I was Chancellor, they will take some very tough decisions on public spending, tough decisions on taxation, and that will restore order. But it has been a very salutary lesson. I thought Ray Dalio's comment on the board meeting before was a very good one. It's a canary in the mine, because it shows that a country cannot afford to lose its fiscal credibility and its fiscal reputation. And it pays a direct and immediate price in the borrowing markets at a time when anyway interest rates are going to have to go up or are going up. It puts an additional strain on that. And so, I think Britain is course correcting, righting itself. displaying some good British pragmatism after a period of not being very pragmatic. But it's also a bit of a lesson to everyone else to see what can happen if you divert from the course of sensible economic policy.
Yeah, you must have watched with alarm the moves by Liz Truss and Mr. Kwarteng as minister, because they went kind of with the shock and awe value, and it was really outside the party parameters. They're kind of hard Brexiteers. You were not. And I thought it was really interesting this week that Guy Hans, the financier, was saying, this new government needs to address, you can't have a hard Brexit. It doesn't serve the purposes. Can there be a third way, do you think? I know it's a pretty blunt question here, but it's a very important question.
Yeah, I was completely against Brexit, which is why I'm no longer in the government. But it's not a decision that's going to be reversed. The mistakes that the Truss government made essentially were both a fiscal mistake in thinking the markets would tolerate a large amount of additional borrowing for unfunded tax cuts, but also dismissing the institutions. There was an institution that I created called the Office of Budget Responsibility. It was sidelined. The permanent head of the Treasury was fired on day one. The Bank of England was, privately the ministers were very, uncivil about the Bank of England. And all of these things undermine the institutions which provided credibility for British policy. They've gone, and we're told might happen at the margins of the G20 between President Biden and President Xi is going to be a step in that direction. And then we need to start bringing these institutions in so that there's better coordination of economic policy. And I'll just end with this point. In 2008-9, as I was coming in as Chancellor, there was actually a lot of global coordination between central banks.
Absolutely.
There was enormous coordination between China and the West on how to stimulate the economy coming out of the financial crash. We see no coordination at all at the moment.
This time.
So it is within the hands of policymakers and it's within the hands of governments to work better together to solve some of these problems and at least make these transitions, which are absolutely correctly identified, easier for all of us.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing you say, because there's almost an anti-institutional bias today in a populist world, right? Against the United Nations, against the IMF, against the World Bank. I'm not sure. I'd like to open it up to the panel. You're a member of the G20. What's the role of Saudi Arabia trying to bring that global collaboration, would you say, Mr. Faleh?
Well, the kingdom is well known to be a friend of all. I mean, we have fantastic relationships that goes back 90 years with the US to the 1930s. And our economic relationships with the US are second to none, and that's hopefully growing and not retrenching.
Is this a blip that we're seeing with the United States?
It is a blip.
Because the historical relationship's a solid one. It doesn't look that way now.
Well, but if you put it in a 90-year history, I mean, we've been through a lot, okay? But in the long term, we're solid allies, I'd like to say, and I think you look at the relationship on the people-to-people side, you look at the relationship on the corporate side, you look at the education system, you look at our institutions working together, we're very close, and we're going to get over this recent spat that I think was unwarranted, but it was a misunderstanding, hopefully. On the other side, we're very strong with our Asian partners. Japan, Korea, of course, have been part and parcel of building our economy, trade, investment. And the last 2-3 decades, China has gained a driver's seat with the economic. They are the biggest importer of our exports from the hydrocarbon value chain, but they're also an important exporter to us, various industrial parts. And we are a believer in multilateral institutions. Our colleagues just came back from the World Bank, IMF, His Excellency Jadaan, our central bank governor, and we're very strong advocates in the G20, of course. We're working hard to get consensus on coming up with a communique, hopefully, on things that the world can agree on to provide a path forward. So we believe that the world will ultimately coalesce around areas we agree and manage and contain those areas where there are disagreements.
Okay, let me follow up very quickly. We have 25 minutes left, and I want to go through this second round of questioning with all of you, and then open it up to have a very robust debate about the major issues we're faced with today. I find it fascinating. You launched a national industrialization strategy, and then you backed it up with this global supply chain resilience policy, which we're going to debate tomorrow exclusively on that. How do you balance the idea of embracing globalization but recognizing that the pandemic was a grand wake-up call to too tight global supply chains? And what's the role of Saudi Arabia as a bridge between East and West and North and South, would you say?
Well, I mean, first of all, even putting aside the political security and energy transition, I think too much of a good thing is you know, ultimately you get diminishing returns. And I think we went too far with globalization. There was no buffer in any system. Every supply chain was being run to lowest cost, most efficiency, just in time. And I think that was perhaps a mistake in retrospect. So we need to build buffer capacity and diversification. There's a recent study by McKinsey that said in April, 25% of the population companies, the world's largest multinationals, were looking to regionalize their supply chain. Just a couple of weeks ago, that increased to 44% in the space of 4-5 months. In terms of single supplier versus multiple suppliers, it went from 51 to 81. So the corporate world is looking for alternative supply. Add on it the energy transition, what happened in Europe, the fact that Asia, by and large, is reliant on imported energy, the fact that we need greener forms of energy. This positions the kingdom at this moment of time, given our location. We are perfect for regionalization with Europe, with Africa, with the growing Middle East markets. So we're the right place, location-wise. We're the right place in terms of resources. I think the energy endowment is well known, but our mineral endowment is huge. You talked about the industrial strategy. We have a mining strategy to back up the extraction and monetization of our minerals. So you put it all together, the minerals, the energy, the fantastic regulations, openness for foreign direct investments, relationships and partners, and being a member of the WTO with easy access to these global markets makes the kingdom, in my opinion, and I'm a bit biased, a prime location to address the global supply chain tensions and disruptions that are happening globally. That's why His Royal Highness personally has looked at this issue and say this is the time for us to launch a massive program in the kingdom with partners, not on our own. It will be backed up soon with some special economic zones that are set up to enable this positioning of the kingdom as a global supply resilience source for multinational companies.
It's interesting what you said about the mining sector, because most people wouldn't know you have more than $1 trillion of assets here.
Absolutely.
And for the energy transition, you do need the rare earth minerals. And China sits on about 85% of the refining capacity of that right now, which is another opportunity to get
EV batteries is something we're working on, but also green metals. I mean, bringing hydrogen and renewables in the production of metals, whether it's steel or aluminum or copper. I think it's going to be quite critical, and we're prepared to do that.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Minister Skinari, going back to Mr. Osborne's comments here about global institutions, Donald Trump wasn't a huge fan of NATO, but NATO got its ultimate test with the incursion of Russia into Ukraine, disrupting the energy supplies as well, also challenging the structure of the European Union itself. What's the lesson we've learned in the last 10 months of conflict for Finland, for NATO, for the strength of the European Union as an institution? They did not buckle. It's a painful transition for the energy costs right now, as you know. But what would you say to the internationalization and these institutions surviving?
Well, first I want to underline that globalization has been a good thing. And of course, the multilateral cooperation is crucial if and when we want to get common solutions. But when it comes to entities like World Trade Organization, of course, it's quite easy to admit that, yes, it's in crisis. And if we look at the superpowers and their logics, they are not recognizing these entities, if I'm trying to be diplomatic, that much.
Do they need to be modernized, do you think?
Well,
Minister?
I think
they just don't seem to be fit for the 21st century, to be candid.
Well, in this world, of course, we must be able to navigate with the solution-driven way of thinking, as we spoke, when it comes to green transition, our climate targets, when it comes to technologies, digitalization. We just have to find solutions with the right partners. But in other words, the entities are important. But if I look at the multilateral world at this stage, I'd say that UN Security Council, for instance, where can we see real results? It's a very good question. But with the development cooperation, actually, we have achieved things. With the OECD, we have achieved things as far as tax and development, for instance. So we have to look at the positive narratives and, of course, work for them. And then, of course, the role of finance ministers. I'm very happy that, for instance, we have 70 countries now for the climate coalition. 70 finance ministers throughout the world committed for climate action. So we have certain platforms that do work. But of course, coming from Europe, coming from Finland, we have a great concern that how we really navigate in this world, for instance, as far as the trade agreements are concerned. And of course, there is a great pressure as far as the sustainability. But I've underlined back home in Finland and Europe that also green transition means new business opportunities. Our companies, they can see huge profits, earnings being made once we implement comprehensive energy solutions combined with digitalization like 5G, which is a big topic here in Saudi Arabia and within the region. And this is something we as governments, we really have to understand when we do government to government, when we do business to government, or business to consumer. And this kind of way of thinking we need, and I think the FII is a great platform for this, and that's why I really like the inaugural speech given today that, first of all, we need to be proactive instead of being reactive. We have to be solution-driven, and we need partnerships. And for Finland, it's obvious that we want to lead by example, being carbon neutral 2035. It's doable. And we have invested already there for decades. We didn't start yesterday. So everything is doable once we implement and once we have the trust amongst each other.
Good. I would say we grew a little bit complacent, particularly, right, because we were into wealth creation and it was going very well until we had the financial shock. Again, resilience, pandemic, resilience, and now a new wave of challenges, which doesn't make your job very easy. I wanted to pick up Minister Georgiades on the point that the Finnish minister raised, and so did Minister Al-Faleh, about being proactive with actions. And one of the proactive natures, I've covered energy for the last 35 years. The Eastern Mediterranean offered a very good opportunity, but Europe got very complacent and very over-reliant on Russian gas, for example, and it was led by the largest economy, Germany. What do you say here in terms of collaboration between Greece and Cyprus? We've seen the collaboration with Egypt, Israel to develop these fields. But shouldn't we do a much better job as governments to map out, or as a global community, to map out energy supplies, for example, even food supplies, the overdependency on Russia and Ukraine for 40% of the world's grain? Should we be a bit more creative in mapping the world or not?
EastMed project is a very good example how sometimes European Union and the United States of America don't really look forward. You know that when we first thought we have to build this EastMed pipeline through Israel, Cyprus, and Greece, nobody was really backing it up. Even though it would be a very good solution to diversify the energy sources from Russia. I think now it will be done, because now it makes economic sense. The strategic partnership between Greece, Cyprus, and Israel is a reality, and the will of the governments is there, and for the first time, European Union understands that it is something that it's needed for the whole European Union, not only for Eastern Mediterranean. I have to say to you that my country is in a very good position being proactive. We are now signing a deal with Egypt and building an electricity connectivity connection with Greece and Egypt that will bring in the future renewable energy from Egypt to European Union markets. We are building already with the Kingdom a big data cable in order to unite the Kingdom and Asia with European Union. This cable has already started to produce results in Greece. I don't know if you know, maybe you know. The recent 3 years, all the big global data center players came and investing in Greece, Microsoft, Amazon Web Services, Digital Realty, Google, exactly because now they understand that Greece is a very good location of unification, all this data world. And I'm happy to say that Crown Prince and my Prime Minister announced in Athens some months ago a very big project of an electricity cable connection between Greece and the Kingdom and the region in order to export renewable energy and from the Kingdom to European markets. Greece is being transformed as fast as we can to a real renewable energy hub. We had as a national vision to reach 20 gigawatt production of electricity until 2030. Now we're sure we'll reach that until 2024, 6 years earlier. We're changing the vision from 20 giga to 30 giga, and we are attracting a lot of FDIs in this area. So in the near future, when the need for renewable energy of Northern Europe will be enormous and their production capacity not so big, we will be able there to produce energy and to export energy to them. So we are living in a new world, everything transforming very, very fast. The war, even though in the first phase gave a lot of space to fossil fuels because we needed urgent energy, it will accelerate the green transition. Because now renewable energy makes economic sense, it's much cheaper. And there is a lot of motivation to go faster in this direction. I see it in my country. Last week we had our first day with 5 hours only consumption renewable energy. So in this new world that is changing so rapidly, I'm proud to say Greece will be a key player.
Good. Can I ask you very quickly, and we had this conversation in February, President Erdogan of Turkey can sometimes be his own disruptor, and he's trying to be a bridge between Russia and the European Union and the United States right now. But at the same time, he's kicking up a lot of waves, if you will, in the Eastern Med and against Greece. Is it for real, or what's your view on it?
Greece needs peace and stability. And our Prime Minister from the United Nations addressed the Turkish people and said that we are friends, we have nothing really to split with the Turkish people. We want prosperity for them, for us, for everybody in the region. But if Mr. Erdogan really consists to setting question in our sovereignty, in our sovereign rights, in our borders, in this case, you can understand, my friend John, that we will defend ourselves in any way we can. So, from the one hand, we want collaboration, but we want respect also from Turkey. I think President Erdogan is hurting Turkey's national interest very hard with his behavior. He transformed Turkey to a country that almost any neighbor of this region won't have any connection with them. This is not good for the Turkish people. Bad. He thought he was so strong that he tried to destroy the reputation of many foreign leaders around his region. Bad choice. Now he's changing his mind. Too late. And above all, he's questioning the sovereignty of a European Union member state, Greece, and he still has troops in another European member state, Cyprus. So, if they really want to have peace, stability, and prosperity, we're here. But it needs two to tango.
Yeah, very well said. I was going to say, both with the U.S. and French security pact, I think you're a bit stronger diplomatically at the same time in this narrative,
We have
right?
signed a very strong agreement with the United States of America. We have signed a very strong agreement with France. We respect our allies, and I have to say, as a NATO member, since now it's the days that Turkey is not yet submitted the apply of Finland and Sweden to NATO, this is not a good behavior of an ally to stop what all the rest of the member states have decided. This is not a good behavior. And for sure, it's not a good behavior being a NATO member and having such a strategic partnership with countries like Iran, or evaluating all the sanctions against Russia. Very bad idea. It hurts world trade. It hurts European economy. It hurts our relationship. It's not good for the Turkish people. I really hope that President Erdogan will understand at the end that what he's doing is hurting, first of all, Turkish people's interest.
Okay, let's pick it up and move to one of the issues that you brought up, Minister Georgiadis, which was Greece as a hub for renewable energy. There's two sides to the coin, Minister, in China, because it has almost 50 coal plants being developed as we speak. It's going to be a leader in battery storage for electric vehicles, one of the biggest electric vehicle manufacturers. I talked about its refining of strategic minerals for the energy transition. What role does Hong Kong have in trying to finance this and to make sure that the second largest economy in the world is on that pathway as a power in renewable energy, as even Minister Al-Fali was talking about Saudi Arabia? Go ahead.
Yeah, China has set a very ambitious carbon zero strategy. They call it 30-60. So by the year 2030, peak off in terms of emission. And then by the year 2060, will be carbon zero. So in the process, transition to this green economy requires a lot of funding. And in the case of Hong Kong, we set a target for us, 2050. By the year 2050, we will be carbon zero. And over the past few years, we have been promoting green and sustainable finance. On the green bond, last year, arranged and issued in Hong Kong, over $56 billion US, 4 times bigger than the year before. And last year, we issued government green bonds, number one, retail green bond, so that the citizen can participate. They own the topic, and they can share the benefit. And that particular issue is to the order of 20 billion Hong Kong dollar, the largest globally at the time of issuance. And we issue green bonds in US dollar, in euro, and in renminbi. For US dollar and euro, the tenure is 30 years. 20 years. So at the time of issuance, actually, it is the longest tenure issued by any Asian government. So we are trying to lead by example and set benchmarks for issuers to come to Hong Kong. We even subsidize some of their issuing expenses. And apart from bonds, we also provide subsidies in terms of green and sustainable banking loans, so that smaller business can also benefit. So we are focusing on that fund quite well.
Very interesting. We had a meeting at one of the firms I'm working with APCO Worldwide, and the climate team. And one of the leaders we have from the United States says, if you're going to play in climate and on the global stage, you have to be in London for financing. Do you think this is an opportunity that's often overlooked by the outside world, the role that London is playing on the transition to 2050? The UK, although Liz Truss was kind of willing to back off of it, it has the clearest roadmap to 2030 and to 2050, and the offshore wind, for example, and the transitions from natural gas to hydrogen as well. What do you see, George, in that area of opportunity for the UK?
Well, the UK itself is leading the climate transition, having been an oil and gas exporter when I was younger, not on the same scale as Saudi Arabia, but nevertheless significant North Sea reserves. Now, by setting a predictable framework for renewable energy subsidies in the earlier part of the decade, has actually led the development of offshore wind power. And it's interesting, our French neighbours, have said explicitly we should be trying to model what the UK's done to try and encourage offshore wind development in France. And also restarting nuclear power development, which has been difficult in the West. But with French collaboration and indeed Chinese money, there is a new nuclear power station being built in the west of England, which will provide over 10% of the UK's electricity. So there's quite a big move towards zero carbon, and it has a predictable framework. I think the first part of your question is actually very interesting, and one of the least noticed things at the moment, which is the global rules, financial rules on disclosure for companies are powering this transition towards a zero carbon future. And former Bank of England Governor Mark Carney, also Bank of Canada Governor, he has led the United Nations effort to change the rules of the game around things like the weighting of capital for carbon-intensive industries, which the European Union has picked up. And this is having a really dramatic effect, well below everyone's radar, because it's very complicated and it's not followed on a sort of daily basis. And London has emerged as the center because despite some of the dysfunction in the political system, across the political system, there is support for that zero carbon future. It's enabled London to emerge as the financing center for all sorts of interesting green instruments. And London, I guess, as the traditional home of global capital markets, has not missed this opportunity, which is, if you're working in finance as I do now, a good thing for the UK.
Great. We have 5 minutes left. Thanks a lot for taking that issue, because it's very interesting playing off of Hong Kong. And I want to pose one final question, 1 minute each. I think it's pretty fair. I talked in my opening comments about being proactive. And it's such a challenging world, and I'm glad we brought up climate, because the challenge of our lifetime is climate, right? I mean, for our children and for our grandchildren, there's no question. And can we strike the balance of dealing with the clear and present dangers that we've had for the last 12 years, from the financial crisis to the pandemic to conflict, and still tackle the biggest challenge of our lifetime? And do you want to tackle each one of it from your own angle? You talked about renewables in Greece, but can we do the medium-term planning that's necessary to tackle the challenge of our lifetime? Khalid?
Well, absolutely. I mean, the Kingdom has realized the challenge and the opportunity presented by two issues. I mentioned the fact that fossil fuels are depletable anyway. So way before the climate challenge brought it to the fore, we've been prepared for the transition, investing in systems and processes and people to manage this transition, while realizing that we have to continue to rely on hydrocarbons for an extended period of time, and investing on converting the maximum amount of hydrocarbons that we don't need for combustion and energy into petrochemicals. But the Kingdom has set very high targets for our energy mix to be 50% gas, 50% renewables in the intermediate term. We're the largest investor today in hydrogen, both blue and green hydrogen, for domestic consumption and industry, as I mentioned, for commodities that will be increasingly green for exports as part of our supply chain. So all of this is happening while continuing to provide for the world what it needs in oil and gas with spare capacity. And I think recent painful findings by the rest of the global community has proven what the Kingdom has been saying for many, many years, that we need to jointly, collaboratively manage this transition.
I remember 5 years ago, when, as Minister of Energy, you were talking about the need to continue to invest in oil and gas, and nobody took it seriously. The OPEC Secretary General, rest his soul, Mr. Barkindo, was saying the same thing. Abdulaziz bin Salman has been saying the same thing, but with the pendulum keeps on swinging wide, and that's one of the reasons I asked that question. Can we land in the middle, Minister Sganari, in our global mapping, our global planning to tackle climate or the priority issues of today, food shortages and energy shortages? Can we rally to the cause?
Well, food crisis, energy crisis, the world is full of crises, but the world is also full of solutions. And I think that we have all the elements in place. If we look at the technologies, including the connectivity, supply chains, logistics, but what we are lacking is common approach. We do have resources. If we look at the banking sector, development funding at the global level, but we have to find the way of integrating the technologies, services together, i.e. we have to work together. And then we can scale up and we can speed up. The European Union's commitments, Finland's commitments, yes, they are very ambitious. But what we've learned is that we need the private sector. We need the private sector know-how. We need the top R&D. But we have it. But we need partners, and that's why the commitment, for instance, of Saudi Arabia, Gulf region, Hong Kong, China, it's so important. It's crucial that we work together. I'm positive that we can speed up, but I'm also very concerned that if and when there is more and more protectionism in the world, there is more and more, I'd say, selfishness, then we cannot get there. Because, for instance, energy sector, we can implement solar, wind, all kind of things, but we have to be more holistic at the country level. That's why business-to-government solution, Africa, for instance, but we have to work together. Nobody can do it alone.
Yeah, the level of collaboration needs to, I'd say radical collaboration is what we're needed here. Mr. Georgiadis, your final thoughts on this ability to collaborate? Last year we had Prime Minister Mitsotakis here of Greece, and the collaboration between Saudi Arabia and the UAE, for example, accelerated. What do you think is the priority here to tackle climate?
First of all, being born means dealing with crisis. So we will have crisis. Humankind is a very smart species. We will manage to survive. And dealing with climate change is a matter of surviving for human nature. So there's no way out. We have to deal with it. And we will do it. I'm totally confident. European Union will lead as an example to this road, and I'm very proud about it. We live in a world that Euroscepticism is huge. It led to Brexit, for example, unfortunately. But European Union is still a fantastic place to live. And all the goals of green energy that we have said and believe will be fulfilled, because there's no other way out.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is one thing that Vladimir Putin probably wasn't expecting, is that it's going to accelerate the transition, which Mr. Al-Faleh talked about. Paul, we have about 45 seconds for you and George. Do you want to pick it up?
Well, on the climate challenge, the way we see it is that we will be an international financial center serving not just the mainland, but also the region. Because China and developing Asia accounting for about 2/3 of global growth and fast growing. And in the process, they need to transition to a green economy. So in the process, if we are working on harmonizing the standards, improving the structures, the disclosure, like the common reporting taxonomy, and making it easier for people to come to raise funds. But apart from that, if I may sidetrack a little bit, looking at the quite difficult international political landscape and the tension, geopolitical tensions, the way we see it is that we need more people-to-people connections, more cultural exchanges, so as to promote better understanding of each other. So in our initiative in opening ourselves to attract talents, it is not just for economic development. We are also targeting to students to come to our universities to study. And we will be also doing a lot of cultural exchange programs with different countries, particularly countries in the region and countries that may not be too familiar with us. We hope through this, with better understanding, better connections, and when people come to personal level, I think the touch and the understanding would be very different.
Good. Very simple question in 30 seconds, if you don't mind, Mr. Osborne. Rodney King, during the LA riots, which I covered in 1992, said something simply but very profound: can't we all get along? Can we get to the end of the conflict in Russia, but can we have that global collaboration that everybody at the table talked about here?
I'll try and do it in 30 seconds. I'll give you some reasons to be optimistic. First of all, Russia's failing in the Ukraine. NATO's red line about protecting the neighboring countries has held, and you could see the end of that conflict, hopefully in the next 12 months. That, if you want to be optimistic, that's something we could perhaps cling to. Everyone in this room has a role in trying to encourage some kind of peace there, because it hangs over everything. I think China will start to ease its COVID restrictions. That will help with global supply chains, it will help with the interpersonal contact that we're hearing about, and it will help with the inflationary pressures. And then finally, I think the big geopolitical challenge, yes, everything, whether it's climate or whatever, it requires cooperation. And again, everyone in this room has a role in trying to get the United States and China to work out a new way of operating together to make the global system work, the global rules work, the global institutions work. And if they can do that, it'll be better for both of their countries, but also for the rest of us.
I'm sure you're probably very happy at 9 Yards Capital, but I'd like to make you the global czar for reinstitutionalizing the 20th century institution that needs some modernization. George Osborne, it's a pleasure. Paul Chen is great, Minister Georgiadis, Minister Skinali, and our host minister today, Minister Khalid Al-Faleh. A nice round of applause. Thank you very much for the interventions and for the invitation. I'll let our panel exit here. Stay in your seats. Don't go too far. We are going to focus on Africa, and I wanted to bring up my dear friend Richard Atias to the stage. Can we give him a nice warm welcome back to the stage himself? Thanks very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you for this great session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your seats. Keep your seat for a conversation which will happen now with a great head of state. His country is like second home for me. It's a country of 18 million inhabitants. It's a country where agriculture, construction, mining, fisheries, and now even gas and oil were discovered recently. It's a country which is really an inspiration for many countries in Africa. And this country is a great leader who was with us at the first edition of FII in 2017. So it's my great honor and my privilege to welcome on stage His Excellency, the President of Senegal, His Excellency President Macky Sall. Please, a round of applause for His Excellency. The session will be in French. Please take your seat. Please be very kind. Just to be polite with our special guest, please. If you can take your seats, please. Please be nice enough to sit and to take your seats, please. Please, the media, thank you. Really appreciate if you can take your seats, please. Thank you. The session will be in French, so please, I invite you to take your headsets and we'll conduct this interview in French. Thank you. Monsieur le Président, merci de nous faire l'honneur de venir à Riyad. Vous avez décollé dans la nuit, vous venez d'arriver. Nous sommes vraiment très heureux de vous accueillir.
Merci beaucoup, Richard. Permets-moi d'abord de saluer Sa Majesté, le serviteur de Sainte Mosquée, le roi Salman Ben Abdelaziz Al Saoud, et remercier également le prince héritier, Premier ministre du Royaume d'Arabie Saoudite, Son Altesse Royale Mohamed Ben Salman Ben Abdelaziz Al Saoud, pour cette invitation. Oui, je viens de Dakar, de l'Afrique.
This invitation, yes, I'm from Dakar, from Africa. I have arrived this morning to participate in this great, important event that is something important for us, especially when it comes to investment, as well as the human relationships and our hope toward development and progress. Your Excellency, you are not only the President of Senegal, but you are also the President of the African Union. And I believe that you are the first leader who frankly and transparently mentioned and announced that we are in a new global order and we're going to enter into a new global order. So our topic today is, you are a leader.
Est un monde multipolaire. On peut l'accepter, on peut ne pas l'accepter. Mais c'est la réalité.
Today's word is a multipolar word and we need to accept it. So in fact, the databases or the principles that are governing this word include
methodology which I hope you will adopt, which I hope you will share.
How can we educate and empower the next generation to promote ESG initiatives?
I think one of the biggest opportunities in the next several years
Oui, je crois que c'est venu. Merci beaucoup. Voilà. Merci. Richard, je disais que
Thank you, Mr. Richard. I was saying that we are in a world with multipolars, and this is a reality. In fact, this is a reality of the 20th century, so we need to accept this reality. However, when we observe the global geography as well as the global population, in addition to the global landscape, we realize that we have no way unless we cooperate with each other in order to build a brighter future. So yes, in fact, we are controlled by some principles that happened after the Second World War, and these principles or these rules are complicated, and they are not changing, and they are not enabling us to consider our reality, which in fact is post the Second World War. I'm talking about in the 60s. In fact, we have hundreds of countries, including Asia, including in Latin America, in Africa also. And those countries are concerned with some issues that are not taken into consideration by other nations. Either here I'm talking about at the United Nations level. So, for example, these countries, they are not included among, for example, the United Nations discussions. So these rules and these considerations are not fair with these countries. So as such, now we are looking for new partners and new partnerships in order to create better future, better society, and an inclusive one. What is the role that has to be played by Africa in this new global order? In fact, Africa is an important continent, speaking geographically, and also when it comes to African potentials and human resources, in addition to the natural resources, at the petrol level or at the gas level also. So here I mean that all the raw materials are available in Africa. In fact, Africa is full of also mineral resources. So again, here I would like to highlight that the way how these resources are being utilized is not fair. And there are some systems that have been established, and they are still having the sovereignty, and they're having the power and monopolization over these resources. So we believe that we have to restructure the whole order, because in fact Africa is a continent that is growing rapidly. We have a lot of youth who have different needs, different circumstances, and in fact we are paying a lot of taxes. Some is going and dedicated to African people and can be spent in restructuring the whole system and the whole management. Again, as I mentioned, Africa is a continent that is not being fully utilized. So we need to mitigate the risks. We need to anticipate these risks. Africa, for the moment, in fact, is in the middle of a world where is being endangered by a lot of risks. So for Africa is very important, and we need to take it into consideration. So this is why I am here, and why I have decided to come here in order to call everyone to come and to visit Africa, because it's an amazing place and we can exchange the benefits and we can exchange the lessons learned. Africa is waiting to be involved, to be included. So there are hundreds of investors. So if we want to consider Senegal in particular, can you mention or can you list the fields or the domains where investors can invest like what are the areas through which we can invest, and like you are recommending that we invest in these areas.
Et au Sénégal notamment.
Oui, le Sénégal est dans l'Afrique.
Senegal, in fact, is one island of Africa. It's an integral part of Africa. When I'm speaking about Africa, I'm speaking about Senegal and vice versa. So the areas where we can invest in Senegal, we have tourism, hospitality, housing. As I mentioned, hospitality, infrastructure, highways, highways with tax. So everything that is related to gas, to petrol, to mineral resources, to petrochemicals, not to mention also the fertilizers and everything related to agriculture, because in fact we are not controlling these materials. And now it's time, especially when it comes to the oil sector, that we need to build our capacities in order to produce these resources. So in fact, technology also, and since the pandemic, we are working to have more readiness and to offer more doctors, as well as to improve our healthcare system, especially when it comes to the vaccination. In fact, we have a
pour pouvoir produire le vaccin anti-Covid et toute la gamme de vaccins et selon
such as the yellow fever. So all types of vaccination and all available technologies needed by our nation, Africa, is a good opportunity for investment. Also here I would like to encourage the importance of working with a lot of health entities. In fact, Africa, a lot of people, they don't understand the high potentials and resources of Africa. And here it's an invitation for everyone to get to know this nation better. The stereotype about Africa, in fact, is not correct, for sure. Africa is the nation of solutions. And we can, by working together, develop a lot of actions and open the market. Africa, perhaps, is known for political crises, revolutions. However, this is not the correct image of Africa. Africa is a promising nation. In this important session, and with the participation of a number of we want to highlight.
Oui, on parlait de la sécurité alimentaire. Ouais. Quel rôle peut jouer l'Afrique dans cette stratégie mondiale en termes de sécurité alimentaire?
We want to highlight the importance of the agriculture sector and how we can achieve the food security. In fact, at the African Union, we have developed an agricultural strategy 20 years ago during Mobutu Summit, when the states were asked to contribute by 10% of their budget in a food project. The Ukrainian crisis today has proven that we need to build, especially at the fertilizer level, which is needed by the agriculture sector. We need to build with our partners, and I have, during last December, I have faced some of our partners. We need to develop a strategy that can enable us to improve some products or to manufacture some agricultural products, including grains, such as the wheat, which we need to improve, and we need to diversify as well as to intensify. We need also the necessary fertilizers. So, for example, if in Europe, if European countries can, in Africa, we have 5% hectare of fertilizer. So in Africa, we need, in fact, 17 kilograms of fertilizers. And this is a small amount. So development and growth at the agricultural level is necessarily and it depends on the help from other people or other nations, especially when I'm talking about fertilizers, water, upgrading the mechanisms of farming, and also providing better storage system. So we need to work on a strategy to secure agricultural security. Your Excellency, my last question to you.
Invest in humanity, ne pas parler des jeunes, de la jeunesse.
The topic of this lecture is the theme of this initiative is investing in humanity. And now we need to consider the African youth because they are the essence, they are the root of our humanity. And you have communicated messages to the African youth or to the Senegali youth. What is the message that you would like to communicate to this youth that you are seeing in front of you? And if you can, please also address the youth who are the main driver for our humanity. Mr. Richard, when I am addressing the youth, I have a lot of passion and love because our youth are our future in Africa, and we have a dynamic youth who wants to succeed, who wants to work hardly. At all the African states, we have around 77% of youth who are under the age of 35. So Africa is a youth continent and is a very youth continent. So if we want to create better life for the youth, we need to educate them. We need to raise their awareness. You need to train them to
Voilà, je disais donc qu'il nous faut les former en particulier.
To train the youth in order to be able to practice or to face different life challenges. And this we need to do the training in new areas such as the digital sector, the human resources. And we need to offer to make all the information available to our youth in order to succeed. So for example, if we want to provide training in the digital transformation and we don't have information, like that we're going to discourage our youth and we will lead them to failure. So that's why as a nation, we consider ourselves responsible for this education that is necessary to our youth and to enable our youth at the regional level, also at the international level. We need, in fact, to create a professional generation. In this regard, we need cooperation and partnership in order to develop mechanisms for education and for training in order to be on a large scale. And this should be done to every single youth in our continent. So the key word is education and training. So these are the two key words because education is our main enabler to help youth to go to the right path instead of moving to tourism or criminal behavior. And like that, the youth will have a good immunity against any risks and against any threats.
Quel est le vœu qu'il souhaiterait se réalise en supposant qu'il soit un magicien?
My ex-colleague asked his colleague to mention only one wish, and like he's like a fairy tale. So give me your wish. What is your wish? I want to achieve stability and peace in Africa and in the world, especially in Africa, which is facing a lot of crisis, a new form of tourism, a new form of internal conflicts. So we need security and peace globally for a better future. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup to both of you, both to His Excellency, Macky Sall, President of Senegal and the Chair of the African Union, and to Richard Atias. So, we've got a break for you. You're allowed to go have some lunch now, but do come back. We've got a lot more programming for you this afternoon, including an entire new summit within a summit, the Clash of Generations. See you shortly. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome. It's still day one, the Future Investment Initiative, discussing investing in humanity. And I would like you all to give a very warm welcome to my next guest. Up here with me, we're going to have the CEO of Google Cloud, Thomas Kurian. Please give him a warm welcome. Thank you so much. How are you?
Great, thanks.
Good, great to have you.
Thanks.
So we're here discussing digital transformation, a subject that everyone in this room, I'm sure, is absolutely involved in. You cannot wake up without having something in your life turned digital. Before we get to digital transformation, I want to talk about the transformation of Thomas Kurian, because you've had a fascinating career. You were a longtime executive at Oracle, and then zap, 2018, you took the job at Google Cloud, which at the time was a smaller player in the cloud computing business. You've grown the business dramatically since then. It is a serious contender to the cloud offerings of others, Amazon, Microsoft. I wonder what you saw that the rest of us didn't when you decided to make that leap.
I saw two important things. First of all, that technology was becoming fundamental in every industry. As every industry became digital, whether it was a bank or a retailer or an energy producer or an electric utility, technology was becoming fundamental to every industry. And cloud computing promised to simplify technology so that everybody could have access to it. Every company could have access to it. So the combination of this need and this simplification, I thought, could deliver enormous promise and drive a lot of growth.
Interesting. Trust is such a critical word in digital transformation. How do you convince your customers that they can trust their business to Google Cloud?
Trust is really about a variety of things. Trust is trusting us to provide you, a company, with a platform for innovation, trusting us that we will be in all the locations around the world, for example, here in the Kingdom, bringing our technology to you where you need it, trusting us that we'll keep your data secure, trusting us not just with the platform we give you today, but all the promise of the innovation that we're going to deliver for you so that you can build upon it and transform your business. For us, trust is all those elements.
You mentioned you're here in the region. You're speaking to customers all the time, I know. In fact, I listened to a podcast where you talked about the fact that in the first 100 days or so, you met with hundreds and hundreds of customers. I wonder how the pandemic has changed the needs of those clients and how it's changed the needs of the workplace. What does that mean for your work?
The pandemic accelerated enormously some trends which are already happening in different parts of the world. First of all, it made consumers incredibly familiar with technology. It made them order food online, experience many things online, work with their colleagues through video conferencing, talk to their doctor online. So it made consumers incredibly technology aware. It also made many CEOs look at their businesses and go, do I have the technology foundation so that when I emerge from the pandemic, I can take all the lessons I learned and to bring it forward? Banks, for example, started looking themselves and saying, how can I take all our expertise, the people in our, in our branches, but through now digital media, bring them to consumers around the world? Retailers felt that e-commerce used to be one part of their business, but how do you now make it the core of your business? Healthcare clients who talk to us all the time about, I want to be somewhere where doctors and patients can talk continually, not just when they visit the hospital. So digitization helped companies understand the lessons from the pandemic and then bring them forward.
Interesting. What about education as well?
Well, we've been very fortunate as Google in supporting hundreds of millions of children around the world to learn digitally during the pandemic. Our technology helped bring teachers and students through our virtual classrooms together. Today, as kids go back to school, they still take classes in the physical presence of the classroom, but they use assistance online to continue to learn after they've come home from school.
I wonder if you could give me some examples of what companies here in the Middle East are doing with, and what they're learning from their data that they're processing through Google Cloud by analyzing it, using the AI. What are they learning? What are they doing?
So we've just 3 or 4 simple examples. We've done work with the Ministry of Water, Environment, and Agriculture right here in the Kingdom to help them understand, using a technology called Google Earth Engine and our cloud, the impact of climate change, particularly on the water supply. Second, we've helped a large e-commerce retailer, Noon.com, understand the buying behavior of consumers and being able to put in front of them, using our artificial intelligence tools, better products and services and better recommendations. For those who are going to Qatar to watch the World Cup next month, Oraduro Group uses our voice technology and our artificial intelligence tools to scale their contact center so that millions who will be visiting the game can actually ask them questions to find the services, because many people will be coming to Qatar from different parts of the world. So these are just 3 simple examples in different companies, understanding the customer, understanding their data, understanding, for example, supply chain. Some of the large retailers now use our cloud along with data from their supply chain logistics systems to understand where will they have bottlenecks, how do they get the right product and service to the consumer when they need it.
I wonder, pick one of those examples you said, and what does it do in terms of some of the things that they measure, like their profits or their productivity or the speed at which they are able to make decisions and flip if something that they've tried doesn't work?
It used to take some companies days to schedule and understand their position on inventory. They can now do it in seconds, in real time. It used to take people weeks to schedule a complex bill of materials. It now takes them less than a few minutes. The faster you can see information, the faster you can make decisions. The faster you can make decisions, the faster you have competitive advantage.
So one of the topics that no one really wants to talk about, but everybody worries about, is cybercrime. And it costs the world hundreds of billions of dollars every year, estimated to be $10 trillion by 2025. How does cloud computing help keep companies safe?
So, cybercrime, as the value of data has grown, and as every industry becomes digital, cyber criminals find it super easy to access and steal data and then hold companies to ransom. So why is that occurring? In almost every cybercrime incident that occurs is a black swan event. The organization thought it was secure, the crime happened, and then they realized that they had a door open. So what we believe is the solution to it. Number one, simplify security. A lot of the reasons that cybercrime criminals are able to get in is that cybersecurity is too complicated to implement. Number two, build in security into the platforms rather than trying to bolt it on. And number three, provide the best tools and technology to allow people to detect and respond to cyber incidents as quickly as possible. So we're helping many different organizations, from financial institutions, payment systems, telecommunications networks, to stay secure using all that Google has learned and all the technology that Google has invented to keep our own services secure.
And I want to ask you about sustainability. You mentioned your work with the Kingdom, with the Department for Water. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how other companies might be using the cloud in order to advance sustainable goals. What are they doing?
So sustainability, the one important element is the more accurately you can measure, the faster that people are able to then make decisions to improve their sustainability posture. So with the work that we did with the ministry was also with the Department of Artificial Intelligence and Data Science. And they used our tools to understand the data so that they could make decisions much more quickly. We've helped many other organizations. A big project we did last year in Europe was with Unilever to understand how the products that they were sourcing in order to make sustainable products for consumers, the food products, the oil that they were sourcing was sourced in a sustainable way. And again, it comes back to understanding all of the data in your supply chain so that you can then deliver products, manufacture them, and distribute them in a sustainable way.
I wonder if you could talk about, cloud computing is a $200 billion market, and 2/3 of that is held by these three big American companies, Amazon, Microsoft, Google Cloud. Big American tech companies are getting a bit of pushback in the world. I wonder what global responsibilities come from holding that position.
The important responsibilities we take is, if you think about the consumer, the device that made computation accessible to every person in the world was really the smartphone, because it made a phone, a camera, a personal computer, and an internet browser simplified and cheap so that it could be in everybody's pocket all the time. Our responsibility as cloud providers is to make sure every organization, from a small entrepreneur to a small business to a large enterprise or government agency, has access to the same technology that powers our services. Secondly, we want to bring it to every part of the world so there are no haves and have-nots. And bringing it, not only are we doing that right here in the kingdom by bringing our cloud region here, but we're also investing in technology training, bringing digital skills so that people can learn how to use the technology.
Thank you so much, Thomas Kurian. Let's give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
So from digital transformation, we will head over to the next generation of travel. Very pleased to be welcoming to the stage Richard Quest, together with his honorable guest, His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib and Julia Simpson. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you. Right. Have a seat. Excellency, the growth of tourism is extraordinary in this country at the moment. But it's not just here, is it? What we are seeing worldwide is a tremendous increase in tourism. Would you agree? The bounce back is strong.
First of all, I completely agree with you. We recovered by about 60% versus to pre-pandemic, versus to 2019. And people started to travel, and we restored or rehired again 20 million jobs out of the 60 million we lost, or the industry lost as a result of the pandemic. Saudi Arabia achieved historical numbers this year in terms of number of visits and spend. I can assure you that this year performance globally and in Saudi Arabia is much more stronger than anyone expected.
Are you surprised, Julia, at WTTC? Are you surprised that the bounce back has been as strong in as many ways?
Do you know, I'm not surprised, because travel and tourism is a very resilient industry. And after people were literally locked down for 2 years, they were desperate to get out. So they had the money, they had the savings, and they had the desire. So we've seen an incredible comeback. It's come back really, really strong. Numbers are looking good.
And yet, that comeback, which is so strong, has led to tremendous bottlenecks. Issues of capacity, issue of management of numbers, all these sort of things at airports have all been a problem.
Well, I think what you're seeing is a classic situation of demand outstripping supply at the moment. And you're also seeing globally an issue around the number of people that can come back into our sector. We saw that in the opening session. But I have to say, I really applaud the work of His Excellency Al-Khatib, because I've never, ever seen an ambition for tourism quite like I'm seeing here. The investment, the commitment, the energy, the drive. And we, after this wonderful conference, we're going to be holding a summit here, and people are very welcome to come to it. The 28th of November, we're going to be bringing together all the big players in travel and tourism to look at the way forward for the kingdom and for us globally.
When you look at this pent-up demand, and you realize that Saudi is essentially starting an industry and growing it at size, you stand the good opportunity to avoid the mistakes that everybody else has made.
Oh, definitely. This is an opportunity for us. And let me tell you, Chris, the World Bank is expecting the global growth to slow down. However, our industry, and based on your numbers, Julia, shows that the travel and tourism industry will outperform the global growth when it comes to growth. Inflation also is a negative thing, but we expect that the number of arrivals based on your numbers will grow by 300% in 2030, and the spend will grow by 320% in our industry. We started with our NTS, Richard. The vision is clear. His Royal Highness told me two things. I want to achieve 10% GDP contribution from tourism and GDP in jobs. And the third message or third direction is to become one of the top destinations globally. And these are the clear vision. With the clear vision, as Sebastian, the chairman and the CEO of Accor, told me this morning, he said, you guys have a very clear vision, very clear plan. We have the vision. We put the plan, we put all the resources, especially the financial resources, to deliver the plan. For we are almost halfway of delivering our plan. We're achieving major successes. We will see more destinations in the near future that will put Saudi Arabia in the top.
To be at the top, define what that means. And I'll tell you why I ask that in such terms. It's not difficult to get the numbers. Yeah. You can give, it's true. You can sort of do cheap package tours, and you can get Chinese tourists on those visits. You can bring them in by the millions if you want to. But that's not what you need, is it?
Absolutely. We want to create the maximum value and the best experience for the people who will visit Saudi Arabia. And we promise to do that. And we are moving to do that. We are investing in our manpower. We announced the 100 million program to train the young Saudis, and we are building the best ever built destinations.
What would this is an unfair question. What would your guidance or advice be in this scenario, which I know you've probably given privately, but now give a version of it publicly? What's your guidance and advice? Having seen the way to do this in a sustainable way, what would you say?
Well, first of all, look at the value that you bring to your country in terms of economic value and in terms of jobs. Because although we might say those are just tick boxes, they really, really matter. If 1 in 10 jobs on this planet come from direct, indirect, and induced travel and tourism, and 1 in $10. So first of all, you're creating wealth and prosperity for your people, and you're creating jobs with dignity for your people. So that's really the most important. Second, around sustainability. It is true, if you have a blank sheet of paper, if you're building a hotel from scratch, it is easier than maybe going into an old Venetian hotel and trying to retrofit it to make it completely sustainable. But it's possible, and it is happening now.
To the question, why do it? You've got lots of industries. Why do you want a tourism industry?
You have been coming to Saudi Arabia in the last 3 years more than ever. Why you are coming to Saudi Arabia?
I'm asking the question.
We have everything to offer. We have the sun and sea. We have the beautiful, pristine, Red Sea, and we have the mountains, and we have the city, and we have the culture, and we have the great people.
But it's a fickle. Oh.
And very warm people.
But it's a fickle industry.
They've got a very big hearts. They're very, very warm. With the first time I came to Saudi, I had certain ideas in my head. I'll tell you, they just all disappeared. I have never been so warmly welcomed anywhere. Lovely people.
How do they avoid over-tourism? Now, I know that might sound like, you should be so lucky, but how do they avoid over-tourism? Because one of the things that came out of the pandemic was we had to change for places like Venice, Barcelona, Prague, all those over-visited places. And I'm not sure they have put in place any new policies.
I think a lot of the destinations that are very, very popular do look at this, and they look at how to spread people out and do it in different times. It is a challenge, though, you're absolutely right. But I think also the world is opening up. Tourists are going to have more places to visit. And I say tourists, but they're just human beings wanting to travel and wanting to experience other people's cultures. There'll be Saudi Arabia where they can come to. I mean, it would be a wonderful problem to have, wouldn't it, His Excellency, to have some overcrowding.
Absolutely. I do come back to this idea of it being an aspirational, inspirational industry. But I think that also clouds politicians' minds in many countries. They get all misty-eyed and forget it's a business that needs decent policies behind it, Julia. They need ministers like here who actually carry clout in cabinet and government because they're also, the dreams.
Well, I also think that with the great exception of His Excellency and Saudi Arabia that seem to really understand the value of travel and tourism, in some countries around the world, governments have taken it for granted. And they do bring in unnecessary taxes, like in the UK, APD, for travelling on an airline, that they say they're going to commit to green causes, and then they don't. So there's been a lot of mixed messages. I think we also need to remember the world is still not open, China is still closed, and we're still in that battle to bring down the restrictions and make seamless travel a reality. I mean, when you come to Saudi Arabia in a few years' time, it's pretty seamless now. You'll hardly need, it'll be a digital experience.
Yeah. We need to come to a close. We'll be here all in a few weeks, won't we? Again, for the WTTC summit.
Yes.
What do you want to get from that summit?
Riyadh will be the capital of global travel and tourism industry. But let me also mention something. Sustainability. We have to protect the planet. Saudi Arabia is establishing the Global Sustainability Center that will protect the jobs and will protect the environment and the social life. And therefore, we will drive more visitors and more travelers, but in the same time, we have to make sure that we have the policies that will protect this beautiful planet.
Before we finish, there are many things that I would wish to do on my birthday. Spending them with you lot is not one of them. Which is why I'm so grateful to His Highness, who celebrates his birthday today.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Becky should be somewhere. And Becky is next.
Up. Behind you. Thank you, Richard. Fantastic panel. It's an absolute joy to be here. you could be forgiven for considering that the title of this next panel, How Sovereign Wealth is Reordering the World, is somewhat hyperbolic. But the idea that with managed assets worth more than $10 trillion in 2021, how and where the capital of sovereign wealth funds is invested merits discussion is why we are doing this panel today. My panel is well positioned to do just that, including, as it does, perspective from two sovereign wealth funds here in the Gulf, the Minister of Economy here in the Kingdom, together with leading US and European private banks and funds. So let me introduce my panel here today. His Excellency Faisal Ali Ibrahim is Minister of Economy and Planning in Saudi Arabia. His Excellency Khalid Al Ramey is the CEO of Bahrain's sovereign wealth fund, Mumtalakat. Bill here is the CEO at Standard Chartered. Nicolas Dufourcq is the CEO of France's public investment fund, BPI France. Ken Moelis is founder, chairman of the board of directors and CEO, long title, Ken, of Moelis & Company. Rania Nasher is head of compliance and governance at PIF. And Frank Pettigas, good to have you, sir, is CEO at Standard Chartered. Right. In light of the fact that we only have 35 minutes and we've got 7 of you on the panel, I want to start with a very brief assessment, if you will, of the current geopolitical and economic headwinds that we face. And, you know, our guests here, the participants will be aware of what those are. I just want to get a sense from you guys and a forecast for 2023. I'm going to ask you for sort of 60-second answer on that. Sir.
Sure. So thank you, Becky. I think if you look at the global economy, challenges have been more complex and more volatile recently. If you look at the GCC, you have some of the countries that have the least volatility and the least fragility. If we take a closer look at Saudi, we came out of COVID at 3.2 in terms of GDP %, but also this year we're projected to grow at 7.4 to 8%, depending on who you talk to, and the OECD looks at it and says 9.9%. Our real challenge is diversifying our sources of growth. One good indicator in that direction is our non-oil GDP. Non-oil GDP in Saudi Arabia has grown at 6.1% in the last quarter. That's very much the highest in 11 years, but still below our ambition and targets. Still more to be done, still more to be achieved. Unemployment has gone down significantly in Q2. We have one of the lowest Saudi female unemployment rates in 21 years, actually the lowest, and the lowest male unemployment rate since recording statistics. So in summary, the region and Saudi offer a very safe place for investments that are long-term and focusing on long-term value creation, especially Saudi being the fastest growing economy this year.
Absolutely. An extremely influential G20 nation. Bill.
I'll echo everything His Excellency said about the region and Saudi in particular. It's booming, as we can see and we can feel through these few days. The rest of the world is extremely gloomy. And if you only read the press or listened to the IMF or listened to the pundits, you'd think that we were all doomed. I don't think that's the case. I think there are some signs of encouraging renaissance post-COVID. Start with the amount of growth that we see in Asia. China, of course, is suppressed by COVID-related lockdowns and the like. There are some other problems as well, but broadly, I mean, China still grew 3.9%, which would be quite a good number in most parts of the world. In the third quarter, and the outlook is bright. The rest of Asia booming, India booming, US remarkably resilient. Europe, of course, is having a very tough time. But when you balance it all out, I see, of course, there are difficult times ahead with inflation hitting full force, with interest rate impacts coming, with central banks organizing a slowdown in growth. But there's plenty of signs for encouragement as well. So on balance, I'd say, yeah, it's appropriate to be cautious right now, but the gloom arguably is overdone.
Thank you. And we're going to get what I think is going to be a really interesting perspective from those representing the Gulf entities here and those representing Europe and the US. Sir.
Good afternoon, first of all.
I'm going to differ a bit with Bill. I think the IMF described the global economy as gloomy and uncertain in July, and 3 months later, it's difficult to argue with that assessment. I think that COVID started a supply disruption in the world. It was the way that governments dealt with COVID, with lockdowns, and I see three headwinds. One is supply chain disruption, which started with COVID but has been exacerbated by the war between Russia and the Ukraine. Second headwind is nationalist tendencies in the global economy. It started with vaccines, but now we see nationalist tendencies around technology, around minerals, around several food. And the third headwind is really the end of the era of cheap money. And with interest rates most likely going to increase, I think we are going to see challenges for emerging markets. I think we're going to see challenges for corporates that rely on debt. So my outlook, unfortunately, is gloomy for the 2023, but positive on this region. I agree with His Excellency. I think the GCC and the region, we're fortunate that we see a lot of positivity. And if I'm investing more regionally than I am internationally.
That's fascinating. Nicolas.
Good afternoon. I'm happy maybe to give a European perspective, very centered on France, because my bank is financing mostly French entrepreneurs. We had the first 9 months of France, which were really buoyant as far as the economy is concerned. For my bank, it's a growth of 30% in the first 9 months, never seen before. And of course, we are in the beginning of something which is going to change. So will it be severe? That's the question that probably most people here have in mind. As far as France is concerned, we think that we're going to have two quarters, probably Q1 and Q2, which will be very small recession, and then it'll bounce back. There is an underlying strength of the economy which is there, notably coming from technology. It's absolutely buoying on the ecosystem of technology in France. The deep tech of this country, but also of the rest of Europe, I would probably pinpoint that for the public of today. Europe has possibly difficulties today, but look at the academies of Europe, look at the deep tech of Europe. That's where the science is coming from, mostly worldwide, planetary, and it'll produce huge wealth going forward. So for those who hesitate still to invest in those ecosystems of deep tech in Europe, I would tell them, go, you can do it.
We'll talk about investment strategy off the back of these assessments momentarily. Ken, before we do that, just a quick assessment, if you will.
Well, it's good to be number 5 and still have the United States left to talk about. Look, I think the volatility we're seeing is a very interesting clash of most fiscal policy around the world. And again, I'll talk about the United States, where the Federal Reserve in June decided to pull out the fire extinguisher on inflation, and I think was just as shocked as everybody in the United States to see $1 trillion of spending come in late August. $1 trillion, by the way, has lost its meaning in the world. As I like to say, it's like throwing 3/4 of Canada, a new Canada, on the world economy. It's a pretty large amount of money. And then the Jackson Hole speech came, and I think what we have is almost a fight between fiscal policy and Federal Reserve trying to neutralize that in the inflation rate. And just an interesting fact in the United States I don't think people know about, there's so much money coming out of fiscal policy that now 20 states, remember the federal government wrote $1 trillion, 20 states are writing checks to their people as well. So California has written $40 billion of checks from the state. Now that used to be considered a lot of money for a federal government. So I think $1 trillion of fiscal spending understates why this extreme volatility in a clash between the Federal Reserve as they try to quell an economy that fiscal policy is overstimulating, and it will continue.
Ronnie.
Okay, thank you so much. Actually, all the challenges that we're talking about are multifaceted, and it requires even multifaceted solutions. So in PIF, we are well positioned in a way that our mandate is not only to diversify the revenue, but also to deploy income and deploy investments within the country here. So as His Excellency said, the IMF perspective on the Saudi economy is even higher than the global average. And this creates a lot of opportunities for PIF and for Saudi Arabia to attract foreign investors, as well as we put our money where opportunities are there and transfer the knowledge and innovation to the country. We have manifested that during COVID, so all the investments that has took place then were opportunities for PIF, and it's paying off. And now we are at a time where we need to invest in new sectors. So for instance, last night, the new regional carbon market company has been announced, and the auction just took place a few hours ago, where it's the largest auction for carbon credit. And I'm glad here to have Bill and Frank, because Morgan Stanley and Standard Chartered were enabler. Even Bill sits on our advisory board. And in PIF, we're not doing investments where we create only opportunities or long-term revenues, but also creating ecosystem. So for instance, the voluntary carbon market, it's not about having a trading platform, but also having an entire ecosystem, being the facilitator, the advisor, even a fund will be created, because there are untapped markets like the Global South, or in the region here, the supply is just 1%. So we are helping nations to achieve their net zero objectives.
That's fascinating. Just before I let you go and get to Frank, just for those who may not be clear, the allocations, the way this fund works is about 2/3 inward facing, a third outward facing. Would I be correct in suggesting that?
Yes.
So you're talking about 400 billion sort of inward facing at any one time, and great, thank you. It's one of those, I've been living in the region for a long time. I've been well aware of what PIF is up to, and I hadn't actually worked that out myself properly until now. Frank, 2 questions to you. Assessment, forecast, 2023, and I think just because I got you, and it's only just happened, we had Ken talking about fiscal policy. We had the weirdest fiscal event in the UK some 3.5, 4 weeks ago, which, you know, thankfully sort of seems like a kind of bad dream now. Rishi Sunak is now the British Prime Minister, former Chancellor of the Exchequer under Boris Johnson. You're pretty well placed just to give us a sense of your assessment of that decision by the ruling Conservative Party.
Well, thank you, Becky, for that. And it's good to be the last one, and also to correct the fact that Bill is not yet the chairman of Standard Chartered and me, the CEO. But that's okay. Not speaking on behalf of Morgan Stanley for a bit. So the forecast, I mean, coming out of all these interesting remarks, I just stepping back for 1 second and say that what we're living through and what you've heard about the gloominess, none of this is really surprising, because we've come from, you know, peace, prosperity, free money, to war, massive rate increases, inflation, energy crisis. So no wonder there is this moment of, you know, this sort of darkest moment before dawn, which is effectively what everybody is saying. It's bad, but perhaps it's so bad that, you know, there's still some hope coming. And I think, no question, 2023 looks a little dicey. We don't really know. I think what reading the runes, I think it's pretty safe to say that US is probably going to have some form of landing that's sort of not super soft, but a landing of sorts. Europe is obviously much more in the crosshairs of the crisis. EM looks actually, to Bill and others, MENA, I would not put in EM, but EM in Asia is doing extremely well, and I think will be a great source of growth and investment. And China is an enigma. So that's sort of the forecast. I think in that context, if you think about your point about this title being quite hyperbolic, I think actually it's a pretty good title, because the world is a world where you need big transformation. All the hope that we talked about, or you guys talked about, the upside, is around, you know, innovation, technology, energy transition, et cetera. And that requires, you know, a lot of capital, illiquid, and long term. And I think that's where the sovereign wealth funds have a massive advantage. I think the question is whether in the next phase, if you think about this could be an opportunity, a 30 to 40-year opportunity to invest long term, you know, I can't see many funds being able to do this. So I think this could be a massive competitive advantage, a real killer app for sovereign wealth funds to deploy the capital in EM, and I personally think in Europe to accompany this big energy rejig of Europe. To your point about the UK, I think the UK, for some extraordinary reason, decided to have a Reaganomics experiment at the time when you needed effectively to restrict monetary supply. And of course, that led to all sorts of discrepancies and distortions and a crisis, political crisis. I think it's the real risk of this UK experiment is, well, the risk is it became, I think, a bit of a canary in the mine. So most of you will read the Financial Times, Wall Street Journal, will now be familiar with LDI strategies, which nobody knew anything about before. And so the canary in the mine is there are more places in the financial markets where people have placed large bets that are illiquid with leverage. And we know from the last time this is a risk. I don't think this is a risk that's like 2007 at all, because the system is much more robust. And by the way, this was one of the, although the IMF report was very negative on the economy, the IMF mood was very good. Financial system looked pretty robust compared to last time. Sorry, I'm probably exhausting my...
Last time being, no, 14 years ago. That's fine, good, great. Okay, so we've got the assessments, we've got the forecast, so let's drill down on the impact of those assessments as you see them on investment strategy from the perspective of the Middle East entities and the European, if you will, and why they differ. So let's just start. I mean, I'm going to open it up to you and Rania just to sort of walk us through where PIF is at present, both on an inward and outward facing basis. So, strategy.
Perfect. So Rania is the PIF expert, but I'll tell you, PIF has 6 investment policy statements. It's investing internationally and locally. It's investing for financial returns. It's investing for local development. And it's also making some strategic bets. I think globally, sovereign wealth funds invest 19%, 20% locally, and then 81% internationally. PIF, as you just highlighted, does it a little bit more, just for 2 reasons. One, there is a developmental need, and that's been the true DNA of PIF in decades past. 2, the opportunities are more tilted to the Saudi story and the regional story. So that's one sense. What PIF actually helps us do in this transitionary period is crowd in the private sector, make more bold statements, make more bold investments, absorb the inefficiencies in new sectors. We have 4 new sectors relatively: entertainment, sports, culture, and tourism, from scratch. That did not materially exist before 7 years. And PIF is making investments there and in other places. As Frank also mentioned, sovereign wealth funds stand out because of their ability to think long-term and defeat the short-termism, but also to adopt a longer-term horizon and actually crowd in more investors and more investments to different investment theses. So not only are you going to help developmentally, but also you can help the world globally on many global issues and many investment themes and opportunities that we think are important. For Saudi specifically, the transition from the old economic structure to the new one, where we diversify away from oil and diversify our sources of growth, PIF is playing a big role in that, not only as an economic tool, like we mentioned, but also as a solution provider.
Do you want to pick up, Radi?
Yeah, just to pick up on His Excellency's with regards to PIF. With PIF, it's positioned uniquely where, a lot of deployment are happening towards developing untapped or undeveloped sectors. So, for example, if we talk about the entertainment, now Qiddiya will be opening in the coming few years. This is the capital for entertainment, sports, and arts. And with the level and amount of changes and enhancement and improvement of the local regulations to attract external investors, now Six Flags is investing in Qiddiya. The same thing in the Red Sea Development Company, where the tourism, for the niche tourism, is part of that. We're having now the Savvy, which is the e-gaming, e-sports. So now the economy here and in the emerging market is more attractive due to the more rules and regulations that protect investors, as well as, for instance, the recent investments that PIF is doing in India for the digital economy and transferring the knowledge. There are investments worth $1.5 billion. The same thing, the recent investment in Egypt in the fields of agriculture, pharmaceuticals, where these collaborations are making, the world is really interconnected. So we have always to do the investments where we can transfer the knowledge, the innovation, to create sustainability in the economy. And it's part of the DNA of PIF. As long as we're doing well financially, then we have to do also well socially. So we have also socioeconomic impact regionally as well as globally through the investments that we do. So we are a main contributor to the Quality of Life program, which is one of the vision realization program. So PIF has a lot of targets towards increasing the housing ownership, towards creating jobs, where we have so far created directly and indirectly through the companies of PIF, 500,000 jobs, and the plan by 2025 to create 1.8 million jobs. And these jobs are not in terms of quantity, also quality.
Is that on track?
It's on track, and it's being tracked, and tracked actually by the National Performance System Center and also by the Ministry of Economy.
Your Excellency, you wanted to jump in?
Just one quick thing. I mean, the 2 trillion target, AUM, that's an input target. There are a lot of output targets that we're measured against as government officials, but also PIF and its own governance. I think overall, globally, sovereign wealth funds are investing more, maybe 20% in the last 3 years, more in renewables than before. Also investing in startups directly. I mean, this is something that wasn't seen in the past. We have the oldest sovereign wealth fund in Kuwait. We have one of the ones that achieved, in Norway, achieved economic diversification. And we have PIF, which is challenging many concepts. But in Saudi, you see a lot of social transformation, a lot of economic opportunities, and a lot of social responsibility. PIF, and at the intersection of these three, you have inclusive growth. PIF is playing an important role, not only PIF, the whole government, an important role in all 3 areas, whether it's social change with the new sectors that PIF is taking the lead on, economic opportunities, which are capturing, and social responsibility, redefining ESG, promoting today's announcement, so many things. So again, not only an economic tool, but a solution provider.
The fund was established 2016 alongside Vision 2030, right, in its current sort of structure. Yours, sir, in Bahrain, established in 2006. How was the investment strategy? Let's just sort of talk about where you are at. But I do wonder how the role of that fund has changed over the years, and how familiar or not what we are hearing from our esteemed guests from Saudi.
Mumtalakat was established in 2006 as a holding company, and assets that were owned by the Ministry of Finance were transferred to Mumtalakat. Public Investment Fund has a similar mandate when it was first conceived. And the idea is to run these companies and extract better value and to increase shareholder value. The shareholder is the government, is the Ministry of Finance. What's evolved over time is that, much like we've heard from Public Investment Fund, number one, we wanted to make sure that we were active as a shareholder, as an owner. And that is really translated in terms of the governance. How do we have the boards of these companies set up? How is the C-suite? And we challenged them and became very vocal, much like a private equity firm would do. But we have a long-term mindset. And it's changed the dynamic in which these companies are working on. We hold them to strict KPIs. We ask that they're fit for the future, their 3-year investment strategy. And this is something that Temasek has executed very successfully over time, Khazana and others, the sovereign wealth funds that are holding companies. So I think this is a component of our strategy. Investing regionally is a common theme you'll hear around sovereign wealth funds. We're no different. To be a catalyst, I think you've heard from His Excellency and Rania how the PIF is opening up new sectors. We're doing the same. We're investing in waste to energy. We're investing in healthcare. We're investing in sectors where the private sector fears to tread and where the government has to act as a catalyst. We're always conscious not to crowd out the private sector. But I think this is a responsibility that sovereign wealth funds have to aim for. I'll end by saying another important component. Internationally, we think that innovation and technologies, I think my fellow panelists have said, this is done extraordinarily well by the United States and Europe. So when we're looking at this, we're investing as an LP, for instance, in renewables, in medtech, in blockchain. We're going to learn as an LP. We're going to think about co-investing as a second level, where we suddenly sit on the board of that company, but want to sit alongside a GP. And then ultimately, all of that is about bringing that technology back home. But I think it's a process. It's too early. You first need to learn, then you need to become more active, and then you need to think about how you have that connective tissue back to the regional economy. That, in a summary, is our strategy.
Talking about crowding out, I do want to address a question as soon as we've finished this part about whether we are seeing the crowding out of the private investment bank in what is this, new and slightly different world of sovereign wealth investment. But be that as it may, Nicolas, let's just get your perspective on strategy and role at present.
Yeah, the choice that has been made in France, we were established in 2013, okay, was to put together an organization which is a bank regulated by the European Central Bank, and at the same time a sovereign wealth fund. Meaning by that we structured the organization absolutely centered on the interest of the entrepreneur. Of course, I am centered on generating results for my shareholders. But basically, the daily life of my team members is how do I satisfy my customer, which is the entrepreneur, all across the French territory, which is why we have 50 branches. And we are cropping all the deal flow of France, be it classical private equity or startups. It's also the reason why we are in the top 3 sovereign wealth fund investing in technology, because we are just ingrained in the ecosystem of all the French academies and cities. So we offer to the entrepreneurs a sort of one-stop shopping with loans, equity, consulting, innovation financing, everything. One-stop shopping, city by city in France. So it gives the possibility of a new shape, I think, of a sovereign wealth fund, which is just grounded on the territories. Now, what we are investing into is basically the future of France. It's called France 2030. So we have to achieve the metamorphosis of the society and the economy, vertical by vertical. Change agriculture, change industry, change services, change health, change everything. Through technology and through the generation of ecosystems of young entrepreneurs, which are basically revolutionary. We also finance the big groups and the big guys. We are shareholders of, I would say, half of the CAC 40. But what will change France is the cultural move, the cultural wave of new entrepreneurs, which we see every day in the country, and which is also the reason why I'm very optimistic on what's happening today, in all the regions of the country, because the metamorphosis is happening under our eyes. So we chose that scheme of a fund, and I think that was the right choice at that time. Is it complete? I think it's okay. We also finance exports through our export credit agency. All this is gathered in one single organization, which is very powerful for the country.
Bill, your perspective.
You mentioned the 10 trillion of sovereign wealth fund money. That's a huge amount of money, but it's very small as a percentage of the total money being managed in the world. But it's super high impact. It's high impact, I think, for the reasons that His Excellencies have all mentioned, which is that it's long-term in orientation. It's sort of destined for future generations. I think how the money is deployed in different sovereign wealth funds is very different, and we've already heard that just on this panel. Mix between domestic and international, very long-term versus more diversified portfolio investments. But where I think when I think about the theme of this whole conference and investing in humanity, one of the key opportunities for sovereign wealth funds is not to crowd out capital, but to crowd in private sector capital. His Excellency mentioned that several times. And that's happening in many cases. So the opportunity for long-term patient capital that could have a political or invest in humanity objective alongside it can do a world of good right now. When we think about the financing gap for transition financing to a net zero economy, we're talking about $100 trillion or something that's missing. That money needs to be identified, it needs to be delivered. It can only come from the private sector in scale, but it can be catalyzed substantially through sovereign wealth funds, which is happening. We certainly see that with PIF. We see that with other sovereign wealth funds. To the extent that we can get this snowball rolling, I think we can actually solve our global climate problem. Then we can move on to the other pressing problems of inequality, poverty, et cetera. But I think there's a tremendous opportunity for sovereign wealth funds to have that kind of impact.
Frank Ken, yes.
Well, you know, you talk about 2023, and I think we're ignoring the fact that the world is going to see an experiment, I think, come to bad fruition in front of them. And I'm thinking of the German economy, where they went to the process of the last 5 years. They decided to outsource their energy to Russia, their end market to China, their labor to Eastern Europe, their military to the United States. And I think you're about to see that experiment not work to the benefit of people. And I do think you're going to see, and again, I love being Saudi Arabia for this, because I think sometimes they say you can't ask a fish what water is about because they don't understand the concept of water because they're in it. But the world's reawakening to the fact that oil and gas is the fundamental mover of civilization forward, and what has brought the world into middle class at such a rapid level over the last 50 years. I think we've gone through a period where we've taken that for granted. I think that we've restricted capital to it. 75–80% of the financial institutions in the world are not allowed to invest in oil and gas, to the detriment of the 7 billion people who need it to reach the middle class. And I think we're about to see that, and I think it's happening real time right now as people realize how important baseload, basic energy, despite all the transition we want to happen over the next decade, to whatever we want it, we need the world, 7 billion, the world needs affordable energy to live their lives and climb the ladder. And I do think the West, and I know a lot in this room here, forget about those 7 billion people as they go back to the cocktail party in the Upper East Side and talk about energy transition while billions of people are trying to get to middle class. And again, I want to say I think the world is tilting in this direction because you've stayed focused, and energy is the lifeblood of the economy and the world civilization. I think people are going to wake up to that fact over the next 6 months.
Sir.
Me to add anything to this? I mean, maybe a point, which is I agree with you. And then the beauty of this, of course, now is that it is in the hands of those who've actually got the capital derived from the energy bonus to actually be able to, and I'm talking about the PIF and others in the Middle East and elsewhere, to be able to also affect the metamorphosis of the world. And to borrow the phrase from Nicolas, because actually that is, talking about the SWF, I think what's really interesting about the sovereign wealth funds is that from the outside looking in, or from planet Mars, you look at sovereign wealth and you say, okay, they're big, they're effectively state-owned, and in a world of capitalism, normally doesn't rhyme with efficiency, boldness, transformation, diversification. But in fact, that's actually, it's really we should put it on its head. They are the most bold, they are the most long-term, they are the ones who effectively are going to shy away from the short-termism, and I think are going to help enormously, hopefully, with what you're talking about, which is this ability to deal with the energy crisis, both making sure the investments continue, we keep the flow of energy going, as well as investing in the next generation. I go back to my point about the rejig of the entire energy system in Europe. My view is Europe in 10, maybe 20 years will be an energy powerhouse. And it will have to be, because otherwise it won't survive. And you need capital, long-term capital. So the question, where does it come from? I think it will come from sovereign wealth funds.
There is definitely a sense that this is a more sophisticated investor in this era of mega fund at present. Is this an era that crowds out the private investment bankers?
I don't think so. I think it exactly crowds in private capital because it's long-term, patient, and relatively sophisticated. So the impact of a PIF or any of the funds that we're talking about here, investing in a company or in a country, in terms of bringing in the private sector, that the credibility that comes with that is tremendously valuable. So no, I think I'm not concerned about crowding out at all. And I think we could probably do more to crowd in. I'll add to that, the other people that we can be crowding in are the multilateral development banks, who have been absolutely woeful in terms of their contribution to this fight. The taking a lead ahead of the institutions that are owned by the richest countries in the world. This is another huge opportunity for crowding in.
That's fascinating. I've got one more question. We've only got 30 seconds left, but I do actually think it's valuable, living as I do in Abu Dhabi and seeing the strategy of Mubadala and particularly Mubadala, if not Adia. The emergence of partnership and collaboration between sovereign wealth funds, I think, is fascinating. I'm not going to give everybody an opportunity to do this because we haven't got time, but who would just like to pick that up? I'm talking about risks and rewards here.
Sure, definitely. I think if you look at the region, the GCC specifically, the upside of economic integration and collaboration is huge. The net positive is huge, even if deltas were different sizes for different countries. And I think the sovereign wealth funds, as they collaborate, that's a great example. You can create a 1 + 1 = 3 situation. I want to go back to His Excellency's comment earlier. We have history in sovereign wealth funds in the region, but not all sovereign wealth funds globally and the region invested in taking the, let's say, endowment that they have, whether it's capital, opportunities, and access, into transforming it into institutional capabilities. I think Mumtalakat sets a great example in that area. Some of the sovereign wealth funds in Abu Dhabi, and today, I think, PIF 2016 in its new form, since 2016, is becoming a player that is not only its success factors is not only its capital, but also the investment intellect that's being developed, the partnerships, and most importantly, the cause. PIF has a clear cause to drive after, and collaborating with other entities, I think, punch over your weight.
We have run out of time. Final thought, anybody desperate for their fund? Yes, go on, sir.
Just I want to add to it.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a risk to sovereign wealth funds collaborating. I think there's only upside. We see partnerships that we've developed with Mubadala, investing internationally and locally, where we share transactions. We have similar mindsets, long-term investment. With the Public Investment Fund, we've done one joint investment. I don't see the risks. I mean, we invest with general partners, and sovereign funds are becoming like general partners. They have very sophisticated investment teams, a long-term investment horizon. I think it's a good trend that I think we'll see growing in the future.
Well, I mean, when I talk about risk, I mean, let's be quite clear. There has been some significant investment by the regional sovereign wealth funds in the Russian fund, for example, which at present must be somewhat of a concern as we continue to watch that war and conflict unfold. I'm going to have to wind it up. I would love to sit here for longer. This is a fascinating conversation. I'm sure all of you, who would like to share in continuing this will be able to do so with our participants. I've got a show to do at 5 o'clock local time, so I need to get on and do that for the time being. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Ben. Welcome to the FII. To introduce our guest, which I'm sure he's no stranger to many of you, Ben Horowitz has co-founded the Andreessen Horowitz Investment Fund in 2009 with his phenomenal partner, Mark Andreessen. The firm has over $35 billion under management and invests in crypto, software, and also healthcare, consumer management, enterprise, fintech, and games. But Ben, most importantly, you're also a voice for what the transition of VCs could be. You've transformed the way a traditional VC operates, and I'd love for you to share with us, how did you get to the realization that you needed to shake up the system?
Yeah, well, venture capital firms historically have been very small partnerships, and because of that, they've kind of had to focus in sort of very specific areas of technology, and there's reason for that, because when you get a bunch of extremely smart people together, they don't always necessarily get along, and so you have to keep it small to keep them from killing each other, as Mike Moritz said. And so one of the things that we realize is that if you decomposed the firm into basically a set of smaller firms focused on different technological areas such as crypto, bio, infrastructure, and so forth, you could have the power of the size with the precision of the smaller firms.
And when you came up with this initiative and the concept to restructure, was that pre or post-COVID?
Well, it was a little bit pre-COVID and a little bit during COVID and a little bit post-COVID.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And this decentralization of the workforce that we've all seen throughout COVID, it's affected different sectors in different ways. How has it impacted your work stream?
Yeah, so COVID was very interesting in that we were forced out of the office and to go remote. And we noticed there were many, many changes in the technology industry that came out of that. The first thing that we kind of found out as we were investors in a company called GitHub, which basically is a product that every engineer uses. And you could see from the GitHub logs that about 42% of the engineers had migrated out of San Francisco, out of Silicon Valley during COVID. And so that was a clear indication that for the first time, really, the kind of center of technological talent was going to distribute kind of around the country. And then similarly, we looked at our own employee base, and the desire to be able to have more flexibility and not be in the office every day was going to be a real thing. So, you know, from that, we kind of basically surmised that there were going to be multiple technological centers in the U.S. And we're seeing that now with both kind of Los Angeles and New York emerging as quite significant.
So in this spread of talent around the United States, does that mean that Silicon Valley can be replicated? And is it exclusive as a mindset to just the United States of America, or is this something that could actually spread around the world, given that people are now working in disparate various areas?
Yes, well, I think it definitely can move because the talent can move. And so the key, you know, I think a lot of times people look at it through a money lens and say, well, you know, where's the capital, or where's, but the capital finds the talent in technology. And historically, the way it's worked is when everybody was kind of proximate to each other, if you were a genius computer science and you were born in Riyadh or you were born in Bangladesh, you would likely move to Silicon Valley. That was the right place to go to have a great career. But now, because you can work from anywhere where you can cluster a lot of talent has a real chance. And so the way we look at it is any area that's got a great computer science program at a university has a potential to be a technology center.
So would you say then for a city that really would like to attract that kind of engineering talent, is the key the business, the funding, or is the key having the supply chain from the engineers that come out of the education system?
Yeah, it's definitely the third.
Really?
Because money moves.
Okay.
Like, it's very easy for a dollar to go from Silicon Valley to New York or Riyadh or Berlin or anywhere. The talent is the much less fungible property.
Interesting. So when you talk about the change that the world has experienced because of COVID and this talent migration, has your focus changed? I know you've done a lot of investment in bio and healthcare, but has that become overwhelming investments now? Has that lessened what you're looking at in other sectors, or are you pretty even across the board?
Well, there's many interesting areas. Bio and healthcare is particularly interesting because we moved from what was a chemical model of a human to an information model, and that's opened up all kinds of possibilities that we didn't have before. So, for example, if you look at cancer, in the chemical model of cancer, a lot of people die of cancer not because it's not curable, but because we catch it too late. So, you have to get a biopsy to figure out if you have cancer, and generally people don't get a biopsy until they have a lump because, it's a very dangerous procedure. With an information model, you can sequence somebody's blood and apply machine learning and figure out if they have, stage 0 cancer in, many, many different types. And so through a blood test, you can diagnose cancer, which basically means you can cure cancer, because if you get it at stage 0, most kinds of cancer are already curable.
Mm-hmm. And so where would you say you see the greatest opportunity? There's the opportunity of today, but then there's also the opportunity of the future. And what are the two that you would flag for this room of people who are really interested to see where your company is investing?
Yeah, so I think the big, the most obvious exciting platforms are bio, AI, where we're seeing like phenomenal rate of change and breakthroughs, and then crypto, which is going to be sort of the equivalent of the internet of money and property rights, which kind of will over time transform virtual world into being a kind of full-fledged economy.
So crypto.
Yes.
What are your thoughts? And how do we manage the Wild West that seems to be out there?
Yeah, well, managing the Wild West is a harder problem. So crypto is really kind of fundamentally important in the same way, you know, when we started the internet many years ago, we didn't have native money or native property rights. So what you ended up with is kind of single companies becoming extremely powerful who could control large parts of the internet. It wasn't sort of a free market economy. And crypto is basically the technology that transforms that and gives you those things. That's like a fundamental, important, powerful change for humanity. At the same time, you can also build a casino on it. And that is, there's a lot of activity on that side as well. And so I think we do need kind of smart policy to kind of recognize what is, you know, the gambling side and what is the kind of fundamental building block of a more open and fair internet.
Interesting. And when we look at AI, you hear the fear factor on one end, but then the profound positive impact. How do you, as an investor, when you're looking at the various initiatives that you're investing in, how do you make your judgment on where this is going, and how do you stay on the light path of good versus where this could possibly go?
Yeah, well, I think, you know, Andy Grove said years ago, the former CEO of Intel, somebody asked him, is the microprocessor good or bad? And he said, well, that's the wrong question, because that's like asking, is steel good or bad? It doesn't matter, it is. And, you know, once something is, it's our job to make it good. And that takes a lot of work and forethought. But these technologies, you know, you can't put it back in the bottle. It's, you know, outlawing AI, it's basically you're outlawing linear algebra, you're outlawing math. And you can outlaw math, but people are still going to do math, and it's going to, you know, there's not actually that kind of policy answer to it. So what you want to do is you want to work to build the right kind of AI in the right way that's good for everybody.
Okay. So Ben, you've written 2 books. One's called The Hard Thing About Hard Things, and What You Do Is Who You Are. From when you wrote those books until today, are there any nuggets that you still wake up every morning and go, I was right?
Well, you know, they were popular books, so I feel like they were right. You know, to me, in What You Do Is Who You Are, kind of the biggest thing that I think is right is that when you talk about culture, particularly in companies, it's not a set of beliefs. It's a set of actions and behaviors. And so often people focus on, well, here's our values. Well, your values don't mean anything. The only thing that matters is like, how do people behave every day? And so if you don't write that down and you don't enforce that and you don't have mechanics around that, you really don't have, you know, you don't really have a culture.
Amazing. Well, Ben, words of wisdom. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Princess Rima and Ben Horowitz there. Let's give them one more big FII round of applause. So we still have an enormous amount coming up for you this afternoon as we look at the clash of priorities and the clash of generations. That will be our summit within a summit. That's coming up a little bit later this afternoon. Still to come, We are delighted to be bringing onto stage in just a few moments the Minister of Energy, His Royal Highness Prince Abdul Aziz bin Salman Al Saud. And he has not one, but two moderators with him today. He'll be joined by Daniel Jurgen, as well as Halima Croft. So stay with us. We will be right back.
What is energy? Where do we get it from? At what cost? What drives us forward? While we live in days of global energy crunch and uncertainty, there's only one guarantee. The future won't be fueled by the same energy that brought us here. The conflict in Ukraine has squeezed Europe's gas supply and caused fuel shortages across the world, driving up prices. But while some countries have reluctantly turned to coal, others simply saw no way back. Germany is planning to expedite its clean energy transition, an initiative that began 3 decades ago to move off coal by 2030 and source 80% of its electricity from renewable sources. France is now aiming to completely stop using oil, gas and coal. And green hydrogen is on the rise, with demand expected to skyrocket from 87 million metric tons to 680 million by 2050. What does the seismic reconfiguration of the energy economy mean for the wider global economy? Will countries in the Northern Hemisphere pull off the transition to new sources in time for winter? What types of green energies make optimal investments, and how can governments support long-term financing? Could this be the most extraordinary case in history of turning a crisis into an opportunity? Is this the tipping point for renewables the world has been waiting for?
Good afternoon. We are so thrilled, Dan Jurgen and myself, Your Royal Highness, to be moderating you on this session on the new energy economy. We are going to be splitting moderating duties. A question on the current energy landscape and energy crisis. As you think about this moment that we're in right now, in terms of the war in Ukraine, in terms of fears of shortages globally, how are you thinking about Saudi Arabia, and how are you thinking about this energy challenge?
Well, first of all, I want to start that I don't want to be short of being gracious amongst all the Saudis, both women and men, of being gracious host. And I would like to welcome everybody for our FII. And there is also a Saudi particularity that when we speak to people, we don't give them our back. So I want to apologize for those who are behind me. It seems to be the organizer should have put some seats with the rotating seats. This way, we would appear egalitarians with our friends. We are in a critical time, a critical point. I'm still mesmerized with the idea that people can have a single doubt, and that Saudi Arabia, the country with its history of carrying the motto and delivering that motto over the last 35 years. Dan and I, unfortunately, we go back 36 years ago, which is an admission that I should not say, but that's reality. We have coined that logo. Saudi Arabia is the most secure, reliable, and dependable supplier of oil. Show us when did we ever forfeit our responsibility. did not deliver to everybody's expectations. So we look at this situation with a great deal of sense of responsibility. We have a duty to fulfill because we have a record that we would like to maintain. In giving the situation today, and Dan would probably validate that, I have not seen yet any circumstances, any energy crisis that has evolved in such a way, with such a diversity, from different inputs, with different trajectories, and they all could convolute in what we could call it the worst energy crisis that the world might attend to, with the exception, of course, of what we underwent during COVID. Or it could be the most diverse, complex situation or prelude of a crisis that we need to congregate in trying to find solution. That solution is not going to come from one country. It's not going to come from one source. It's going to come from a diversity of solutions with serious attendance, but more important, a state of avoiding that state of denial that we have a crisis, and not to continue with what I call it, kicking the can policies that are actually delivering more accumulation of complications.
Well, let me jump in then, as you're talking about energy crises, and with another question. Some people think the energy crisis started on February 24th when Russia invaded Ukraine, but of course it started really more than a year ago when the markets became very tight because of underinvestment, lack of tight supply, strong economic growth, and so it's been going on for 6 months before the war started. But now we're looking at a situation come December 5th when the European ban on import of Russian oil goes into effect. And Your Excellency, I want to ask you, how is Saudi Arabia preparing? What's your dialogue with Europe right now to assure that Europe doesn't run short of oil because it can't import Russian oil?
Very simple, business as usual. We have a very capable company. Even that company has a very capable trading firm. It's Saudi Aramco and Aramco Trading. We've been approaching our friends in Europe just to make sure, although Aramco is capable in its own to do all of the work, but we wanted to, for the purpose of emphasizing how serious we are as a government in trying to be attentive to the situation and working with European governments just to make sure that if there is any type of facilitations that are required. We are engaged with so many governments, and I can name few, and you could check what we're doing with them. Just to give you an example, Germany, Poland, the Czech Republic, Croatia, Romania, and others. They're going through a phase of debottlenecking their supply chains and supply systems to ensure that we can come in. I can share with you a number with our good audience and whoever is hearing me. Back in September last year, Saudi Aramco was supplying Europe with 490,000 barrels. This September, Saudi Aramco was supplying Europe with 950,000. So, where we would be in the next few months, we will be the same. We will be the supplier of those who want us to supply them with.
Your Royal Highness, could I ask you about the spare capacity issue in the context of the most recent OPEC meeting? That meeting generated, some controversy in Washington, but how do you think about that decision in the context of building back spare capacity? And how do you see your role using that capacity? Because there have been previous moments, the Gulf War, where Saudi Arabia significantly ramped up production. When Libya went out in 2011, Saudi Arabia increased by 1 million barrels. You helped backfill the United States when we had Hurricane Katrina. How are you thinking about building back spare capacity
As a historian here, he will tell you how the Gulf War was won. If it wasn't for Saudi Arabia excess capacity. During the occupation of Kuwait, and I don't want to spend so much time on history, because I think what is important in this event is focus on our future. And this is one of the things that is probably I would call it frustrating us as Saudis, because we made a pledge ourselves to focus more on our future, a deliberate future that we have put together a plan for. It's called Vision 2030, and it really disturbs us to see our focus divert from attending to the vision. But just to go back to your question, the reason that the war, the occupation of Kuwait happened is because we had a 3 million barrels, 3.2 million barrels was produced extra from Saudi Arabia to mitigate the total summation of what we lost because of the occupation from Iraq and Kuwait. When the situation evolved in Libya, for example, we used that excess capacity in the form of about 1 million, which is almost 70 or 80% of what Libya was producing. Could anybody tell me in this audience or any other audience who could have delivered, and many other incidents such as Katrina and what have you, who could have saved the world economy if it wasn't for that excess capacity? And why it is argued now that if we feel, which is purely economical, and Dan was telling me a while ago that he was attending the IMF and people talked about imminent recession. In fact, the IMF was warning the world as the worst is yet to come. If we see everybody's talking about recession, and it's not just about recession, it's about how severe this recession might be. If we talk about the uncertainties and layers of uncertainties about what will happen to China zero COVID policy. And by the way, just 2 days ago, it was reconfirmed that China will continue with its own policy, which means that what the much talked about potential growth is probably will be still in waiting to happen. If we talk about the uncertainties that are being generated about sanctions, about cabs and what have you, because we really don't know how it would play. We don't know, and I don't have a magical thing to tell me what a country A or a country Z would do as a result of the kickstart of these things. So in a way, we do have an uncertainty that will come with some gloomier pictures of what this next year will be. What would be the best solution is to mitigate. I still would like to have an audience, this audience or other, and I'm willing to offering to go in a public debate with the who is who about which is more important, being attentive, preemptive, and engaged, including taking measures ahead of time to prepare you for what might be the worst yet to come, or you forfeit that opportunity, and when you forfeit that opportunity, you lose time, you lose chances, and what we have learned as a tough lesson that can never be repeated, in 2008, we let it go, and look at how much time it took us to bring about the correcting measures. Why should we go as far as to 2008, 2020? Had we taken the measures that we as Saudi Arabia called for in March, good chunk of the damage that happened to the markets would not have happened, and corrective measures that would have been started earlier could help us to mitigate much earlier.
So Your Excellency, you mentioned 2020, and of course, that was a time in which the US and Saudi Arabia very much cooperated to stabilize the market. As you mentioned, I was at the IMF meetings and was quite struck by the general pessimism about the world economy. And obviously that was reflected in the OPEC Plus decision. But I live in Washington, and as you know, Washington is looking through two lenses: one, the war in Ukraine, and two, inflation, and has obviously had a different perspective on that. But now we're looking at December 5th, we're looking at the uncertainties that come after that. How to get that relationship, on an energy relationship, back on track?
Well, I think we as Saudi Arabia decided to be the maturer guys and let the dice fall. And what I utter sometimes, not because of me, because whom I represent, makes a difference. So I usually, as you always hear me, I'm not terribly vocal, and I use a low tone. And I'm quite picky and choosy about the words I use, because I know for certain that when the tough gets going, or when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. So I'm keeping that chance for a proper panoramic execution for how Saudi Arabia can fulfill its own promises.
Right. But I guess given, you know, as you pointed out, the risks and uncertainties, it is important to restore a good dialogue to manage the situation.
I believe, and again, it's a debatable issue. I cannot claim that it is one-way street, but it's debatable. From my personal experience, I hope you can share your own experience, Dan. There is nothing better than upholding your wherewithals for the very time that you need to use it the most. If we did the retention of capacity and we have lodged it back as excess capacity,
right,
it pays off. If you look and you talk to even people that are market experts, there is a gulf of difference that the world has X percentage of excess capacity than a lesser capacity available at time of crisis, which are, as you have been saying, could be imminent.
Right. And
can you imagine that this so-called potential of a more severe crisis happens when the world has less capacity? And I would have to say also less emergency stocks. People are depleting their emergency stocks.
Yes.
Had depleted it, used it as a mechanism to manipulate markets, while its profound purpose was to mitigate shortages of supply. Be it as it may, it's everybody's choice. However, it is my profound duty to make it clear to the world that losing emergency stock may become painful in the months to come.
Right. Well, I think Halima and I were talking before this session, and Halima, you were pointing out that actually no one knows how things are going to play out in December, and that obviously emphasizes the importance.
Oh, no, I mean, there's so much uncertainty in terms of the sanctions, in terms of the price caps. As you think out on this market, you know, what is your biggest source of near-term anxiety as you look out over the next, you know?
Luckily, I don't suffer from any type of anxieties.
She's a very calm person.
Yes.
If I suffer from any anxiety, I wouldn't be in this seat.
Yes.
Your Excellency, no one wants you to have anxiety.
No one does. But actually, to pivot, we are headed into...
There are people that sometimes call me as, oh, we don't understand him. He's a very cold-blooded fellow. Yeah. I have to maintain my sanities. Yeah. I represent the country that is calling energy is its home. Yeah. I cannot but conduct myself without being conscious of the aura of this country, of the image of this country, of the legitimate seat that this country had earned. And if we don't conduct ourselves in such a way, we lose the narrative. You remember in February 2020.
Yes.
Can you please recite to our good audience here and those who are willing to watch us and hear us properly?
Well, since it's now, we can talk about that meeting. It was previously off the record, but a Bloomberg reporter broke the story that you were talking about. It was in February. We had the early reports of COVID-19 cases, and you were pushing for a significant production cut. And I remember you said to all of us in the room that when your house is on fire, you call the fire department and you get the biggest hose. You may lose your furniture, but you save your house.
Absolutely. And I'm still with that simplistic, simple-minded example. I will tell you it's the same, because there is a difference between taking a preemptive action, a proactive action, in which way you will be able to attend to this situation as they may prevail in a much better way. In 2020, it was the embers. Because if we had that, as I described it a while ago, if we had, in this situation, we have the opposite direction. But it's the same tools in the same kit is still applicable. You need to make sure that you build a situation where if things goes to the worst, you have the ability to come forth. And let's not forget, in 2008, demand was going up and up and up, or at least it looked as if it is going up and up. And so we kept producing as Saudi Arabia, which is a tough lesson that we learned. We kept producing, and for those who followed that year from the energy community, they would know that the more we produce as Saudi Arabia, the more prices got higher and higher and higher. And the reason for that was everybody in this world was saying we're running out of capacity. Again, I would say it and ask the experts. Running out of capacity has a much dearer cost than what people can imagine. It is not a summation issue. It is a psychological issue. The market will be driven by a different parameters once we get rid of excess capacity. Would people like us to give it a trial? I cannot try it because we've been through it 3 times. We may try it maybe in the next few months when we have what everybody is concerned about. Can we mitigate all of the problem? No, because it all depends on, and again, how much oil we will be lost, if we are going to be losing oil. But I have to confess that talking about caps and floors, and by the way, it's very funny. What we know, it's not in the public domain, but we hear it, is that it's a very funny phenomenon. The floor is probably going to be higher than the cap. Hello? I don't understand it, but this is the reality of today.
So, should we turn to transition?
Yeah, could we pivot, Your Royal Highness, to another topic? We are headed into COP27 in Egypt. Many of us who've known you for years, we often come to see you at the Saudi Energy Efficiency Center. You are the father of energy efficiency in this country. As we think about COP27, can you walk us through the initiatives that you are most excited about in terms of transition?
We're extremely excited that first the host is Egypt, because what brings us together with Egypt. But the excitement is even being doubled because in COP27 we're talking about implementation. And that's why His Royal Highness the Crown Prince decided to move the Green Initiative and the Middle East Initiative to Sharm el-Sheikh. And you know why? Because we have a lot to showcase. Because of its implementation nature, we have lots of things to showcase that we are in the implementation phase. And we would like to show what we have implemented, and we would like to show what we will be implementing. And there will be quite a few surprising events. We'll keep it to ourselves. After all, we have to have the element of surprise. That's
Are you
why
going to give us a little hint?
Huh?
Yes.
A little hint?
Teaser?
No, no, no.
Trailer?
No. We keep it as we've learned from TV series. We have to keep the audience engaged, otherwise. Can you imagine watching The Sopranos knowing what would be the second episode?
I wondered which movie or television show you were going to mention.
Or for that matter, Game of Thrones.
Right. Not your description of the
What
oil
comes to
market,
my
I
mind
hope.
now is
Not your description. I hope it's not your description of the oil market.
We owe it also to our friends in Egypt. Right. We're partners with them in making that COP succeed and succeed resoundingly. As also we are fortunate that COP28 will be hosted by the UAE, and we'll keep them coming. Right. What we want to make sure of is that we will demonstrate to the people. Amin is giggling now. Keep it to yourself, Amin. We really put our money where our mouths are. Now, we want to show also, we want others to show us where is their money and where are their mouths.
So, I guess we have a couple more minutes. I think we. Do you want to say, I know you want to ask a question about the ministry, but maybe just, and I don't know if this is one of the secrets you want to keep, but just one of the, when I was at the ministry and saw the things you're working on, obviously hydrogen was one of them. Do you want to say anything about just where your thinking is on hydrogen now?
Yeah, and this is again what I alluded about in the beginning. You know, all what we're going through, the fiasco, if I could call it, that we're going through, is a real cause of frustration, or not of me, for me, but for our entire ecosystem. As a ministry, as companies, as regulators, as all of the above. Again, we want to focus back. Our challenge today is how we can maintain our focus in delivering the Vision 2030. I hope I haven't sought his pardon, but I will seek his pardon in public, that I would say a few words about Vision 23. And I hope I would be forgiven for what I will say. Vision 23 is no longer the vision of the Crown Prince. Vision 23 is the vision of all Saudis. The amount of women and men, the thousands of women and men, proudly repeating it, the thousands of women and men that are working in delivering that vision is astounding. We owe it to them that we make it, and we owe it to everybody who would benefit from it, that we stay on the same track. Right. The rest, to us, is nuance.
Right.
Yeah. I have to be, and that's why we are also guided with nothing different than what a responsible government would do. You know, I keep listening, are we with us or against us? Is there any room for, we are for Saudi Arabia and for the people of Saudi Arabia? Is it bad? Is it wrongdoing? Is it being impolite? I will be the most impolite public speaker if I say I am not for pro-Saudi. And we will have to deliver our ambitions.
Right. Well, thank you. I think in the time we have, you have one last question that flows directly from what you've just said.
Yes. So, Your Royal Highness, equality is one of the themes of this year's summit, and I have known you for years, and I remember going to the ministry, I think 16 years ago, and you let me tell this story, so I will blame this on you if anyone gets mad at me, but I remember going to the ministry, and there was no women's room for me to use at the ministry. And I was pregnant, and I had to use your bathroom, and the difference now, when I go to the ministry...
But I made you use my bathroom, so just in case,
This is very...
Yes.
I left the office and I said, you can have the bathroom.
You let me tell this story, because when I go to the ministry now...
And I checked it with my wife, by the way.
we pre-cleared this
for
question.
For the purpose of transparency.
But it speaks to when you go to the ministry now. I could not have envisioned, when I met you 16 years ago, the profound change I would see in this ministry. I mean, it was older, it was male. And when I go to the ministry now, it looks like a tech firm. I feel like if you're over 35, you're in the distinct minority. And women occupy some of the most important positions in your ministry. You have built an incredible pipeline of female talent. And so my question to you, Your Royal Highness, is if we are at FII, number 16, will we potentially be sitting on the stage with Her Excellency, the Minister of Energy from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
This FII is what, 6?
10 years from now.
10 years from now, 15 years from now.
So why 16?
Okay.
Halima, you visited us. Dan, you visited us. I would invite everybody to come and visit us. And by the way, we at the ministry, we don't go for equality. And we don't go for affirmative action. We have transcended all of these things. We go for meritocracy. Merits governance. So when we recruit ourselves, we don't care. We care about the talent that we are recruiting. But I'll give you an example of what yet to come, more to come in Saudi Arabia. A few days ago, I made a public announcement. It's good that our friends here share it. A university that myself, Amin, quite a few of the audience here had graduated from. It's called KFUPM in Dhahran. Even a female kitten would not go through that gate. It's as bad as this. I'm sorry. Not a female kitten would go around that vicinity, even a mile away. They introduced graduate program 4 years ago or so, but it was quite a small number of, they would come at night, and leave at night. It's like, a clandestine activity, To be educated was like almost a clandestine activity. What we did is we admitted last year for undergraduate girls to be admitted, and we get away with a 20% admission. Here comes Johnny. Wait. This year, we admitted actually 40%. And if it wasn't for a dormitory issue, which Aramco will hopefully will finance one of these as a good gesture of goodwill. I will give you a statistic. In their evaluation sheets, the cutoff point in the overall evaluation sheet was, and by the way, this subject is more dearer to me and more profound to me and more important for all of us. They had to accept those who had a score of 98% from the girls that they were planning to admit. For the boys, it was 94. But if it wasn't for the handicap of the housing or the dormitory facilities, I honestly, and we know what, we get away with 40% today. If it wasn't for that dormitory the limitation, I wouldn't be surprised that the number would have been 60%, 40%. Isn't it, after all, disheartening to see women with that potential, with that insistence, with that commitment, that she is to be prevented from given an opportunity? And the answer in Saudi Arabia, no.
Thank you for that very positive note about the future and making the future happen today. On behalf of Halima and myself, it's been a great pleasure to have the opportunity to have this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness.
Thank you so much for that frank and open conversation. Really looking forward to the surprises to come in Sharm el-Sheikh there. His Royal Highness, Prince Abdul Aziz. Stay with us because right now we are moving from energy back to the digital transformation. And I'm very pleased to have coming to the stage. We have somebody to talk here about the new frontiers in governance in the age of technology and how Pakistan is ready for investments in technology across the digital matrix, inviting business leaders. Please do give a very warm FII welcome to the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, His Excellency Shehbaz Sharif.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a great pleasure and an honor to address this wonderful and highly prestigious forum, Future Investment Initiative, a great vision of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and this speaks volumes about his vision and forward-looking great mechanism of his future, how His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wishes to see not only Saudi Arabia as a great country in times to come, but also involving other regions of the world to move forward with speed and become countries where men and women are empowered, where progress and prosperity is the order of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the guiding principle of environment, social, and governance which constitute the right combination and perhaps even the prism to look at and assess the world of today and tomorrow. Nothing could be more important to us than this very challenge: how to ensure that our collective tomorrow is better than ours today, and that we are ready for it, that we have the tools, skills, and technology which enables us not just to navigate the complex world of tomorrow, but to also shape it today in a manner that has the most beneficial impact on humanity. We are living through truly transformational times. Throughout history, such times have triggered political, social, environmental, and economic changes. These changes have been powered by imagination, innovation, and action. Yes, bold, decisive, and consequential action. But the pace of transformation and change was never as swift as it is today, with the power of technology driving the world towards a future that only few could imagine in the past. We are well positioned to harness the dynamics of change. Tech power is a great equalizer. It can cut through social, cultural, and financial barriers and empower those who are equipped to leverage it. In Pakistan, I have seen with a sense of great satisfaction how young women and men are crafting their careers, like I have seen here today, here in Riyadh. What a wonderful sight, where men and women are working together for the good of mankind and their prosperity and happiness, and boosting their earning power by using tech in diverse fields within the larger digital metrics like e-commerce. My curiosity to learn and fascination from technology has led to close interaction with such experts. Serving as the Chief Minister of Punjab, أنا في الماضي جاء رئيس الوزراء البنجاب منطقة البنجاب في الباكستان لل10 سنوات. I saw the fruits of my policies when I introduced tech innovations in the educational and health sectors. Using technology, we provided conditional cash transfers to schoolgirls, stipends, supported specially abled people, gave timely agricultural inputs to farmers, provided free laptops in hundreds of thousands to deserving and high-performing students, established a high-tech safe city in the city of Lahore, which is the capital of Punjab in Pakistan, set up smart schools, introduced digital technology in our immunization program, and linked markets for more equitable buying and selling. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe Pakistan is uniquely placed to leverage this change. We have one of the youngest population in the world. Most of these youngsters are equipped with the tools of the new digital world. They are hungering for more skills and more opportunities. Their talent is already recognized. Pakistan is the fourth most popular for freelancing country. Ladies and gentlemen, consider this combination: a large and young digital savvy population and a massive unmet demand that simply cannot be addressed through existing means of production. Today, a family in urban and rural Pakistan has access to mobile phones and internet, aspires to high education standards, wants to buy consumer products, and needs everything from insurance to healthcare. The importance of this huge demand can, I am sure, be well appreciated and recognized by investors and entrepreneurs present here. I have deep confidence in this young generation of Pakistanis. This is why I am fully prepared to invest our scarce resources of my government in providing them with enabling environment for innovation. While technology is unleashing new potentials, our world is also undergoing cataclysmic changes. Global warming is upon us. Extreme temperatures over time are changing weather patterns and disrupting the usual balance of nature and our ecosystem. Countries like Pakistan, with negligible carbon emissions less than 1%, are vulnerable to the adverse impact of climate change. Pakistan experienced historic heat wave in March this year and torrential rains from June to August, which led to devastating floods in Pakistan. And the province of Sindh, Balochistan, KP, and Junub Punjab, they were all inundated by flood waters. And this was not because of our making. It was purely climate change induced. Therefore, the northern globe has to appreciate and understand that the countries which have become or are becoming victim of climate-induced torrential devastation should be supported and given due help in terms of technology, in terms of design, to have strong, robust infrastructure, whether it's Zara, it's agriculture, or industry, or any other field of undertaking. The rain and floods in Pakistan has affected 33 million people, and more than 1,700 people have died, including infants, children. More than 2 million houses have been damaged, and over 3.5 million acres of crops have been lost. Rose bunni kullu shaja fil ma' yani zahma kathir jiddan. Lakin inshallah, bismillah, we will stand on our own feet. We will work hard. We will work hard, inshallah, untiringly. And we are extremely grateful to our brotherly countries and friendly countries, including Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and my very respected brother, my leader, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, created air bridge between Saudi Arabia and Islamabad and Karachi, sending food items, tents, and other very important items for flood-affected people. We are very grateful to our brothers in Saudi Arabia, and we are deeply obliged for this very timely support. Ladies and gentlemen, as societies place greater premium on sustainability, clean energy is the driver of the new economy. Looking back, my administration in the province of Punjab was exploring solar power in 2012. We established 1,000 solar power park in Bahawalpur, which is south of Lahore. It is since producing 400 megawatts with spare capacity to generate the balance. As Prime Minister of Pakistan, I am leading from the front for the development of Ashra of 10,000 megawatts of solar power to meet Pakistan's peak load demand. Yani, هذا الكهرباء من الشمس هذا لازم جدا للشعب الباكستان للمعاشي, because when we import oil at these and gas at these exorbitant prices around the globe, Pakistan, which is a developing country, cannot afford to finance the import bill to the extent of $24 billion, $24 billion. Our economy cannot afford. Therefore, we have, alhamdulillah, a lot of sun over there in Balochistan, in Punjab, in Sindh, and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So we have launched a program of Ashra Alaf megawatts of Kahraba min al-Shams in Pakistan. And we are upgrading our rail, ports, airways, water, gas, power, and digital infrastructure. With a young and growing population, The market is expanding. Our government is encouraging private enterprises to drive the economy. The government is investing in public goods. These too are available for partnership. So public-private partnership. And I would like to propose to my brothers and sisters sitting here from Saudi Arabia and other countries and globally, min al-alam, that here is an opportunity where the world wants to have green energy, where we want to avoid pollution and minimize our problems in the air. And the answer is Kahraba min al-ma, Kahraba min al-shams, and Kahraba and wind power. That is the future. And for that, I'm here standing before you, inviting you to please come forward. And I, as Prime Minister of Pakistan, but at this very, very important forum, I am telling you very frankly, this wonderful gathering and wonderful arrangements has pleasantly surprised me. It has been a wonderful occasion to be here. I've been to such summits and conferences around the globe, but this is Davos in desert. It is a remarkable achievement by our Saudi friends and Saudi corporations and Saudi young leadership headed by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. My dear friends, my brothers and sisters, Pakistan has many higher educational institutions. Some are recognized internationally. I propose, therefore, that the Future Investment Initiative should consider establishing a satellite center in one of Pakistan's leading universities to explore the rapidly growing Pakistani market and spur innovation among our young population. The satellite could become the center of a network of researchers, innovators, investors, and service providers to harness the capacities which, if optimized, would take Pakistan to a higher level of social and economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, khitaman, Pakistan is open for business. Let me assure you, as the Chief Executive Officer of Pakistan today, that we as a nation are ready to reach out to all of you and entire globe and find potential investors and grab the future with both hands. As the Prime Minister of Pakistan, I am determined to deliver efficient and competent, transparent governance in these difficult times. I ask you to join hands with me, and together let's unlock and unleash our combined energies to carve the future we all want for our coming generations. Thank you very much, and it's a great occasion. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Let's give another round of applause for His Excellency. Thank you very, very much. His Excellency Shahbaz Sharif there, the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, speaking there about new frontiers in governance, talking about how Pakistan is ready for investments within technology. I do know that from my latest podcast, in fact, where we focused on Pakistan, that it is right at the center of the tsunami of crises that is hitting particularly the developing parts of the world. The rising oil prices, the rising food prices have made the cost of aid packets, for example, to those who are trying to recover from the floods, twice as expensive. I also know from interviewing a number of digital leaders in Pakistan about the digital talent, about the engineering talent of both men and women. So thank you for that really passionate comment and passionate call to action, Your Excellency. We still have quite a lot to come. In a few moments, in fact, after this next panel, I will be back with a selection of guests, and we will be talking about the clash of generations, because if you think about it, everywhere you turn these days, the world is out of joint. And actually, we've talked about some of those issues, some of the issues facing the world. It's also, at least in part, because the young and the old are pulling us in different directions, those competing needs, those competing priorities. Before we get there, however, we're going to stay in this digital world. We have to lead us through the meta-industrial revolution, a fantastic panel, and I'd like you to give them a very warm welcome. Please welcome Ryan Chilcott and his panel.
The meta-industrial revolution is upon us, and it will change the world. From economies of goods and services to those based on data and knowledge. From the physical to the virtual, eroding boundaries that may have held back global integration in the past. How should businesses, investors and governments prepare? How can emerging economies maintain competitive economic advantages in these new landscapes? How will this revolution reorient human civilization?
Well, welcome everyone. In case you hadn't already noticed, we have a collection, a panel of absolute rock stars today from the United States, France, Saudi Arabia, and China in the business of everything from aerospace, defense, finance, semiconductors, telecoms, and transportation. So please join me in welcoming Patrice Caine, Chairman and CEO of TELUS Group. Patrice.
Good afternoon.
Omar Ishrak, Chairman of the Board at Intel, former Chairman of the Board at Medtronic. Hani Kablawi. Hani, there you are, yes. Head of International at BNY Mellon. Ken Moore, MasterCard's Chief Innovation Officer. Ken, thank you. Patrick Jean, M31 Capital's founder and managing partner. Thank you. And last but not least, Saudi Arabia's own Olayan Al-Wataid, CEO of Saudi Telecom.
Thank you.
I'm Ryan Chilcott. I'm an Emmy-nominated international correspondent. I've spent more than 25 years running around the world looking at all things, including tech. I consider myself, relative to the panelists on in today's discussion, a meta-industrial Luddite, right? So I'd like to start the conversation there, and for you to perhaps, a few of you, to, in 30 seconds or less, explain to me what you think of when I say meta-industrial revolution. What the heck is that? Go ahead.
Looking at me, I'll start.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you know, the very fact that you're saying meta says that this is a lot to do with data. More data, so much data that is beyond what we know how to manage today. And industrial because it's applied to different industries. So that's one way to kind of think about it. I'll talk about it very briefly from a computational perspective. You know, there's 4 things that are happening concurrently, which is a positive circle. Starting with the ubiquitousness of computers. They're going to be everywhere. You think they're everywhere today? They'll be in more places. Second is the intercomputer connectivity, which is driven by what is called low latency. That means the speed of connection is shrinking very rapidly, so things that could be done in one computer can be done in several computers at the same time. And the third is the access to the cloud, the size of the cloud that continues to grow and therefore hosts more data. And the fourth is because of all of this, you're getting more data. And the more data you get, the better your algorithms get. The better your algorithms get, you know, the more things you can do with it, and can be applied to many different places. So the only other thing I'll say is that this is, in my mind, not something that stops. It's continuous, and it's growing exponentially, and the world 10 years from now, I can say is almost unimaginable from what it is today.
Well, that was a very long 30 seconds, Omar.
Could I maybe come in?
No,
sorry.
But, so, Ken, please, go ahead. And also, if you could address the issue of where does the internet and let's say Industry 3.0 as we think of it end, and this meta industrial revolution begin?
Sure. So maybe let me comment on the first question. I mean, if I was talking to my grandmother in an elevator, I would say to her, there are a collection of technologies out there that are individually important, but which will come together in ways, some of which we can imagine, some of which we can't now, that are going to change every business on the planet. And that would be my pitch to her. That is what the fourth, our meta industrial revolution is. How it's different from the third is that the computational power, the data sets, the technologies that we have to play with in the fourth industrial revolution, up to and including the metaverse, the meta in the fourth industrial revolution, are coming at us with such speed and will be so transformative that we can start to see today what the world 3, 4, 5, and out to 7 years is going to look like.
If I may, the simplest form of looking at it is to say the jury is still out on the final definition of meta as we know it. However, as far as now is concerned, it's an evolution of Web 3.0 that is taking us to a stage where identity is being challenged and value exchange is being redefined in a way that makes a decentralized approach of content creation and value exchange.
Please.
So first of all, I think it's too fancy for people to talk about meta industry, something meta about anything. I think this is yet to be defined. For me, in a very simplistic way, is atoms meeting bytes. And also in the real world is different innovations from biotech, genomics, and to nanotechnology, and to Internet of Things, to AI, and all this coming together. And by the way, so with today you're meeting with some of the Chinese delegates coming to this event. Many of them are great practitioners in actually adding bytes to atoms. And they're all doing their own version of, I guess, this meta-industrial revolution. I don't think we should be too much fixated on the definition itself. And everybody is experimenting with their version. And I think it creates a lot of data. And that's making our productivity keep going up. And thanks to the contribution of your business.
And let me, Honey, if I could ask you, today, Meta, the company formerly known as Facebook, is releasing the Meta Quest Pro. It's a virtual reality headset. It's a set of goggles. It sells for $1,500, releasing today. The company's called Meta. Their goggles are called Meta, or at least they got them in the name. Is that the meta industrial revolution?
Ryan, it's a very smart branding strategy, I would say, and
it's a branding strategy.
It started a couple of years ago with the renaming of the company, and I think it is a very smart branding strategy. I think if you were to go to the search engines, there actually isn't a unified, uniform definition of the metaverse today, and so you'll find, and therefore, I actually agree with all of your speakers. And I would say it is potentially a coming together of augmented, virtual, and physical reality in a way that can be experienced cognitively a little bit differently than you might experience only one of these things on its own. And the other concept that still hasn't been shared here, and so maybe I'll extend on it a little bit, is that today there is a centralized world that we're already all operating in that brings physical and augmented and virtual realities together. We've been having virtual meetings for a very long time with augmented reality. We've been having we've been taking tours of innovation centers or cyber centers in virtual reality settings, and we've been training and developing our own staff for a while in that same way. But all of those things so far have been on what we'll call centralized platforms, and the revolution, if you want to call it that, or going to 3.0, might take us into an environment that is a little bit different, because it might bring decentralization to the underlying platforms. It might bring different worlds and platforms together. And therein lies a lot of questions that I'm sure we'll get into some of which.
Leon.
Yeah, I think the concept of decentralization is the theme around what is happening today on the meta as we know it. This is simply a complete shift where we will be transacting and doing business on a virtual world. And that is taking us to a stage where we need to create new ways of identifying people, transacting and doing value exchange in a totally different way than we do it today. That will include a lot of, obviously, technology development to empower all of that, including AI, artificial intelligence, and computing power, and so on. But will require a lot of policy making to make sure that whatever we are doing is going to be beneficial and hopefully not harmful.
Thank you. Patrice, so I think we're starting to get a definition, or at least what it encompasses. So is it here? What are the practical, are there already practical applications or manifestations of this? Has the meta-industrial revolution already broken through the door at TELUS?
Well, indeed, this is more an evolution than a revolution with these so-called enabling technologies. What makes, I would say, these technologies taste a bit different in our world is the nature of the customers we serve. Defense, satellite operators, pilots of civil aircraft, airlines. So what does it mean for this set of customers? Well, we provide what I call mini-metaverse already. That's why I'm saying it's not new, it's a bit of an evolution. When we offer typically a synthetic environment for these guys to train. So simulation and training is extremely important. I call mini-meta because it doesn't gather millions of users, but a few tens or a few hundreds, it's already quite complex. And the second aspect, which has not been mentioned yet, is how cybersecurity is important. All these digital, I would say, technologies, all these digital revolutions with an S that we see are, I would say, sustainable on the long run if and only if we are able to guarantee the integrity of the data, the integrity of the identity of the people, because we operate what I call safety-critical operations. At the end of the day, life is at stake. So you cannot make a mistake, and you cannot be, I would say, hacked or spoofed by people. And this brings an additional, I would say, special taste to this meta concept.
Especially when you decentralize, right? So you can guarantee the identity of an avatar, for example, or how much an avatar might have in Bitcoin, Ether, or digital assets that you can create some value exchange on a Web 2.0 centralized platform. But how do you do that when you start bringing platforms together? How do I know that the avatar that I'm dealing with, just as an example, is who it says it is, and that they have the kind of value in their wallet that they say they have? And I think, to Patrice's point, that's going to be a critical thing to get right as we all try to move into this next version of the metaverse.
I think if I can make a quick point on that, just thought about it. One of the biggest challenges, in fact, is going to be the policy environment that has to be created to prevent bad use of the capability that's been created. Keeping up with that, I think, is actually going to be the bottleneck in the whole process. That's either that or it's just not going to be used and you'll get other problems. But the policy change mechanism is way too slow. It's not keeping up with the pace of change. And I think the industrialists and the entrepreneurs can move way more quickly. So I think there has to be a lot of work there, how policy change can keep up with this change, and change in days, not years.
I feel like, please.
If I may add a point to it. At this conference, and we're not just having technologists coming here, we also have the policymakers being part of the audience. And, today with your geopolitical sort of conflicts looming large on the horizon, people start to think about the regulation, they think about national interest, national security. And so that might become an impediment to the meta, right, and industrial revolution. I think this is something everyone should take a note of. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs, they're doing terrific jobs, and especially leveraging all these innovations across different areas. They're doing a remarkable job. And if there's one thing I think they feel frustrated about is regulation, is geopolitical kind of uncertainty. I mean, this actually got a lot of people very confused at this point.
But the other side of the coin is that you have to have some regulation.
Absolutely.
Okay? Independent of geopolitical, there can be all kinds of other abuse of the data.
We're just in a sort of uncharted water right now with this.
So maybe if I could come in on that point, because I think we have a lot of paradoxes still to play out. Web3, Web5 pushing towards decentralization, but who really wants to have custody of their own data? Which grandmother is really going to be able to have her own server, right? There are things, I think, ways in which regulations need to create roadmaps for us to navigate through that. Because it may be, rather than a fully decentralized world, we end up with some hybrid of centralized and decentralized. And I think that's probably more likely. But then on the other side of it, so if that's a kind of a paradox, we've also got the known and regulatory world in the context of finance, and then we have the slightly less well-known world around central bank issued digital currencies, NFTs, cryptocurrencies, solar credits, even data as asset classes, where the rules are still being written. And I think to get scale, we'll see lots of experimentation, but to transition from experimentation into use case at scale, we need roadmaps defined. And that's where I think, and I would really welcome the partnership of regulators in this room and more broadly to help us navigate.
But Patrice, I want to come to you, but just briefly, just because it feels like these two issues that you've identified, you collectively have identified over the last couple of minutes. One is cybersecurity and knowing that what you're seeing is real, I guess, on the one hand, and the other is regulation and having that roadmap. That those issues are most pronounced in finance right now. If we think about it, right, everybody's talking about, sort of Bitcoin theft and, is cryptocurrency a commodity or is it a currency, and who should regulate it? No one could agree. Is it the case that when we talk about this meta-industrial revolution, that these early issues are being most discussed, that will affect the whole space in finance? And then I promise I'll come to you, but we'll go to one more finance guy, and then come to you. I promise, Patrice.
So the quick answer on this is that you have multiple speeds. Industry is definitely playing it faster than regulators, and politicians and policymakers are actually driving the regulators to try and come up with an answer quickly, because no politician wants for their jurisdiction to be a latecomer to what is going to be an important industry. So there are some markets, some regulators who are a little bit farther ahead than others in this space. And then maybe the other thing I'd say is we have started experimenting and playing with the custody of, you mentioned custody, the custody of digital assets. And in the first instance, the digital asset that exists that we can custodize happens to be Bitcoin and Ether. But the reason we did that wasn't because we want to custodize Bitcoin and Ether. Eventually, this is about tokenization of other assets. Yes, public assets, but one could say there's not much of a problem in clearing, settling, custodizing public assets today. But there is in private assets, real estate, art, and other forms of assets that are illiquid, that are hard to fractionalize, and that are difficult for people to actually want to invest in, to actually do so. And so this is about creating the rails in this new environment to enable people to actually invest in assets that have been very difficult to invest in so far.
Let me go to Patrice and then.
No, let me just bring another idea to this discussion. Be it for finance, be it for medcare, healthcare, or telecom, we all need to protect our data. It all starts with data, okay? Protecting data means encrypting data, cryptology. And the fact that quantum computing will arrive one day, and we were discussing that backstage, is both a fantastic opportunity, to deal with very complex mathematical problems, issues, and to solve things that were impossible to solve before. But at the same time, this same computer would be able to break any crypto algorithm known for the moment. So privacy will disappear. Our digitalization, be it for Meta or any other kind of digital transformation, will be at threat. Then we need to work on this second aspect, which is less favorable. How do we invent new algorithms to continue to protect our data, even if quantum computing will arrive one day?
Just if you just imagine what we are talking about in a simplistic way. This is the life that we are living in, the physical world that we are more or less living in and doing business and going through each and everything that we know today. There will be a totally new virtual life that is going to be driving business, telling people how to educate themselves, helping us to test all new ideas in a much faster, more computing power being used and so on. It needs to be safe. It needs to be secure. Data governance and data protection, taxation mechanisms needs to be all there, and so on and so forth. It's still nascent, moving into different stages in different countries, but I think it is here to stay and here to happen at some point. And it's a function of how we collectively approach it as countries and as industries to really move into it one stage at a time, because it's an ecosystem that will come together and a couple of technologies that will come together to shape it.
Patrick, if I might, very briefly, give me an example of a manifestation, a use of a product or service from the meta-industrial revolution that you've touched in business already.
And so we invest globally. I invested in an American company, is leading in global early-stage cancer diagnostic business. It's called Grail. And they have conducted the largest clinical trial in human history with 300,000 patients enrolled, so they have a lot of data. But interestingly, most of the people thought this is just a healthcare play. But half of the team, they're AI guys. They came from Google. And so I talked to some of the AI experts in the world. Now we're talking about speed of change, and they said that speed of learning by the machines is 10x a year. And that's how fast. You know, in the real world, we talk about revenue is, doubling is a lot. But the amount of the speed of learning is 10x or even faster than that. Then on top of that, when you have great findings coming out of this, then you start, this is still a real world product because it's a kit, it's a diagnostic kit. And then it's subject to Wright's law. Every time you double the volume, the cost will also come down. So it's really amazing. It's atoms meeting bytes. And a lot of kind of this good stuff, innovations kind of blended into one business model, creating really, really powerful business. And every person in this room could be benefiting from it in a very, very large way. It's not just a healthcare product, it's prescribed by the doctors, it's actually a consumer level product because everybody, when you get to a little bit older, age 50 and older, the chance of getting cancer is real for everybody. The whole game is finding it early, so this is AI at play. This is, I think, meta-industry revolution at play.
But, to that point, and I agree with everything that you said, then you said it very well, but the other side you'll just throw at it. I'm a supporter of this, but at the same time, I'll give you an example along the lines you're talking about. People get stroke, okay? And sometimes when the stroke happens, you don't know when it's going to happen. It certainly happens. And we've built methods through which you know people who are at risk and so on and so forth, and you kind of keep an eye on them. Through this methodology, if you get access to what patients or what people are doing, there are probably habitual changes in people or habitual trends in people that can predict a stroke like weeks and weeks and weeks before it actually happens, okay, which is in principle a good thing. Then you can do something about it and keep that person alive or well. The bad thing is your privacy goes away because I know exactly what you're doing all the time, and from that I can predict that, well, you went to this room 5 times or you did this 5 times, your privacy's gone away. Are you willing to put up with that if it's going to save your life? So this is I don't have any black and white answers here, but the problem here is that the example you're giving is a positive example, but it can be used the wrong way. And that's why I say that the policy change methodology and the agenda also needs to understand what's going on. They can't apply yesterday's policies here. And I think there needs to be focus along that and thought along that so that they can keep up with this tool that we've got that we've all talked about.
It's interesting. So we've segued nicely from a conversation a little bit about use cases. Well, we started with what the heck is the meta-industrial revolution, to what are the use cases, what they might be. We got a little bit into that, and we've now moved into it can be a force for good, though there are risks.
Risks.
Other risks, Ken? I mean, so two things. One, if you had to guess right now, the meta-industrial revolution will be more of a force for good or bad, and where do you see the opportunities versus the risks?
Sure. So let me start maybe on the kind of force for good side, because again, I think it's how we use the technology. Technology itself has to live within a framework, and it has to live within the confines of the companies that actually use it and the principles of those companies. So it can be good or it can be bad. Let me give you some examples of metaverse-style technologies, even augmented reality technologies, AI, so fourth industrial revolution technologies being used for good. To me, imagine today some of the industries. I was in Dubai recently, and a gentleman from the Dubai Ports Authority was talking about how they now have women, actually working in industries that used to require manual physical labor and therefore were dominated by men, right? But through artificial intelligence, through robotics, you're taking away the need for manual labor, and you're empowering sections of our economy that were excluded from those types of roles in the past. You can suddenly get them. Also, examples, people who maybe have physical disabilities, right? Maybe they're in a wheelchair, maybe they're suffering, maybe they don't speak a language, right? Technology can cross those barriers, so it opens up a huge amount of inclusivity angles, diversity angles. Similarly with sustainability. As we start to connect supply chains, I think we can do tremendous things for educating consumers on the choices that they make and how that can support the planet. And even for things like digital inclusion and financial inclusion, I think some of the digital assets we talked about, turning physical goods into assets that can be traded, rights, NFTs, things that were hard to actually trade and transact with before, can suddenly open up ways to include people, both financially and digitally, that were excluded. So there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic, but of course there are pitfalls and challenges.
So, I mean, we use 2.0, but the virtual reality gamification that leads to risk profile identification. So effectively, an individual puts these goggles on and plays a game, and it results in the ability of an interpreter of the game results to actually construct an investment portfolio that matches the risk profile of the individual that has just played the game. The risks that Patrice and Ken both identified is what happens if that data gets lost? What happens if there is a misinterpretation of that data? What happens if the fine print on that data in one country and the fine print in another country don't match? Can you use the data in the same way in different places? Now, you add decentralization to that, as we were saying earlier, and then you've got a supposedly borderless technology superimposed on which is a bunch of borders that just don't make any sense. And we've got to get through all of that.
Another risk, Oleon, if I could address this to you, is that as we already are now, we spend even more time empowered by this immersive technology, by this revolution, apart. Yeah. I spend 12 hours a day on my phone. That's 12 hours I'm not talking to other people. If we're talking about the pluses and minuses...
I agree with you. The amount of time that's been spent on the internet, as we know it today, is already reaching to those levels where we need to be careful. I'm afraid with this new life, within the digital life and virtual reality, more time is going to be spent, which we have to worry about the consequences of it, whether it's the signs of depression or the signs of obesity or the signs of being ignorant sometimes to ethical behaviors or being connected to the world in a way that, that means something to us in the real world. I think all of these are very important to be looked into as we are moving towards the adoption of the technology. We haven't reached yet to the stage where we need to have to attend to issues as far as now is concerned, but I think it's coming, and we need to be prepared for it. Things that will define what is ethical for people to be looked into in this new world. Things that relates to preserving culture and making sure that cultural heritage is being preserved across the globe is very important. We think that these are elements that needs to be preserved and as we move forward and define a new norm within the virtual world.
Yeah, just let me go to Patrice, please.
Yeah, just to remind on these different points, I do think as tech companies, we can do things to prevent, I would say, wrong usages of, wrong use cases of technologies. We cannot wait for governments to write or issue regulation. That's one part of the answer. But we have also our own responsibility with our own engineers to make sure that when they developed AI algorithm, for instance, or when we use biometrics, if I take another technology, we set, I would say, internal kind of guidelines, charter, to push our people to think how they can, I would say, counter unconscious bias in algorithm, how they can think of the, I would say, end usage of the technology, so that we have our own, I would say, ways to mitigate this bad or less positive aspect of technologies and work for the good.
I want to broach our last topic or idea that we cannot avoid here, which is we're supposed to be looking at how this revolution is going to affect the new global order. And I was just thinking about how, you know, historians say, hey, I'll make sure that we're on the right side of history because I'm going to write it. And I wonder if it's the same in technology, where if you produce the components that are necessary to enable this revolution, then you can make sure that you're okay, but those that don't have the technology aren't necessarily okay. So I'm wondering, Omar, to put you on the spot, as you know, one of the world's largest chip makers, if, you know, for example, this does exist. You know, Intel has this ability to, and headquartered in the United States has this ability to produce these chips, but not everyone necessarily will get to access those chips and that technology. What do you make of that? I mean, and what do we need to do to ensure that everyone is along for the ride in a good sense with this revolution?
Well, you know, from a business perspective, if everyone is not allowed those chips, my business will be smaller. So
sure.
I'm going to watch that for a start.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give it to people who need it. Now, the only reason you don't want to give it to others is because, you know, there's usage that you don't want or someone doesn't want with the chip that you're producing. And that goes back to, you know, how it's being used and what it's being used for, and it goes back to the policy and the regulations that we talked about. I mean, I don't have any black and white answers here, but all I know is that two things. First, the demand will continue to grow. That's not going to stop. So there's an unending demand of chips because it's the core of everything we're talking about here.
Yeah.
The second is the fact that, you know, this global balancing that's happening right now is needed. Forget about the geopolitics, just from a environmental, not environmental, but from a disaster perspective. You put all your chips in one place and there's a cyclone there and you shut it down. That's not a good thing.
Yeah.
You need backups. So it needs to be globally diversified for all kinds of logical reasons. So, you know, I don't know how you stop things completely.
Yeah.
You know, they'll come up with their own version of it at some point.
Yeah.
And so it goes back to this regulation thing that we talked about, that it's important for us to think through that, and the regulators have to, working with us, move at a much, much faster speed, and they have to realize that.
Patrick, I want to give you an opportunity to
Well, listen,
respond to that. I mean, M31 invests in Chinese companies, some of which, for example, I'm going to have to wrap this up, so if you can keep your answer to like 30 seconds. But you invest in some Chinese companies that want to go global that, for example, don't have access to Intel's chips right now.
Yeah, first of all, I think when we talk about businesses, a lot of times we think about it's American companies or Chinese companies from whatever, wherever. But here's the thing. If you're a real good business, you are helping the world solve a real problem. And look, today, there's a big inflation globally. There's energy inflation. But who are solving the problems? And 97% of the solar supplies are coming from China. But when you go to those companies, you think this is just old traditional manufacturing businesses. No, you walk in. This year, I visited a few of them. You actually don't see workers, human workers. It's fully automated. And there's Internet of Things and in real action. It's really amazing to see how much computing power is going to be actually leveraged, employed to achieve something really amazing for everybody. We are all looking for solutions for our problems. The company could be from Saudi Arabia, could be from China, could be from America, and I think they're doing real stuff.
Well, if the meta-industrial revolution was a movie, I hope this was a very useful trailer, because it was very quick, and I think we covered a lot of ground. So, Patrick, everyone please join me in thanking Patrice, Omar, Hani, Ken, Patrick, of course, again, and Olean. Real pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our leaders are getting old. Studies show that leadership positions are now more predominantly held by older people than at any point in history. And yet, half of the world's population is aged under 30. Humanity is younger than ever and has new perspectives on what leadership should be. How can we preserve knowledge from previous generations while allowing Gen Z to develop its own leadership strategies? Should investors fund training of future leaders? Who among up-and-coming Gen Z leaders are those to watch?
I'm open to new ideas. The old generation, they're not as much. So I think there's a bit of a clash there.
We are more traveling.
Each generation has a different point of view, but everyone knows the world is changing.
Well, I do think we grow up with very, very different values, and sometimes maybe we struggle to emphasize with each other. So I do think there's just conflicts of missing understandings.
It's a lot more technology with phones and that kind of stuff.
Empathy.
One that's willing to learn from people.
I think qualities of like understanding, acceptance.
When you listen to other people, what they want, not only what you want for yourself.
Maybe some discipline, maybe some structure.
I think definitely, being open to listening and taking your time before, I guess, coming to conclusions.
Ability to speak, because I saw that all Generation Z, they're always on the phone and they just text messages and they can't speak.
Patience and managing finances are key values that we all need to learn from previous generations.
I think younger people might be more willing to give up easier when times get hard, so just being able to push through the hard times.
Maybe mentoring. By investing in our education system now.
More education.
By investing in ongoing training programs and educational opportunities.
I can't really think of anything that they need to invest. I think they're doing a good job thus far.
So, welcome to our summit within a summit, the clash of generations. Demography may not actually be destiny, but it can absolutely shape our policies. A recent report by the FII, Richard spoke about it this morning, shows that while everyone is concerned about the cost of living, youth are worried about unemployment, and older generations, worried about their shrinking social safety nets, healthcare, pensions, and so on. In New York just last week, the Association of Retired Persons issued a report showing that older voters dominate elections because they vote and younger folks do not. That really reminded me of a conversation I had for my podcast with Mark Malloch Brown, one of the leading experts on global development, talking about the tsunami of crises, some of the things that we have been focusing in this summit over the last few hours. And he said that part of the problem is that the global north can't hear the alarms coming from the global south. And he said the solution was for young people to step up and create a new kind of international relations where the issues they worry about, the issues of the future, are top priorities. And you know what they are: economic, racial, and gender equity, sustainable global growth that improves lives and protects the planet, technology for good, all those subjects we're talking about in this summit. And while the clash of generations is a challenge, it's also such an enormous opportunity. If we invest wisely in the generations of humanity who are our future, and frankly, already such a big part of today. So let's get right to it, starting on the ground here with our hosts in Saudi Arabia, where, like other parts of the world, over 2/3 of the population is under 35. Let's give a warm FII welcome to the CEO of the MISC Foundation, Dr. Badr Al-Badr. He'll be asking, is there a clash of generations?
القائد زمان يا حبيبي كان الوضع رسمي أكثر من أنه حبي زي دحين. الوضع لازم تاخذ موعد عشان تروح تتكلم معاه.
كان عندهم قساوة أكثر.
مايكرو مانجمنت ستايل كان متعب في المنظمات.
القرار جاء كذا أو الأمر جاء كذا لازم يتنفذ كما أنزل.
دائما في فاصل، في مكتب وفي سكرتارية، وممكن القائد شخص أنت ما تقدر تتكلم معه وتاخذ راحتك معه وما هو قريب منك، ما هو شبهك، أو بالعادة يكون شخص كبير في السن.
وما أريكم إلا ما أرى يعني.
بالنسبة لي كانت صورة المدير هو إنسان متحكم، هو إنسان دائما يأمر وأنت تنفذ، ما يقبل الآراء.
وكان في خوف بين الامبلويز والمدير نفسه.
ما يدي أي أحد مجال يتكلم أو يعطي آراء أو يطرح أفكار.
I'm here today to address the clash between generations, as we have seen in the video. Leaders, executives, thinkers, ladies and gentlemen of all generations, I'm delighted to be with you here today in the 6th edition of FII. I'm always excited to be FFI and FII to the extent that I never missed a virgin. I'm especially excited about this one here. And I'm honored to be invited for the second time to speak about this important topic. Perhaps they chose me because of my age, and they think that I've seen so many generations in the workplace that I know one thing or two about talking about or working with different generations. This topic reminds me of a recent conversation that I had with a friend who was also a relative, which means that I know him from a long time and we grew up together. The father talked to me. He was extremely worried about his son. He told me, you know, my son, you know him from a young age. He was young and restless. Now, he's beyond his 20s, well into his 30s. He's not young anymore, but he's still restless. He jumps from stint to stint, project to project, with no stability in mind. Ironically, I also know the son who comes to me for mentorship. The son authored 4 books, done 2 startups, and now is well into his 3rd startup, and is having very good traction. To me, this story is another example of the gap between the generations. But let me ask you a question here. Do you think the year that you were born really defines the way you behave, the way you think, your value and work style, your values and work style? Or in other words, does the generation to which you belong really define you? There is definitely a gap here. And as we have seen from the video, the gap is there's like an older camp which is characterized as conservative, controlling, even to the point, we heard it, cruel. Then we have the newer camp of the young, who are positive, progressive, and people-oriented. Is that a clash of generations? I tend to disagree with the characterization of it as a clash of generations for two reasons. The first reason, I see it a bit disrespectful of this older generation of whom we are the products and to whom we go for wisdom, their experience, and knowledge. But more importantly, this narrative of clash of generations boxes you in a box that you are part of a generation, you need to think a certain way and act a certain way just because you're part of this or that generation. To me, it's more of a clash of mindsets, a clash of work styles. In Saudi Arabia in particular, we are embarking on a very ambitious journey to Vision 2030 with its 3 pillars. We're doing it in a world that is fast changing and very complex. We have just came out of the pandemic, Corona, do you all remember? Then we have global conflict, and we have economic difficulties. And this complex backdrop, we are here to transform our future. To do that, at the Mohammed bin Salman Foundation, MISC, we studied very deeply the leadership traits needed for the leaders of the future. The reason we're doing it is because we are on a mission, on a journey, to create the leaders of the future that would lead us to Vision 2030. It's part of our mandate to empower talented Saudi youth. As our study came out with a competency model or a leadership model that identifies the traits of the leaders of the future. I don't have time now to go through the 7 competencies. You could download the whole study from the paper on our website. It's in the link in my Twitter page, in my speaker profile. But I'll take you through an example. A competency, by the way, is just a complex word for sets of behaviors, values, personal attributes, skills that a person or a leader need to adhere to or live up to. One of those competencies, and arguably the most important one, is being a principled leader. That competency does not dictate a set way of action, but actually gives you 2 polarities or a spectrum of work styles or behaviors to choose from depending on the situation. Some of it part of what we characterize as the old camp, some of it part of the new camp. And you're free to choose whatever matches the situation. Let me give you 2 examples of that competency. One is being risk-averse on the one side, conservative. On the other side, being reckless and a risk-taker. And you are to choose as a leader where to be and what is benefit or matches the situation. Another example of that is being charitable versus being economically sustainable. And another competency is being a force for the future. And there you can have behaviors to select from the polarities of being very slow and conservative all the way to being fast and entrepreneurial, or being respectful and bound by tradition and social hierarchy to being socially experimenting. These competencies and the importance of them and the applicability change depending on the situation, as I said. For example, during the COVID pandemic, priorities changed. The whole world order changed. We have done a study at the MISC Foundation on post-pandemic leadership and found that being a principled leader, for example, remained as the most important competency before, during, and after the pandemic. However, being people-centric, and that included looking at the health and well-being of people, shot all the way to being one of the top during the pandemic and after. The competency model and prescribing to leaders how to work is one side. Another area that we're focusing on is dialogue. And that's what we're doing today, and me opening the session on multi-generational dialogue. We will continue this dialogue in this same hall in 2 weeks at the MISC Global Forum. But what we're discussing is a continuation of what we're saying here today, is that the generations need to talk to each other. There's no one right or wrong way. We need to learn from each other. And there are a common goal that we need to reach. There's a transformation. There's a very ambitious transformation that's ahead of us. And we need to select among old and new work styles that benefits the situation. Going back to the story, to the father, I told him at the end that at this day and age, what worked for us is not necessarily the best for our children. There are many ways of success these days. And don't worry about your son. I see him well set on his way to success. But also the son, I told him that you need to be respectful of your father's fears, but you also need to learn from your father's wisdom and plan well for your financial security. And to all of you here with me today, whether you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, or like me, in your 50s, or even older or younger, I say that you are free to choose to which generation do you belong in terms of your work style. I actually invite you to be part of what we call at MISC as the generation transformation, the generation that will lead transformation in this country, or what we call Generation T. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Badr, for laying out the challenge. The story that you told really does show that there can be a difference, a gap between how the older and the younger see the world. So how can leaders harness those differences to take us forward? And to consider that question, we have a formidable leader herself. She is the ambassador of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the United States. I want you to give a very warm welcome to Her Royal Highness, Princess Rima, and her guests.
Hello, good evening, everyone. So sorry, we have a little change of schedule. Let me introduce myself. I'm Matteo Renzi. I'm the former Prime Minister of Italy, but I'm a proud member of FII Institute, a Future Investment Initiative with Richard here. And in this role, I'm so proud to welcome here a great friend of Saudi, a great friend of Middle East, and a great friend also of mine, Jared Kushner. And that is a great pleasure to be with Jared here. But I'm Italian, and you know, Italian guys have a lot of export. Fashion, food, also great technology, healthcare industry. And now we have a new asset of export. We export instability. UK try to be as Italy, but they have 44 days of government, a great result. Italians do it better because we change more or less a government every year. And so we will see what could happen. I start from that because the idea with Jared is discuss about the crisis around the world, particularly in politics, but not only in politics. And starting about that means, look what happened in the map. This morning we listened a lot of great discussions. We listened about economy, finance, population, demography, poverty. Please look just 1 minute what happened today in the geopolitical map. I started from UK just to joke against our British guys and British friends, but we have a problem in all European countries. We have a problem from Japan. I was just 3 weeks ago in the ceremony for remember Abe Shinzo, former prime minister, killed in a terrible way some months ago. From Japan to Southeast. Of course, we have a lot of tensions for war. We have a great problem of demography in Europe, not only of democracy. And my idea, our idea, is try to discuss how that situation of global tensions around the world could give a new chance to this place. And for that, I pay tribute to Jared for a very great job in the construction of Peace of Abraham. I think is one of the pillars, not only of administration, without administration which Jared served, but also for Western countries for the next decades. This is my personal view. What do you think, Jared, about in this map of crisis? From Japan to South America, next Sunday, very important election in Brazil. From tensions in the war, of course, from Ukraine and Russia, and what could happen in the next months in China with Taiwan and the Chinese Sea. What do you think, what type of role you imagine for this part of the world?
Good. Well, thank you very much for such a gracious introduction. And Prime Minister has been a great friend of mine over the years, and as I was getting into government, you helped me really understand a lot of the different dynamics in Europe and the region, and so I was very grateful for your friendship, and I still am, and so I wanted to thank you. I also want to take a moment to thank our organizer. I'd like to thank the Crown Prince for hosting this amazing summit, and His Excellency Yasser as well, and Richard Attias and his wife Celia for all you do to make this happen. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank you guys. So. It's a lot of questions you asked, but I will say that the Middle East has gone from a place over the last 5 years where it was a hotbed of global instability, a place where countries all over that you mentioned were fearing that terrorism was being exported from, and a place where a lot of countries were spending a lot of military budget trying to figure out how to bring some stability. You had a civil war in Syria where 500,000 people, civilians, were killed. Iran was loaded with, on pathway to a nuclear weapon with a lot of funding that they were now paying to all the different terror groups. You had Libya was destabilized, you had Yemen was destabilized, and most frightening, ISIS had a caliphate the size of Ohio where they were beheading Christians and killing journalists and doing all kinds of terrible things. When President Trump came into office, we started looking at things differently and not focusing on the past. We focused on what the future could bring and how do we find common interests between people. And so the Abraham Accords peace that was made in 2020 has unleashed a lot of connectivity in a region that has so many amazing resources, not just, we think about natural resources like gas and oil, but also human talent. And you see this region now where Israel, which is a startup nation, and the UAE, which is a startup nation, and even Saudi Arabia, which is a startup nation, are starting to think about their future generations, their youth. They have plans as countries, they have a lot of strength, they have a lot of innovation. And I do think that you're going to see over the next decade a lot of progress and growth coming from this part of the world, as a lot of people in different countries are dealing with their own instabilities in different ways. So I've been quite positive on it for a while, and I would say the biggest lesson in a pretty frightening global set of problems that we face today is that when we were pursuing the Abraham Accords for years, whether you'd go on social media or you'd read the experts, they would say something was impossible and it couldn't be done, and it was destined for conflict and destined for non-breakthrough. And we achieved something that nobody thought could occur because we were optimistic and creative and determined. And the significance of what that breakthrough was is being felt every day. I think it's been more and more recognized in the West, where maybe because of COVID and politics it was a little bit more ignored than it's been felt in this region. But seeing the fundamental coming together of the Jewish people and the Muslim faith, and now having that out in the open, and the exchange of business opportunities, the exchange of cultural experiences, is something that's bringing us all back to the root of our humanity and helping us find a foundational place to realize that we have a lot more reasons to agree with each other and work with each other than we do to fight with each other, as we're seeing is so prevalent in so many ways. But I do find that if you go below the politics, and now that I'm outside of the political sphere, I have a lot more time to watch it with a lot less at stake for me personally than I had when I was serving in government. You see that a lot of people are trying so hard to say the right things, and I think very often not working hard enough to do the right things or get to the right outcomes. And so doing big things is hard, bringing big change is hard, but I think you have a very good set of leadership, especially in this region now, that has very good goals for what they're trying to achieve. They're goals that lift humanity, lift the world, will lift their populations, will invest in the most precious natural resource, which is the youth and the people in different countries. And I'm quite optimistic about what's capable, what's possible with the proper leadership and the proper execution.
That is very interesting. And when we decided with FII the name in investing in humanity, we think exactly about what needs today the world, and particularly political world. We live in a time with big challenges and very, very interesting. Please, thinking about new technologies, robotics, artificial intelligence, don't make a mistake. Artificial intelligence is not the natural stupidity of a lot of politics. This is a different thing. Artificial intelligence, big data, we have a great challenges. But investing in humanity means come back to be leader and not only follower. This is a problem today for a lot of organizations. Particularly, I think, for the role of social media, we risk to become everyone focused on day by day, or we don't think about next generation. We think about next post we have to publish on Instagram, next tweet we have to do. And that risks to create a generation without a deep vision. For that, I think the decision to invest in the Peace of Abraham was one of the most important decisions, because it gave the sense of generation investment. I have this question for you. Really, the events of the last months show a radical change also in the defense and military policies. Thinking about what happened, of course, between Russia and the Ukraine, but thinking about all interview the president of France. I think President Macron is one of the most brilliant guys and leaders today on the stage in Europe. And 3 years ago, Macron used this expression to describe NATO. He used to say, NATO is in brain death. Paradoxically, Putin's invasion gave a new life to NATO. It's a very paradox because Putin gave new life to NATO. Is very strange. But do you think the peace of Abraham will have in the next years, then we have to understand when, a next step in the military and defense and security, next step between the countries who signed that? You think there is here the necessity of a NATO of Middle East, a different NATO, of course?
Yeah, so I think that NATO, we can learn a lot from where it was positive and where it's lacking. And I think that in the world that we're living in today, there's a lot of reason to try to reach to find things that are more bespoke for what they need to be. And I think that a lot of these international institutions often become rudderless with time. And I think earlier today they were, I think, quoting Confucius. The version I knew was from Alice in Wonderland, where the Cheshire Cat says, if you don't know where you're going, it doesn't matter which path you take. And I think that being exposed to politics, you see that a lot of people are pontificating on what they think will happen. And it's virtually impossible to predict what will be, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years from now, because so much of it is determined on the decisions of fallible people throughout the world, right? You were a leader of a country, you recognize that there's always going to be competing factions in every country, and sometimes leaders get it wrong, and sometimes they get it right. And I think that that is the type of thing that you don't see enough of today, where people are focused on what's the long-term vision and plan for what we're creating. So an example is Brexit. I was in favor of Brexit. I think that the European Union has a lot of problems to it that Britain could have dealt with very properly. But if you come out of it and you don't have a plan to execute to then deal with the vulnerabilities that are created, then where does that leave you? And I think that you have that case all over. So for this region, in terms of a NATO comparable, this is an idea that we outlined and started working on, where the big vision that we were trying to achieve with the Abraham Accords was that if you can get regional stability from Haifa to Muscat, you can fill it in with a security architecture, you can create economic interconnectivity between everyone, and you show the next generation that they have unlimited opportunity by investing, instead of taking all the money that's been spent on military over the previous 2 generations, and you put it into, instead of bullets, you put it into bridges. You can invest in your society and education and create opportunity that will make this place, I think, absolutely incredible. You look at what China did over 20 years by making a lot of very smart investments in their society, in their infrastructure, in their country, and they created an economic juggernaut. The same is very possible here. It has all the right ingredients. It just needs to be put together. But I still think the 2 fundamental responsibilities of a leader is, number 1, to provide safety for your people and quality of life. And number 2 is to give them the opportunity to achieve their potential through whatever means possible. And so I think that that's an architecture that has the ability to work. We see over the last 70 years how Europe has really thrived through peacefulness. Again, there's a lot of complaints we could have about the EU structure or about NATO, and obviously we have the current circumstance, which is very, very unfortunate. But if you go in the post-World War II era, after a time of conflict, the security architecture allowed people to put their efforts towards the positivity. And I think that when mankind is rowing together with the right goals, with the right purpose, the potential is unlimited.
That is very interesting. I think everyone who visited Riyadh some years ago understand now how is deep the change in this country. Very exciting processes of transformation and radical change. And that is very important for the goals of Vision 2030 launched by Crown Prince, but also for the great energy we touched in every visit in that city, in that country, from Alula to Jeddah, in every single project. That is interesting. But we have, in the same discussion, to check with a different style around the world, because China helped 800 million people to exit from poverty in the last years. A lot of countries in the Southeast grow very, very strongly. We have a great possibility with Africa, and today Macky Sall, the president of Senegal, and also the president of African Confederation, spoke in a very interesting intervention. We can discuss about everything, but we have two problems. The first is Europe. The second is United States. Last question. Of course, I believe in Europe. I believed a lot in Europe, and I continue to believe. I have different ideas about Brexit. I think Brexit was a mistake. I think you will see in the next years probably someone in UK will try to come back. Also because Scotland referendum could create a great chaos. But I cannot discuss now about Europe. I'm a dreamer, and I hope my son will see the United States of Europe. This is my personal dream. Probably I'm alone, but I believe in that. We are two. Thank you so much, you and me. But you are not Europe. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. It's important. I cannot open a referendum because last time I lost a referendum, I lost my job. So I hate a referendum. Please don't call a referendum. If you need that, I can introduce David Cameron. He thinks exactly as myself. Just to conclude, EU is a great continent and is a great problem today because we haven't this energy we touch everywhere around the world. But we have also a stronger pillar, the alliance with the United States, and today, from the other side of the ocean, we see an America very divided states of America, polarized states of America. What do you think, independently from midterm, next election, of course, now Jared is a businessman, is not a politician for the moment. Then we will see, I don't know. But what do you expect from the next 10 years to reduce the polarization of United States and, as Jimmy Dimon explained very well, in my view, this morning in the speech, to have America as a leader, again, leader of the world?
So I think these are very big topics all, but I think the most important thing is creating purposefulness for where you want to go. I think that, you know, I saw in politics when people are always looking to the right or to the left, the best direction is always to move forward. And if you think about the fundamental differences between Europe and the US has a lot of big advantages. The biggest advantage the US has is two things called the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean, right? So you have great geological boundaries, you have tons of natural resources, you have pretty good neighbors in terms of Canada and Mexico, I think pretty exceptional neighbors economically, and you have a lot of security built in, and you have a stronger federal system than you have in Europe. So that provides a lot of what I would say is the fundamental tools to achieve what I think is going to be a tremendous potential if executed correctly. I think if you think about this part of the world, what's happened, the leadership has come up with things like Vision 2030. You know, I met Richard when we were doing the Peace to Prosperity Summit in Bahrain, which was highlighting a different way to think about the traditional Arab-Israeli conflict, of saying instead of thinking about who wronged who, 70 years ago, let's think about what our children can gain by being together in the future. But here you've had big economic visions like Vision 2030, and to prepare what we did for that conference, we studied every economy over the last, since World War II, whether it's Japan's rebuilding, Poland's rebuilding, we went through China, what they did, South Korea, we went through Ukraine, why that didn't work. And we studied a lot of the different models of governance and industrial policy that led to different successes and failures. So I think having a vision and goals to aim towards is very important. I think in America, there's still a lot of things that people agree on, right? I think that we have the strongest private sector in the world, I believe, and I think that we have the strongest military in the world. I do believe that if we can put the right framework together and make people realize, and again, we have a lot of influences today that are causing people to be more at their throats than need to be, but through my experience in government, I found that we were able to bring big bipartisan victories, whether it was working on criminal justice and prison reform, something that was very partisan, but we ended up getting 87 votes. We did a trade deal with Mexico and Canada, which was very controversial. For a year and a half, everyone was saying, trade is zero sum. They were saying it would never happen. They were criticizing everything we did. They never liked this proposal. But ultimately, it passed the Senate with over 80 votes as well. So big bipartisanship is possible. It's just not what's exciting to cover in the media, so it doesn't get as much airtime relative to the petty squabbles. But I think if the leaders ignore a lot of the noise that we spoke about before and focus on what are these issues, what are the objectives, what are the tactical plans, and come together, there's a lot of good that can be done. So I've seen it happen in the US. I think that there's a lot of people who are rooting for bipartisanship. There's a lot of people who are rooting for people to come together to succeed. And there's a lot of people around the world who are rooting for strong American leadership to play a role in helping bring more peace and stability in a way that I saw firsthand very actively we were able to do in our time. So I think it's very possible. You have a lot of incredible leaders in the House and in the Senate who want to see this. And again, maybe the best gift my mother gave me was optimism. So I'm always optimistic that positive outcomes can be achieved. And it's a very worthy goal to put the effort and sometimes the pain to pursue them.
There is no good wind for the Navy who don't know the map. That was the quote used this morning from Yasser Miami. Is a Roman quote because it's a Seneca. He's a good philosopher, great man from ancient Rome. With these words, I give a special thanks to Jared to stay with us, and thank you so much to everyone for this interesting event.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's all right. It was like a sneak preview of what was to come. Thank you so much. Well, that was fascinating. As you will have noticed, that was not Her Royal Highness. That was, in fact, Senator Matteo Renzi and Jared Kushner. Really interesting discussion, though, on leadership within this new global order. We do have, as previously advertised for you, the discussion with Her Royal Highness. She's going to be bringing up her guests just now. Please give a huge welcome to Princess Rima.
Great. Well, good afternoon. Better late than never. So, Andrew and Bernard, thank you so much for joining me today for a conversation about what could be or could not be the clash of generations. As many of you know, Andrew Liveris is not just a board member of the Public Investment Fund, he's also the president of the Brisbane 2023 Olympic and Paralympic Games, which I'm very honored to serve as an Olympic committee member on that board. And he's also the chairman of Lucid. And Bernard, it is such an honor to have you here, the president of International for Bank of America. You know, you both come from two different perspectives, looking at the world of young people, and not just people that you're employing, but people you're trying to serve. I'd love to understand from your point of view, when we talk about a clash of generations, and we're talking about the business sector, can we detach what is really a social movement that is happening across the world, whether it's East or West, and the needs of this young generation from the needs of business. How do you handle that question?
I think it's a question literally for generations, and if you are like Ray Dalio and study history and what happens in cycles, when we went from the 19th to the 20th century, there was a clash of generations that led to solutions called global institutions that worked. We're in the 21st century, the young generation that's coming through is looking at those 20th century institutions and they're not working. They're simply a failing. And so what they are demanding with three major crises, and as the governor said this morning in his speech, we shouldn't react to a crisis by making the crisis our reaction. We've had three major crises that are disruptions that aren't going to go away. We're traveling at the speed of live, and the generations that your children, our children, are used to this instantaneous reaction, and global institutions are not. We're not electing the right people to understand it. We're not actually leading with disruption management in mind. Business that has a purpose earns the right to operate from society, not from its stakeholders, but from society. Reconfiguring institutions and creating communities of common interest is what young generations are screaming for. But stop talking about it, go ahead and get it done.
Interesting.
No, great. Thanks for having us here, Your Highness. And I put it in the business perspective, as you touched on. So in the US, we touch probably 1 in 2 households, or almost 1 in 2 households. And so being able to talk to the younger generation is an imperative. The way I handle my finances is not the way I think a lot of our kids do. So how we sell financial products, which simply means people's financial lives. How do they save? How do they want to access their cash? How, when they go to a restaurant, do they want to share paying the bill? How do they want to get cash from their parents, who may be in this room sending cash to them? How we interact with them, we have to adjust to the way that they interact with technology, especially. But it's not just the technology, it's also the values and sort of the culture that comes with that. You know, we probably, in our generation, would hate to share our financial sort of statements or affairs, but they do freely. So that's really driving its way through the way we think about our businesses.
So as we look around the world, there can be turmoil and turbulence everywhere, but you can also find moments of absolute beauty and calm. But we look at this young generation and the way they want to solve the problems and the turbulence around the world is perhaps different than we would do it as our generation. My question to you is, as leaders, do you include them in the decision-making process? Do you just listen as you formulate your answers? And where we do need strong geopolitical leadership, where's the voice of youth, and how do we include them?
The Olympics that you're a member of, and I am now privileged to be, our board has youth on the board. So we have representation from the generations on the board. Previously, in previous hierarchies, we never thought of that. Right. You had to climb the ranks to get the right to make the decisions. That has changed because, as I said, it's short-circuiting based on our connectivity. So that is a mandate that must happen. However, I would also challenge those of us who are in the demographic, use the word old, okay?
I didn't say old.
Yeah,
I'm not old.
because
yes.
I certainly don't feel old, and I certainly aren't acting old, and I'm never, ever not going to stop thinking and being engaged. So I do think engagement means all of us, not just saying we've got to satisfy the youth, okay? There's a generation that has wisdom. Now you've got to connect the two in effective bodies. And I think new alliance structures will form, new geopolitical ones, like's happening here. I think the Middle East Green Initiative is a great example of His Highness setting up a new initiative in the region. Jared Kushner talked about it. Yes. There are lots of new alliance structures that youth can be a part of, and that we should have them at the table.
And I would say, adding to that, without reinventing the wheel, we should give meaning to what we say a lot, diversity and inclusion. So it really is diverse. We're really thinking about that in each of our spaces. And then something somebody said to me recently is really be thoughtful about being inclusive in each setting. And one of the things I challenge all of us is because we're all leaders in some shape or form. And I think if we really live that in terms of, particularly on the inclusive bit, when you're in meetings, really listening out to the diverse group that you have assembled and allowing those voices to be heard. Earlier today, people talked a little bit about a sort of a cancel culture, perhaps, but just making sure that in each of these interactions, you really listen. By the way, it's an absolute business imperative. You will succeed and you'll be more profitable or sustainable or successful as a result. But I think it's perhaps, there's so many other things we can do, but maybe giving meaning to those words that we sort of throw out a little bit lightly these days.
If I could just jump on, I think the next generation is actually tired of us talking. I think we've got to absolutely, totally move through the debate and discussion to the actual doing. And I think that's the part that we're all lacking on. So not just measurements, but actually tangible actions to solve the issues of the day that we give acronyms to, like ESG. And if you stay at the high level, everyone can solve ESG. But actually, who's doing it at the E, S, and G level? I think the youth is basically saying, I want to see actions.
Right.
Okay? It's not just confabs and talk. I share that same frustration. I think, Jamie Dimon said earlier, I mean, social media is a good thing, bad thing. Doesn't matter. It's here.
It's here.
It's here. And so this is the way youth communicates. So let's grab hold of that and actually show them tangible, evidence-based examples rather than let the media rule the roost.
So in that spirit, I have a question for you. When we think about the social revolutions of the past, the 60s had a flavor, the 70s, the 80s, do you think that this social awakening that young people are having today is attached to or relevant to those movements of the past? Or are they truly a blank slate? Are they so far removed from that history that it has nothing to do with the experience they're living today? And if so, how do we deal with that lack of legacy and that lack of connectivity as we problem solve?
Well, technology is the great disruptor. And the disruption of this generation is connectivity at the speed of live, as I said earlier.
I love that, the speed of live. It's the best way to explain it.
Yeah, and we didn't have that in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Yes.
I mean, we did find out about things, but they were very distant in far-off lands, and we were taught at school subjects like social studies and things like that. And history books were truly history books. Yes. But now Wikipedia is a history book, and what's true or false in Wikipedia. So the speed of live has changed the whole dynamic for this generation. They're hearing about all the bad things quickly. They're not hearing about the good things that quickly.
Right.
Because the media isn't geared to selling good things. Who reads a good thing and feels good about it?
Trust me, I know how that feels.
I would. There's a lot of different aspects. I've touched on technology. I think when I think about it in the area of media or communicating, if you look at that evolution, it started off as sort of zeros and ones, I guess, and then we moved through 20 years and we realized that actually those zeros and ones performed this other function that wasn't mathematical. It was more cultural and it was more values. And I think the world has then gone and say, well, what is, really fundamental issues, what does truth mean? And even in the financial space, it has driven debates around what's the value of money, what is money, what are synthetic monies and digital monies, etc. And so I think sometimes it takes us a while to catch up from what technology has allowed us to do to give meaning to that. And business sometimes sits at that crossroads. And if we can get the right products and tools from the demand that's coming from the youth, and we end up in the right place. But we really have to be really proactively thoughtful in reaching that.
So is the push for change coming to you from within, from your young employees, or is the push for change coming from your younger consumer?
It's absolutely both. So I was given a lecture by some of my colleagues about having everything renewable in the offices, etc. So you have that. But I would say what occupies my time is how we communicate with the youth that are coming through. And actually, there's an incredible competitive element there. In financial services, there's an incredible amount of fintechs, as they're called. And these are new financial technology platforms driven by the youth who are coming in and presenting age-old products that have been there since time immemorial in a different way. And we are absolutely having to adjust to compete. There are things that we bring to the table. We bring safety to the table. We bring a whole bunch of other boring compliance type issues. But a lot of the change, I would say, and I would admit, have been driven by incredibly smart, insurgent fintechs from across the world. You know, some of the digital payment initiatives that the world is latching onto started in East Africa, in Kenya, where it was solving a need. And so we're absolutely having to react to that.
So voices of youth, East versus West. I would say not rich, but wealthy versus poor. Which are the voices we're actually hearing, and who are we not hearing?
Go ahead, Bernard, you go first.
That's a tough one. I think that which voice are we hearing? I mean, you know, by definition, often you're not hearing the ones that are these days not so technologically advanced. There's this concept of digital or broadband as a public good, and I think that will catch on as a theme. You know, we think about water, electricity, or clean air, or defense, and increasingly, I'm not on social media, I don't spend a huge amount of time on it, but for the youth they do, and I think it's important that they're empowered, because I think they will give us signals, whether it's about initiatives or global one. We need to be so inclusive in this space. So my off-the-top answer would be that that group who are not so digitally enabled are not being heard as loudly as the rest.
I think the concept of north-south divide, east-west, we saw a map from Richard earlier today that said unhappy people on the left, happy people on the right, is a too high level of flyover. The way I think about the world right now is one voice, many accents, okay? And the many accents are digitally connected or not. If they're not digitally connected, we actually are not hearing with two ears. We're actually just talking with one voice, trying to talk to them. I think the big lesson of leadership, certainly in my leadership positions of the last 20 years, is get out there on the ground and listen very carefully. Communities are being reinvented by the disruption of this century. And as a result of that, whether it's someone in Africa or someone in developed societies in the West, those voices are saying the same thing. We want to be included in the conversation. Redevelop your institutions to include us, because anarchy will set in. And remember last century, 2 world wars, and there's a war on the continent of Europe right now. We are going to see more disruption unless we get this solution space that includes those voices.
So in that concept of anarchy, is it because there's lack of memory, or is it because there's a profound detachment to what was, to what is? And I wonder, does that take us on a healthy path where we could, as Jared said, reimagine the future of peace in the Middle East? Or does it take us, because of lack of institutional memory in our youth, to the dark path because they have nothing to bounce back on or reference?
Well, I think Bernard said it earlier. Where do you get fact from anymore? Perception dominates everything that's out there that connects every one of us. I mean, I challenge people all the time when I do town halls. Where do you go for your facts? What newspaper? What streaming TV cable service? Where do you trust information? How do you do trust and verify? With hacking going on and cyber issues. So actually, institutional memory is being erased by the noise of the moment. And the noise of the moment isn't fact. And there's so much non-facts out there on topics that are very big and important, like climate change. Okay? There's so much fact that needs to be corrected on the energy transition, and it's been talked about today. Yet the people who are out there with the fact get shouted down by the activist movements of the day. So we've got to stay the course and build institutional memory with facts, and remember those sorts of decisions are the best of them all, and cross-check them with data. We have plenty of data, as you know, we said on our previous panel.
So the problem before, well, before things were curated for us, right? So the newspapers or the TV news, because that's how we accessed information. So somebody curated that and said, here's what it is. And now it's not the case, so that's the challenge. Our kids are accessing social. So I run through this thought experiment with my wife the other day. I was reading something about, I think it was something about Elon Musk providing broadband to Ukraine, and he said he might not, etc. And I said, imagine a world in which a philanthropist put out balloons up in the sky and everybody on the planet could access the internet for free. And I rather lazily said, wouldn't this be a good thing? And it was an interesting thought experiment, because actually if you did that and it was in every language, would we be okay with that? It's an interesting question for everybody to take home. Because then where are people getting their information? Where are they getting their news? If they go to a particular website or a news channel, is that a good thing or not? On the other hand, the power of that connection is huge. I was in India in July, and the scale at which the informal sector has been formalized through technology is spectacular. So these are complex issues. Doesn't mean we shouldn't tackle them. But to your question about the common history or the past being prologue, etc., is difficult when you have these technological challenges.
So, gentlemen, I thank you, and I encourage everybody in our audience, tell the stories of our history and legacies, because those are the tools that will allow our young people to make the best decisions based on our experience, but also give them the space to take their own journey, because the future is theirs. So, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, Johannes.
Thank you.
Andrew, thank you. Thank you. Safe travels. And if I may welcome Mayor Suarez, Mayor of the City of Miami. How are you? Good to see you. How's your family?
Thank you.
No. Sir, well, welcome to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia again, sir. You are not just a good friend to the kingdom, but honestly, a real symbol of hope, of what transformation can be through an inspirational leader. And I think the kingdom relates to you so well, because what you're doing with your city, we're doing with our country. And so I salute you for what you're doing, sir. And I just want to give our heartfelt thoughts for the citizens of the state of Florida who've come out of this terrible, terrible crisis after the hurricane. And so we're very grateful to have you with us, sir.
Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you.
Thank you. So one of the things that you're doing is creating a vision for a city that has so much vibrancy and culture, but you're changing the flavor of that. What's inspired you to do that, and how has this happened?
Wow, so it's been a lifelong journey. I was the first mayor of Miami in the 125-year history of the city that was actually born in the city. I'm also a legacy because my father was the first Cuban mayor, so we're the first father and son. So the city is intertwined with my soul. There is no separation between myself and the city that I love and the people that I serve. So the vision was to make sure that we could transition from what was an increasingly industrial economy to a more increasingly digital economy. And so we realized that we had to create a technological ecosystem. And we started years ago. And we started by investing in accelerators, investing in a tech conference, and then we got lucky. And the luck was that our competitors stopped competing with us. They basically increased taxes, and they basically kicked out of their cities the most productive people. We saw famously in New York City, not to pick on them, that they won the HQ2 prize and then said to Amazon, no thank you. And we saw in San Francisco someone say, insult Elon Musk, and he said, message received, and left. And so it's not just that one of the most valuable companies and one of the wealthiest people are being kicked out, it's the signal. And the signal is, we don't want you. And in Miami, we were the opposite. So someone put out a tweet on December 4th of 2020 that said, what if we move Silicon Valley to Miami? And I responded very innocently, how can I help? So that's
I think
been
that's
the journey.
pretty much what the kingdom has said too.
Yes.
So in the idea of how can I help, what would it take to get Silicon Valley or something similar to it to really come to Miami? We had asked in the panel earlier, is it about the finance? Is it about the education? Is it about the business themselves? What is that cocktail, and what's Miami's answer to that?
I think when you're creating a vision, you're looking at the landscape. You're looking at your advantages, and you're also looking at where you're weak, your weaknesses. How can you strengthen your weaknesses? I think for us, we've created such an energy, such a momentum. I call it the FlyMo effect. It's a word that I invented, which is flywheel plus fear of missing out, FOMO, combined, FlyMo. So we've attracted $2.5 trillion in assets under managed companies in the last 24 months, and 400% increase in our venture capital pipeline in just 1 year alone. So we have continued to systematically encourage new investment, people coming in that can create high-paying jobs, which is why we're #1 in the nation in wage growth.
And how do you balance the infrastructure that's going to be needed for this? Because you've also talked about Miami being the capital of capital.
Sure.
And that's super interesting. How do you apply that?
Well, we want to be the capital of capital in a variety of ways. We want to be a capital of capital in private equity. We want to be the capital of capital in venture capital. And we want to be the thought capital of capital. And so that's why it's my privilege.
Tell me what you mean by that.
Oh, well, I will. It's my privilege to announce that we're going to be celebrating FII in Miami next year.
There you go.
That's one way we're the capital of capital.
There you go. And I think what for me is so fascinating is the similarities of the warmth of culture of this nation and the people of Miami. My question to you is, as COVID comes, well, it's tiptoed away from us, and there's next generations of pandemics that are coming our way. How does Miami make itself resilient to that? And is the next migration away? Is it back? How do you make sure they stay? Because this is new and this is fresh.
Sure, I think the fundamentals are important. Obviously, our tax differential, you're paying over 50 cents of the dollar in taxes if you're living in New York versus Miami. We're at 37 cents, major difference. I think attitudinally, we have to maintain the attitude. We have to continue to be aggressive in courting people. We just had Citadel come to Miami, FTX move their Chicago U.S. headquarters to Miami, and every single day I'm pitching someone to try to get them to Miami. So I think we have to maintain that energy and emphasis, and then I think we have to work on things like making sure housing remains affordable. We're one of the largest increases in rental markets in the country because of all this demand. We want to make sure that our educational system is top-notch. We want to give every child in our city an opportunity to be successful, right? That's the American dream. We want to make sure that everyone has that dream available to them. So we got to work on those things. And of course, when you referred to Ian at the beginning of the conversation, we have to be climatically resilient in a city like Miami. We know that post-Hurricane Andrew, we were the most resilient wind-affected city on the planet. Now we have to be the most water-resistant city on the planet. That's our goal.
Well, sir, I'm so excited to come and attend the chapter in Miami. It's such an honor to have you here, and my best wishes for the people of Florida. And congratulations.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Thank you.
See you soon.
We're moving on swiftly. I'm Nick Gowing, and what we're going to talk about for the next 10 minutes is cryptocurrencies. And we have with us Chengpeng Zhao. Welcome, Chengpeng. I need to call you CZ, in fact, because that's the way you like to describe yourself, as founder and chief executive of Binance. In 5 years, CZ has turned a young company into the world's largest crypto exchange, accounts for half the trading in the $1 trillion market. Bloomberg Billionaire Index says you're the 30th richest person in the world. You may dispute that, but that's what they say. And you did write to your staff at one point saying you want to make your company larger than Google. And that's what you wrote in an email. But what I'd like to ask you is about where you think the crypto market is going now, given the incredible space age kind of launch that you have done for your own company, Binance.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me here. And I think crypto market is still growing. There's still more innovations happening. There's still more developers. There's still more people come in. The price, short term, will go through fluctuations. So if you look at the price today, tomorrow, there will be fluctuations. But fundamentally, crypto, blockchain, Web3 is a technology, is a new technology. And there are hundreds of millions of people in this industry now. There's no going backwards. There's millions of people, millions of developers developing this technology. So it's just going to continue to evolve.
20 years from now, where do you think you'll be? Where do you think crypto will be? Will we still be talking about it in this way?
No, I think 20 years from now, we will not be talking about crypto. Today, we don't talk about the internet per se. 20 years ago, we talked about the internet, TCP/IP, HTML. Today, we don't talk about that. Today, I'm going to send you a message. I IM'd you, or we're going to do a voice call or video call. So we'll be talking about what we would interact with. And 20 years from now, people from one country will be saying, hey, I'm going to send you $20 to a different country. You'll be receiving payments globally. You'll be making micropayments. You'll be paying 10 cents to read an article that wrote by somebody in a different world, a different world away. So we will be doing all of those things, but we will not be talking about crypto per se. Yeah.
What kind of timeline should we be talking about this, Easy? Could it be 20 years or maybe even 5, 6, 4, 3 years?
Yeah, it's very hard to say, but like today, global fundraising using cryptocurrencies is already a killer app. Entrepreneurs can raise $10, $20 million in a matter of weeks or days. You can't do this with traditional VCs or fiat currencies. Ukraine, when they ask for donations, they ask for it in crypto because if they ask for bank deposits, it's going to take a while. So we're already seeing some of the use cases, but I think for crypto to be fully mainstream, replacing that we don't talk about crypto, we're just thinking of that's the way that we transact and do business. That's probably going to take 5, 10, 15 years or so, depending on which aspect we're looking at.
We wouldn't be talking with Binance were it not for not least the problems and the challenges of regulators. There is a sense that your success in 5 years is because you are well ahead of the regulators. You are having to second guess what they might do one day in the future, but getting away with enjoying the fact that regulators haven't caught up yet.
I think innovation is always going to be ahead of the regulations because regulators don't dream up of future industries, put regulations first, and then wait for the industry to develop. That just doesn't work. Whereas you wait for entrepreneurs to create demand and to build apps that people use, and then there are scammers, there are other bad players in the industry, and we need some regulations to control those bad aspects. So regulations will always follow. So that's just how the world works, and there's nothing wrong with that.
But many are amazed by your success. Is it actually because you duck and dive very successfully with the regulators, particularly in the US and the UK?
That's a totally wrong view on many, many different levels. Number one, you become successful not because you dodge regulators or dodge anybody. You become successful by providing a product people like to use. And you become successful by protecting consumers, protecting your users. So this is why Binance have a very loyal following in our user base. So that's number one. Number two is we actually embrace regulation. We want regulatory clarity. So we work with governments all over the world to enhance, to adopt regulations or to draft regulatory frameworks for our industry. So we work very collaboratively with multiple governments, including the United States. We have a Binance US, an entity that specifically serves US markets that has 44 US state licenses. So we're not avoiding regulation at all. So yeah, both of those claims are misconceptions that are just out there.
But what do you say, and there's been recent reporting that you try and keep the regulators at arm's length so you can actually profit, and there's continuing disarray, for example, in your compliance programs.
We have the best compliance program in the world, including probably among banks. We hired the former U.S. Attorney General of Southern California. We hired the guy who put Silk Road behind bars from the federal agent that works for the IRS. We hired Matt Price. So we hired some of the best compliance people in the world on our teams. So I think that's a misconception that if we look back 5, 10 years ago, there was not a lot of compliance not a lot of compliance programs in crypto because we wasn't sure what crypto was. There was no classification of whether crypto is money or commodities or securities, etc. And crypto back then wasn't looked at by regulators. Today, we are the most scrutinized organization in the world by regulators. So
you're aware that there are those who question your money laundering checks and so on. Is that something which you're saying is now for the past?
Yes, I also think that's a big misconception as well. Today, percentage-wise, there are much fewer illicit activities transacting through crypto because crypto is transparent. It's a permanent public ledger. So every transaction is recorded on a blockchain. And the blockchain analysis softwares are very, very sophisticated now. So percentage-wise, only 0.15% of transactions in crypto in 2021 was marked as illicit, whereas United Nations marked 2 to 5% of the traditional financial transactions as related to money laundering. So percentage-wise, it's 30x smaller. And the total market cap of crypto is 1 trillion. The total market cap of fiat is a couple hundred trillions. So the amount of illicit transaction in crypto is very, very small. And the amount of that happens on Binance.com is even smaller. So that's a misconception of people who doesn't really understand our industry, doesn't look at the numbers. If you look at numbers, the numbers speak for themselves.
How would you describe the coexistence with regulators, say in 2, 3, 4 years' time, given the speed at which what you're doing is moving?
So I think we will always coexist with regulators. And we are helping the regulators to learn this industry, to come up with different ways to regulate this industry. Having said that, I think we've got to be careful to regulate this industry in a healthy way. There are countries that regulate by saying this entire industry is banned. That's not good regulation. That hurts innovation. And that just drives all the activity, all the innovation to other countries. There are other regulators who just don't make any clarifications, then all kind of wild things happen. So we need to find a balance where we have enough disclosure, have enough rules in place, but at the same time, we protect the consumers, but also at the same time encourage innovation. So we just got to find that balance. If we just want to regulate everything by stopping everything, that's easy. If we don't want to regulate anything, just let all the scammers go crazy, that's also easy. It's finding the balance is hard.
Now, one of the fascinating things is the culture in Binance. And you issued a 6,000-word memo not so long ago, within the last few days it's been reported. Tell us about the culture that you want to create. For example, don't try to motivate people who aren't self-motivated. What about the culture and how you get the best out of people, shuffling teams frequently, for example?
So I think, look, we in a very dynamic environment, we're in a very dynamic world, and we just want very highly motivated people. And the way to motivate people is not by me telling them to do something, me doing a great speech. They gotta want to work for this industry. And luckily today we are able to find those people. There's a lot of those people that's coming from either traditional financial industries or tech industries. And we have so many people who believe in crypto. They understand it. They understand this is a future technology for money that offers a much higher degree of freedom, higher security, lower fees, and more use cases than the money we have today. So they understand that by developing this technology, we can help economies. We are helping hundreds of millions of people today. We will be helping billions of people tomorrow to make their lives better. And this is a very meaningful mission for people to work on. And luckily we have more than 7,000 of those guys working in Binance today. And so I don't try to motivate people. That's not my strength. But when people are motivated and they join Binance, we try to find the right roles for them. They will find the right role for them to excel. So this is why Binance is successful, I think.
One of them is don't focus on titles. It's a red flag. In other words, don't let people worry about the title they have in the office. Why is that?
We're in a young industry where people are doing so many different things, right? So we have a team in Saudi, and it's a small team. They wear so many multiple hats. If one guy is so fixated on, like, my title is the chief whatever officer, then he's very narrow. We have a small team here, and the team changes all the time. We have new challenges. We have DeFi coming. We have wallets. We have many different things. So we try to find people who just get the work done instead of focusing on titles. Yeah.
In our last minute, let me just ask you about the following, about concerns about security and the ownership of data as we enter W3.
Yeah. So yeah, security is very, very basic. And I can tell you that we're the most targeted by hackers worldwide. So without security, we're dealing with information, or we're dealing with money. If you think Google, Facebook, internet deals with information, we deal with money directly. So security is paramount. And information security and also privacy is super important. So, and we're also a global platform. We have situations where we may have regulators in one country wanting to access our user information of a different country. We'll always say no. Whereas we have to be supportive of certain law enforcement requests. If a law enforcement case spans multiple countries, we have to be supportive of that. So there's some really tricky areas that we have to learn together with regulators and law enforcement agencies. So far today, I think we have held a very healthy balance and also a very collaborative relationship with all the law enforcement agencies all around the world.
All right, CZ, well, thank you very much indeed for joining us, President and Chief Executive of Finance.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. It is a pleasure to be back and touch base on a very important subject today here at the FII, proudly in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, presenting art.
J'ai l'honneur d'être avec vous, avec Riyad, pour parler aujourd'hui de la culture, des arts, leur contribution dans l'économie actuelle. Je m'appelle Yasser Sagaf. Je applaudissais mes invités, Son Excellence, vice-ministre de la Culture en Arabie Saoudite, Irina Bokoum, la directrice, ex-directrice de l'UNESCO, et M. Charles, le directeur exécutif. J'ai le plaisir de commencer cette séance avec Son Excellence Hamid El-Faiz. Monsieur Hamid, si vous voulez vous donner une mise à jour de ce qui se passe dans le ministère de la Culture, je voudrais vous remercier pour m'avoir invité et je suis content d'être avec une élite d'interlocuteurs, de présentateurs. La plupart des choses qui se sont produites, qui se sont passées depuis l'année dernière, le parcours de la culture est arrivé vers des objectifs essentiels. Nous avons passé d'un petit ministère jusqu'à un grand ministère existant en ce qui concerne la stratégie du ministère de la Culture. En 2021, il y a eu un grand changement dans la présentation des stratégies complètes pour la culture qui va nous aider à construire 100 000 emplois pour contribuer à augmenter le revenu local en 2003. Vous pouvez me poser la question comment faire cela. D'abord, à travers un grand nombre d'initiatives que nous avons faites dans le système pour la demande et la présentation, pour la formation, le financement, la technologie et l'infrastructure. Ce sont des éléments importants. Deuxième élément, à travers l'augmentation l'augmentation des investissements et la vitesse et l'accélération des investissements et des activités de financement au niveau très haut. C'est ça, nous avons fait tout cela à travers la stratégie nationale pour l'investissement du chiffre de 2 milliards de rials, d'une façon très concrète, la transformation vers le fond de la stratégie pour la conception et même pour l'exécution. Juste aujourd'hui, 180 millions de rials, c'est le nombre de bourses qui ont été faites d'1 milliard de rials. Nous cherchons donc, le moment où parlons, nous avons lancé un programme d'investissement et un système de prêt pour les praticiens culturels. À la fin de l'année, nous allons lancer une production financière pour le secteur privé. Toutes ces activités nous ont aidés aider le système en général pour arriver à des programmes comme par exemple les incubateurs, les accélérateurs, les bourses culturelles conçues pour soutenir les praticiens et les compositeurs pour construire leur établissement basé sur des fondements solides, d'une entreprise émergente jusqu'à une entreprise établie. Nous avons beaucoup pu 130 événements culturels, sites culturels. Nous avons créé plusieurs de 700 étudiants ont été acceptés dans le programme de bourse scolaire. Le programme aussi pour les 40, c'est un programme pour nous permettre de 40% des projets qui seront exécutés dans plusieurs régions dans le royaume, y compris aussi nous avons le premier théâtre international à Jeddah qui sera et le deuxième sera à décembre. Vous êtes tous invités dans ce festival. Laissons-nous dire de notre vision ultérieure. Quelle est donc notre vision? Nous planifions dans les années prochaines à inaugurer 28 musées et 135 bibliothèques générales publiques, et nous serons prêts à la fin de 2030 à accueillir plus de centaines de projets internationaux qui seront photographiés ici en Arabie Saoudite. Je termine mon discours que les crises ne finissent jamais, comme M. Mohamed Al-Gharian l'a dit déjà. Quelles sont les contributions d'un établissement réussi? La résistance, la résilience.
I truly believe in that, and on that basis, His Highness Prince Badr bin Abdullah bin Farhan Al Saud, the Minister of Culture, had directed myself and my colleagues at the ministry to look at a refresh of the strategy to ensure that we map the top-down approach we had in our original strategy back in 2019 with a bottom-up reality on the ground, taking into account the changes that took place, such as COVID at the global spectrum, and the opening up of the tourism sector, more of a local development. That refresh has solidified our ambitious goals and targets and had helped us redesign our execution plans to ensure effective delivery. In a nutshell, startup to stand up, we'll leave no potential unrealized and no stone unturned. Thank you.
Amazing. Amazing with the empowerment. Of course, with the empowerment and the support of our leadership, you have been doing a great job. It is very much highlighted in our society, and thank you so much for all the work you have been doing, Your Excellency. Jumping on to Her Excellency Irina Bokova, let me ask you this. What is the need for better integration of art education and humanities in all levels of education systems?
What a delight to be here and to listen to you, Mr. Deputy Minister, because Saudi Arabia is such a vibrant cultural, I would say, hub nowadays. Everything is happening, and you give a lot of opportunities to young people, to creators. And I think that listening to today's debate about growth, about social inclusion, about inequalities, I think that the creative sector, the creative economy is really vital in this process. I just come from Alula. I was last week in Alula, where one of the, I would say, the heart of the Vision 2030 of Saudi Arabia is about the protection of heritage. The first World Heritage Site of Saudi Arabia, inscribed in 2008. Now Saudi Arabia has 6. With intangible heritage also, the pride of the local people, the crafts, the skills that they have. Developing also its biodiversity, linking it to the energy transition, to climate. It's an amazing example, I think, of a commitment to create a different society. And I was there 2008 for the first time, and I can say that it's a tremendous change. A tremendous change because it gives indeed opportunity for the Saudi people to move in modernity while protecting and preserving its heritage and its identity. And thinking about, once again, the creative economies, I believe that the cultural, creative sector all over in the world plays a hugely important role. We should not forget that it's the fastest growing industry, the fastest growing industry in the world. It is 3% of the global GDP. In some cases, in some countries, it may reach even to 10%. It's a huge engine of development for the young people globally also, where we know that the jobs the creative sector, the creative economy creates nowadays, it's more than 30 million. It's more than the automobile industry in the world. And it is the vast majority are young people between the age of 18 and 25. So you can imagine what an important sector in a country it is. It is about creation of jobs, jobs that are innovative, that are modern, that are green very often, jobs that cannot be exported in some other country because the industry moves. It is very much anchored into the local economy, the local communities. And it is also part of this important, in my view, factor. And it is about identities. It is about knowing your own culture and your own history. And I move now to your question, because you did ask about humanities and art. I'm a deep believer that humanities were sidelined for a long time from education systems. We have to go back. We have to go to learn about philosophy, about history. We have to know about art, because art education is about innovation. Art education is very much linked to technology nowadays. And it is not by chance that one of the best software producers and have studied art come from the art field. So art is important. But the other side also of art education is that many experts, a lot of research shows that when art education is introduced in schools, children excel more. They have better gains in mathematics, in physics, in all the other subjects. It really opens their mind to something else. Because I speak about heritage, I speak also about creativity. I think that studying history, it gives you a contingency. You know that there were other societies. Anthropology gives you the knowledge that somebody else, somewhere else, there are also people that are having their own culture. But it's important to know your own culture because you have a sense of belonging. And this is where history and art and in humanities in school. But you should know also the history of the others. And when you know it and the culture of the others, it gives you a sense of sharing. And I think this is very important nowadays when we speak about it. And this is where Saudi Arabia gives an incredible example in this. I would like to congratulate you again.
Yes, very proud of that. So you are saying it creates industries and it drives economic growth and social inclusion as well.
Yes.
Amazing. Moving to Mr. Charles Stewart, welcome to Saudi Arabia, first of all.
Thank you.
I want to ask you, how do new modes of culture and art driven by technology and other trends transform the art economy and culture from local to global?
Well, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. The first thing I'd like to point out when considering that question is the enormous explosion in access and interest in art. With digitization, which has certainly increased over the last few years in the pandemic, we've seen just an enormous growth in audience and interest in art and culture. At Sotheby's, we're a 278-year-old company. We sell art and luxury objects across 70 categories and all around the world, and we have never seen so much growth in audience as we have in the last few years. A small example of it is prior to the pandemic, at our largest auctions, art auctions of the year, you were limited to 400 people in the room. Now that we stream them and you can watch them on a screen, even the size of the one in this room, we have over 1 million views on average for those events. So it's a quantum change. Secondly, I think that technology is affecting the art market and the art world in other ways. Digital creators, it's natural that young people will include technology as part of the creation process going forward. And who would have thought that in 2021, art would be the first real-world use case for blockchain and cryptocurrency when NFTs burst onto the scene. To me, that highlights how art convenes and captures our collective imagination. And there's a lot more to come there going forward. And lastly, I would just say that technology is changing the art market in many other ways. It changes how creators are compensated for the art they create and ultimately distribute and sell it. For collectors, it has the potential to change how you discover, how you trade, how you authenticate and understand provenance, and even insure your art going forward. So I think we're in a moment of profound change through all of these modalities.
Okay, in a nutshell, very quick, Mr. Charles.
Yes.
Culture and art is so important to society.
Yes.
Do you agree?
Of course I agree. It's amazing to be speaking about art and culture at today's conference, which is focused on investment. And art is the creative expression of who we are. It binds us across our past, our present, our future, across boundaries, cultural, geographic, etc. I just want to comment that seeing how important a pillar art and culture represent in the 2030 vision here in Saudi Arabia is incredibly impressive, because to me, not only do you need the infrastructure, the policy, the education, but ultimately the art and the culture will bring color in life and will be an incredibly important economic driver. It will be a magnet for the 100 million visits that are targeted for the kingdom. And as His Excellency mentioned, 28 new museums. We see museums around the world, new museums, that are on average sometimes attracting 1 million or more visitors a year. Imagine 28 in a single country. It's extraordinary, the vision, and I'm excited to be here and be a part of it. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Mr. Charles. We have 4 minutes. I want to end this session, but I would like to ask for 2 more minutes because I want to ask Her Excellency, investing in art and culture globally, how does that affect society?
Well, I think that investing in art and culture makes societies more cohesive. As I said, we are speaking about sustainable development, sometimes the crisis in the world. We speak about responses to climate, how to protect biodiversity. We speak about sustainable urban development. And all of these issues, at the end of the day, bog down also to some extent to culture. Just to take urban development and sustainable urban development, where in the goal of the United Nations agenda 2030 for sustainable development, the need to protect heritage is included. But culture is all over, of course, this agenda. But can you imagine a city without culture, without common spaces, without exchanges? It is just the infrastructure, the buildings. What gives the soul of the city is exactly the culture, is communities thriving together, living together. I think preserving, of course, our cultural heritage, and it's a good moment to speak about that, because just in 20 days we will celebrate the 50th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention. One of the most extraordinary ideas of humanity from the 20th century, that all of this unites us. We marvel sites from another culture, from another religion. They're all in the list. It's an open book of diversity. We all respect each other. Without doing this, just to have beautiful buildings or architecture without soul, I don't think that we will sustain this.
Amazing. I will end this session with a final word from the Saudi Ministry of Culture. Your Excellency, how can investing in culture make an impact socially and economically? Maybe you can touch base on the local.
Yeah, I'm going to localize the answer, if you allow me, Your Excellency. But culture in the rest of the world and in Saudi Arabia, in my view, enhances people's lives through 3 key values: One, it enriches the quality of life. Two, it's a driver for economic prosperity and demand. And three, it connects people around the world while instilling a notion of pride that forces a dynamic global, forces the basis of a dynamic global dialogue across the globe. Research by University of Pennsylvania in the US shows a very high degree of correlation between culture offering and consumption with healthier people, better education, and lower crime rates. But let me go back to the values. I think these values are perfectly mirrored against the country's Vision 2030. And I'm going to take it down to earth and give you an example that's tangible and real and live. So the Minister of Culture announced this year that it's going to be the year of Saudi coffee. Saudi Arabia is well known for its coffee, which is a national symbol of culture and hospitality. But we face little farming investment and saturated demand. What did we do about this? Implemented a 12-month program that at its core is designed to support local communities and raise awareness of what Saudi coffee is. By the end of that program, we're going to have two components hopefully achieved. One, at the social cultural side, which is more people, Saudis, residents, visitors, would know more about Saudi coffee, know how it's grown, the diverse element of it, how it's served, and actually take pride of it. On the other side, which is the economic side, and going back to your question, that they are interconnected, we are currently supporting local farmers to grow their business, number one. Number two, we're identifying new job opportunities across the value chain of upstream, downstream, and research and development. And finally, unlocking investment opportunities through exporting and marketing Saudi coffee to the rest of the world. And again, there's Saudi coffee around all over here, everywhere, and soon Saudi coffee around the world. I'll close with simply saying that we have so many examples that are similar. Book fair, Riyadh International Book Fair, we welcomed more than 1 million people in Riyadh earlier this month. In doing so, we supported small businesses as well as the publishing sector. And finally, we took our top Saudi 100 fashion designers, brands, globally, and we took them to New York, Milan, and Paris. Want to show awareness and promote these brands, but also to help them in their businesses economically.
Amazing.
I'll close with, from startup to stand up, we have high potential, great, huge ambitions, and we're not stopping here.
Could I just remind
They're telling
the tradition of Saudi coffee is on the UNESCO list of intangible heritage.
Amazing.
In recognition.
There we go. We have it. Thank you, Your Excellencies, Mr. Charles, for your time and all the valuable information given in this session. A final note: culture and art contributes to a better quality of life. It just makes me proud as a Saudi citizen while I see my great country conserving historical sites, opening new venues, building art facilities, public libraries, and much more, expanding and supporting the film industry. As you know, I'm part of that as well, integrating art, music, and history into education. And we do believe that we have much, much more in Saudi Arabia. It was a pleasure. Thank you all for your time. Stay well. It was Yasser Sagaf. Thank you so much.
No.
Well, I am delighted to be back with a phenomenal panel. We may have swerved a little bit in our direction on the summit of the Clash of Generations, but we are firmly back on track here. And I just want to remind you what we're talking about here. Everywhere that you turn these days, the world does seem to be out of joint. And in part, that is because the young and the old are pulling us in different directions. All those differences are playing through to all kinds of different global challenges, competing needs and competing priorities. Let's get down into the trenches with 5 people in fact, who are doing the hard work. So I'm going to introduce them one at a time, and I'm going to ask them to share a very pithy story of how in their own work they bridged the generational divide, or were helped to bridge it. So first I want to start with Akash Shah. Welcome, how are you?
Thank you, excited to be back.
Good, well you're very welcome here. Chief Growth Officer at BNY Mellon, youngest member of a large bank's executive committee, direct CEO report. You were one of the youngest ever partners at McKinsey. I don't know if you still, though, consider yourself a young leader, do you?
Certainly the gray hair doesn't suggest it, but that's...
So tell me how you have bridged the generational divide or were helped to bridge it.
Well, I think I'm expected to put out some labels. So I'm an elder millennial, I think is the definition. And a lot of people will call us the transitional generation as well, bounded between Gen X and Gen Z. The way I think about it is that when I was in high school and college, we had already gone through periods of enormous reversals of trends we thought were going to happen for a long time. At that time, it was globalization and that the world was infinitely moving in one direction. And then we've lived through financial crises, a global pandemic. When you put it all together, these were all so-called, 6 standard deviation events, and they all happened in a really short period of time for 20 years. And I think the biggest thing that we have to do as a generation of leaders is think about how we deal with uncertainty and risk. And how do we do that when the world has told us there is actually more uncertainty and risk than we ever thought there was? And as leaders, especially ones who have the responsibilities that this illustrious group has, we have to not only stay steady ourselves and show resilience, but we have to build resilient organizations. And I think one of the major themes for us is how do we ensure that folks are aware of risk, are exposed to it, but at the same time do not shy away from it. And it could be small things, new experiences, and it can be big things like starting a new venture, doing the next big thing. So that's very much on my mind these days.
Interesting. Anything that you can share about something that when you personally had to bridge that divide?
Yeah, the thing that's very much on my mind, especially when we're here together physically once again, is so much of my best professional experiences was taking that assignment in a new market, a new country that I didn't know very well. And the first time I actually came to the kingdom was when I was 22, a young consultant. It was a place I had very little exposure to beyond pop culture. And now, 15 years later, some of my closest friends and professional contacts are from those experiences going from New York to Riyadh at that time. And I think about how much richer my life is for it. And I just think that we as leaders have to continue to encourage our colleagues to take that extra step, get out of their comfort zone, and also risk even at the peril of other things these days.
Interesting. So you'll notice on this panel we've got a variety of experience. So from financial services now to agri-tech, in fact. So let me introduce you to Farah Amara. She's the co-founder and CEO of FreshSource Global. So tell me, Farah, how did you bridge the generational divide? I think you're actually doing it almost every day in your company. Is that right?
Yes, so we actually have a very interesting story. Just to give a background, FreshSource is the MENA region's first business-to-business agri-supply chain platform. So we partner with a range of producers and sell directly to businesses such as hotels, restaurants, etc. In our team, it's myself and my brother. We're the 2 co-founders, and we have a team of around 85 people across 4 generations. So we manage all the way from 20s until 60s. So we have a lot of different diversity amongst the team. The really interesting story, I think, when it comes to the clash of generations and priorities is how Fresh Source actually came to life. So it's our family business is in agriculture. It started in the 80s, and it was a very traditional way of doing business, agriculture and trading in general. And with Fresh Source, we're thinking, Omar and I, when we were thinking of when to start it and how to start it, it was really built on how can we take what the family business has built and what that generation has achieved and really accelerate and catalyze that growth through the use of data and technology.
Interesting. So speaking of data and technology, that's a perfect segue to Will Ahmed. Did you pay her for that? That was very good. So Will is the founder and CEO of Whoop, and if you don't know what Whoop is incredibly technological piece of wearable device. You'll tell us more about it, but tell us about how you are bridging the generational divide.
Well, interestingly, we have a pretty wide-ranging population on Whoop. I'll give a quick background on the technology. So we build these little wearables that measure everything about sleep and recovery and exercise. There's a huge focus on 24/7 health monitoring. And what we've noticed from a generational standpoint is different ways to engage with the data and ultimately share this data. So just generalizing for a second, older generations tend to be looking at their data in a much more one-to-one way. You know, they're building a personal relationship with the app and many of the features in the app, the coaching, the health monitoring, and they're focused primarily on understanding their own data. What we see from teenagers on Whoop, folks in their younger 20s, is that they're also engaging much more with the social features. So we've got the ability to stream videos, for example, with all sorts of different Whoop data on top of it, your heart rate in real time, your strain. We also have a whole teams and community feature, so it allows you to essentially share data with friends, family members, even a huge audience. And I think overall we see more of a willingness to make data public from the younger generation. And we as a company believe that ultimately the end user should own the data, which is a policy that I think is quite different than many large technology companies in the space, which are arguably more focused on monetizing your data. We really think you ultimately should own that data. And so it'll be interesting to see how over time different generations on Whoop push their data.
Fascinating. And you started the company quite young, straight out of university, is that right?
Yes, I started the company when I was 22 at Harvard, yeah.
And did you have an issue with generational divide there? Were you questioned as a young co-founder or not?
Well, I think there's a certain insecurity that comes with building a business at that young of an age. I think I spent probably 2 years at Harvard doing research, just convincing myself that I was able to start a company. So a lot of it, frankly, for me at that young of an age was overcoming the doubt associated with building a business. I think it's nice over time having more and more folks in the room who are younger than me and older than me. Certainly when you're 22 starting a company, you find that you're the youngest person in the room all the time.
Right.
And so you have to overcome some of that.
So Guillaume Lacroix, he's the CEO of Brut. It's a media company, and if you haven't heard of it, you soon will, because they have 2 billion folks who are watching their videos across social media. We were trying to figure out exactly what percentage of the world was, but in fact, it pretty much means all of the youth are watching them. Tell us a little bit about a story from your work at Brut and how you've seen or you've been influenced by that generational divide.
So my partners and myself, we come from the TV world, the news world. My partner is 64, I'm in my 40s, and on average, a Brut team member is 26 years old. I think one of the first month in, we work in a very traditional way. We have a news conference in the morning, and one of our young women journalists came to us saying, I want to do something, I want to do a report on manspreading.
Pleased to see that nobody on the panel is manspreading at the moment.
And so probably because I'm a male, probably because I'm over 40, probably because I'm not taking public transportation, I had no idea of what was manspreading was, and in my head I was like, yeah, good luck with that report. You know, it's gonna tank. There's no way people are going to relate to that, and to that date, 6 years ago, it's probably one of the most successful videos we had ever. It started a debate in French society, and we even made a series out of it. So I think it's a very good example of when it comes to my industry and the media, the news cycle can be very different. And in order to have a relevant news cycle for Gen Z, you need to make sure that Gen Z are actually creating the news cycle. And it's been very powerful. It's probably one of the reasons why we've been so successful, I guess.
You've got a lot of data on youth, and I'm going to come back to you in a moment, but I want to bring in Maximo Mazzocco here. He's the founder of Eco House Global, an activist, among other things. Tell us about your experience, though, with the generational divide. How have you been helped to bridge it, or how have you helped someone else to do that?
Hi, how are you? Thank you very much for inviting us. I've been working since the last 15 years of my life, well, my whole adult youth life with youth. And the thing for us is to understand why we are doing this. And when we talk with my companions, with my colleagues, to understand that. In our case, that we are climate and ecological entrepreneurs and activists, we have all the time data like 1 million species are threatened to disappear. That kind of data moves us. And if we don't understand that, we don't have that empathy, we don't listen, we do not communicate, we do not inform as leaders of our companies or movements or foundations, there we will have a problem always with new generations, because we are in the era of too much information, but with social media, open, blockchain, we are going there. So for us, it's very important to, when we engage, to make them understand that if we don't know how to do something, let's say it, not like lie. The Richard Quest panel was amazing during the morning, because all the time he stopped and said, okay, but how? Very nice words, but how? How we are going to do this? We need to be humble sometimes. Okay, we exactly don't know how to do the energy transition. We exactly don't know the plan for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years as a government. But we have these ideas. Let's build these ideas together. The best conversations I have during my whole COPs, Conference of Parties of Climate Change, were with leaders when they sit down and say this in a humble way.
That's interesting. So you do sit down with leaders at the climate summits, and they ask for your opinion.
Yeah, all the time. Not only mine. We are thousands and thousands of youth that we are trying to engage, because we want a better world, as simple as that. And as I was saying, for me, moving forward is when I sit down with a leader and he is humble. He looks to me and say, we are trying. And if they are greenwashing, they say to me, now I can only do this.
Right.
But if not, try not to greenwashing. That's a so important thing right now to engage youth.
Okay, so I'd love to hear from Guillaume the data that you've gathered and what you see resonates with your audience. What have you learned? What have you learned about the generations who are watching your videos, your news?
I guess the first thing we've learned during those 6 years is really that they hate to be told what to think. That's really, and it's across the globe. And when you think this way, the other thing that comes to play, at least in media and information, is if you are over 40 years old today, you've been raised in a world where you had a curated access to information. You had probably like 2 big free TV network, 2 daily newspaper, 1 or 2 radio station. So it means that those generations have a common grammar of the world when it comes to make it more relatable. Okay? When you're 16 years old or 18 years old today, you grew up in a world where you had your phone, you had information or media pushed by algorithm, very different from your best friend, very different from your sister, your parents and everything, if your parents were using social media. So you don't have that common grammar. So, and to your point, you know, how to bridge the gap between awareness and impact, I would say. There's a massive issue there, which is when you look at media consumption, when you look at information, that information flow. 6 years ago, people over 50 years old and people under 30 years old, only 6 years ago, 60% of them were watching the same thing. 2 years ago, it's 7%. So you have like a generation gap in information, and you need education to try to you know, make the two come together. You need education on some basic tools to understand the world for Gen Z, and you need education on, I would say, leaders or senior leaders on how to talk to them. Otherwise, there's absolutely no communication.
Interesting. So they don't like being told what to think. Akash, let's come back to you. How do you find, what do you find when the needs of the organization, like getting people to come back to the office, for example, clash with the desires of younger staff? They don't think they need to come back. Or when younger staff want the organization, for example, to be something that it wasn't built to be, like a champion for social justice.
Yeah, look, I think the common trope of our times is we need to disintermediate the kind of power structures that we live in, right? Whether it's management or financial institutions or even forms of government. And I actually think the answer is a bit more complex for this next generation. They not only have to disintermediate some of those structures that no longer make sense and more directly engage, more directly produce, more directly create and influence, but also very importantly, they do have a role and responsibility in leading those intermediation points, including taking roles inside these large organizations that help define how we're going to change the culture of our work, for example.
So how do you do that at BNY Mellon?
So we have a program called Gen Edge, which has over 3,000 colleagues in it, you know, about 10% of our staff. And one of the things we do is we have a reverse mentee program, mentee-mentor program. So I have a mentee who is much earlier tenure than me. And they actually have a executive committee of their own, which actually influences policy, really gives us a formal view into how others are thinking about stuff. I think all of that is great, but it's still only the beginning. I think the real start of this really starts when our colleagues, in this case, really decide the answer cannot just be, I don't want to go to work in the way that people before did. It's that I want to do something very different in how we communicate, how our organization functions, how we choose to share information and make decisions. And that's the much harder thing, and I don't think we're really there yet to have that conversation.
Interesting. Farah, let's bring you back in here because I'd love you to put this into a context where you are in Egypt and see if are some of the things that you're hearing resonating with you. You're a young leader, you're a young entrepreneur, and you are also a woman. I'd love you to give us shine a light on what that is like and how this conversation around leadership and class of generations also has a gender lens.
So I think that's a really important aspect to look at. So a lot of the issues and the clash of the generations and priorities, they come from maybe not agreeing or not seeing things with the same lens, having different expectations, or just belonging to different set of values and purpose. So I think in a positive way, what I've seen with the younger generations and how they impact the organization as a whole is that they bring a sense of vulnerability also to the workplace. So they do openly talk about issues like racism, sexism, etc., and mental health, importantly as well. So all of these taboo subjects that were really boxed in and hidden earlier now can come to light and can actually start being discussed, and solutions that can come out of it. So from my experience, when I have a team member, a male team member, especially as a female in agriculture, there does come a lot of challenges. So I do see the benefits of having the younger generations, and yes, they do come with a lot more open-minded. They do have a more open mind and more acceptance, I guess, for things that are not the norm.
Interesting. Will, so let's come back to you. You know, you still are a young leader. Do you consider yourself a young leader?
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
By definition. Yeah.
And I've listened to a couple of podcasts that you've been in. One of the things that you've said is that you hire people to make decisions. So even as you're bringing in younger folks into your organization, they're going to fit with your culture if they are able to make those fast decisions. You're trying to iterate, you're trying to innovate with your products. Have you found that decisiveness relates at all to a generational thing, a question, or what does it relate to? What creates somebody who can make good decisions?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've tried to build a culture at Whoop that creates an overall framework for moving fast. Like, we view it's a differentiator in health, in research, in technology to move at what we've called an uncomfortable pace. Like, we really want to be pushing the envelope on the speed at which we can work. And as your organization grows, you want to have more and more people making decisions. Otherwise, you're going to slow your organization way down. To take an extreme example, if the CEO makes all the decisions, all of a sudden the CEO is a bottleneck for everything happening. Yeah. Whereas if you can push more and more decisions down into the organization, then all of a sudden you can move really fast. And I view that has much more to do with the individual than the age. And maybe as a product of building a company as a 22-year-old for the last 10 years, I've tried to build a culture that almost removes this notion of age, where it's really a meritocracy around the best ideas winning. And I think that this idea that, you know, the younger generation wants to be more activist and the older generation doesn't, or the younger generation doesn't want to come back to the office, but the older generation does. Like, I can point to all sorts of examples that flip that narrative on its head. And so I think there, in some ways, there's an overreaction to trying to, build an organization that curates to the youth, while it may actually be a better strategy to sort of remove this notion of age and put all the ideas on the table.
What's the range of ages at Whoop?
18 to 68.
And do they all, I know that you use the data from your device at work as well. Is everybody there, regardless of age, happy to wear the device?
Oh, of course. I mean, there's a certain selection bias in joining Whoop that you believe in health monitoring. You want to push that industry forwards. We have a sleep bonus where if you get over 85% of your sleep on Whoop every month, you get an extra $100 on your paycheck.
I love that.
We've got a red recovery policy where if you get a red recovery on Whoop, which is a sign that your body's run down and maybe you're getting sick or you're at risk of getting sick, we ask you to stay home. So we're definitely using our data in an active and innovative way.
Interesting. Maximo, let's come back to you. I wonder, how do you think we train current leaders, more seasoned leaders, shall we say, to be more attuned to the approach that younger staff might be looking for? I believe you do some of this work, is that right?
Yeah. We work with a lot of capacity building in what, it's not capacity building, it's more philosophy, what to be a leader nowadays means. For example, I grew up in a region where literally I don't have many leaders that I look up to. That's honestly. I work a lot with politics, so I don't have. Many are corrupt. We have the same problem since I was born. So do I look up to them or not? And I see this in many youth movements. So the first thing we discover is that we like the leaders. I'm totally talking by myself, for myself, no? But in our movements, we like the leaders that don't want to be leaders. We don't like bosses. We like the people that show with their actions what they predict, and because of that, we start like saying, okay, this guy, he can do it. and he shows with the example. For us, that is so important, to be honest, to be open, to be clear. What is to be a leader? Why we want to be a leader? For recognition, power, money? What is behind that? What is the backstage? So for me, it's not like a difficult equation. It's like we have all these problems. Why we have so much trouble to get together and make things done? It's the ego.
Yeah.
So for us, a leader is, as our friend was saying, it's more horizontal, give more chances.
Yeah.
It's not only me right now. That doesn't work anymore for us.
Yeah, interesting. Guillaume, we talk a lot about diversity and how important diversity is. I wonder if you think diversity of generations is important within Brut, within the work that you do, or is unity more valuable than these different points of view?
I mean, you know, I'm always surprised that we are asking the question of diversity. Because in order to be relevant to society, your customers, your viewers, whoever, you need to be like them. You need to look like them, you know. So I'm always amazed with the question of diversity. It shouldn't be a question. I mean, it's obvious that you need to be as society is in order to be relevant, and I think it's true for any type of corporation. And to rebound on what you just said, when it comes to leadership, and to your point, there's plenty of counterexample. But when it comes to leadership, I think we are at a moment where through the academic education, a lot of leaders have learned to lead, and they've learned to be right. Okay? Their goal was to be right. I'm right in my decision. Where right now we need to come up with a framework where, first of all, I'm not sure I'm right. Second of all, the world is very polarized, and how do we move forward when we disagree? You know, how do we find a framework to move? And it's one of the biggest issues we have right now. Is there's no framework from that. You know, there's either I'm going this way, or I'm going this way, but there's no okay, like we disagree, but we know it's urgent that we need to act.
So how do you do that at Brut? How do you, when you disagree, how do you resolve it?
It's a good question. We have an advantage at Brut, which is we work on social media. Social media can be great or bad. It really depends on the way you use it. But we have an incentive to try. Because worst case scenario, if it fails, nobody is going to watch it.
Right.
Okay. So we tend, when we disagree, we tend to try. And we try both ways. You know, like sometimes it happens that we're going to produce a story where it's not exactly the same thing. We're not opinionated, but there's something we need to embrace quickly, which is nuance and complexity. Those are like very far from traditional media and like legacy media as it is now. But you know, when you have a news team of 25 years old and some people over 40 to help them tell the story more efficiently, all of a sudden we've disrupted the news cycle. Right. We came up with a much more positive one. We came up with stories that resonate across the globe, thanks to values that you were mentioning, not only in a specific country, but really across the globe. So it's really interesting to try.
Interesting. Farah, talk about that within the context of your multi-generational family business. What happens when there's conflict between the generations?
So a way that we structured that to avoid it from the beginning is that we're two completely different entities. Okay. So, however, our dad, of course, is still an amazing role model, and he is the industry expert. So even if we don't agree on something, we have to, Omar and I have to just put it in perspective that when it comes to agriculture, he does know more than us.
Right.
But when it comes to tech, data, operations, all the other stuff, we do go with what we think is right. But of course, the respect needs to be given to the areas that older generations will have more expertise in this case.
Interesting. Well, you've actually trained yourself to invite conflict, to invite people to disagree with you. Is that right? How have you done that?
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes back to creating a culture of an idea meritocracy, whereas as these guys spoke about earlier, you can put ideas on the table and really bat them around. And the one thing I want to go back to for a second is this idea of diversity of age. And I think it's an advantage that smaller companies have over larger ones in that you can have, like at Whoop, for example, we have C-level executives who are in their 30s and who are in their 60s. Now, if you look at a big Fortune 500 company, you might not see a C-level executive who's younger than 50 years old. So it's just an interesting thing to think about, and that may be good for an organization or it may not. But once you start to disassociate experience and age and performance, interesting things can happen. And it comes back to your question of dissent and how you make decisions and where the best decisions come from. If you can try to have those decisions feel like they can come from anywhere, and it doesn't matter if you're an intern or the CEO, you can come up with the next great chapter for an organization. I think that's an inspiring feeling.
Interesting. Akash, we're nearing the end of time, and I want to let you reflect on what you've heard. And I wonder, this question of building skills and training, I'm quite interested in that, in both how you're training the younger leaders, but also how you're making sure that those more seasoned folks who've been through these kind of interest rate rises before, who've been through recessions before, can also help bring the next generation along.
Well, I think just one reflection on this conversation is this is a generation of builders, and these are leaders who build organizations, who build a new future. And building in its essence is about confidence and about optimism. And I think one of the skills that we have to impart is a culture of optimism. And I think the other thing that you really hear from this group is about equity and ownership. And we often think about that as just financial ownership, but it's a much broader sense of me having an active voice, but participation in the longer run for what we're building. And I think if we are able to do these things at greater scale and to impart the lessons from all over the world that are here, I feel very fortunate, even for the large organizations who are out there, who may be changing, but maybe not as visibly yet.
Thank you very much. Well, I'd like you to give my panel a huge round of applause. Thank them very much. Thank you guys very much. You've taken us right inside the challenges of a multi-generational workforce, and we know that change is stressful, and training helps, as we've discussed, and so does educating for the future, which brings us to our next conversation after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the president of the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, Tony Chan, but first this.
Only 1/3 of 10-year-olds globally are able to read and understand a simple written story. This is a significant decrease from before the pandemic, when half of all 10-year-olds were estimated to have reached this academic milestone. The learning loss is real. 147 million children missed half of their in-person instruction in 2020 and 2021. 24 million children may never return to school. There are currently 244 million children out of school worldwide. Sub-Saharan Africa remains the region with the highest amount out of school, with 98 million children. The pandemic deepened the already existing education crisis. From 2010 to 2019, the global primary school completion rate only increased by 3%, and the secondary school completion rate rose 7%. At the 2022 UNGA's Transforming Education Summit, 130 countries committed to rebooting their education systems and taking action to end the learning crisis. Rebooting is a nod to EdTech, whose potential needs to be unleashed to fill in education gaps. Ensuring access to high-quality education for all children around the world must become a priority for the future of the next generation and for the future of our planet.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are here continuing this important conversation on the clash of generations in a dialogue between two generations on the current stage. We would like to explore the so-called generational gap, which brings different expectations and life experiences to 5 different generations in today's workforce. We'll focus in particular in the role of higher education in addressing cross-generational challenges brought by our rapidly changing world and how to better prepare our youth for these challenges. We have with us Professor Tony Chan, an educator, eminent mathematician and a computer scientist, and a leader of several institutions worldwide. University of California, Los Angeles as the Dean of Physical Sciences, Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, where he served as the president for almost a decade, and at King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, KAUST, where he's the current president. Welcome, Professor Tan.
Thank you.
I'm Iman Al-Haji, a doctoral student at King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, and the founder of Saudi Youth for Sustainability. Let me begin by inviting you to take us through your educational journey as an undergrad and a grad student in the United States, educated almost half a century ago. Tell us specifically about your generation's education from your own experience and how the skills you learned served you well or not throughout your career.
Well, thank you very much. I think I represent the oldest of the generation that was referred to, and you represent the youngest one. So let me give you a sense of the perspective that when I was your age as a student, what the world was like. So I was a student of computer science, first of all, in the 1970s, when there was no really personal computers or smartphones or anything like that. We just sent a man to the moon as a civilization. So I think the feeling was that anything is possible. So the focus in the field was, let's define what the field is. Let's define what the future is. So there was relatively little on about that the world is overpopulated, that the resources are limited. I remember when I was a student, I was reading a book by Paul Ehrlich. I think it's called The Population Bomb. And it struck, I still remember it today. But obviously it didn't catch on in terms of getting people's attention. So today is very different. I think today the generation of the younger generation is very well aware that if we don't pay attention to sustainability and so on, that you don't have a world to live in that you would like to have. So I think that is the biggest difference. So not to make any excuses for our generation, okay? I think our generation has made some great contributions. The thing you're looking today, the technology, all this stuff were like science fiction back then. So, but as we're doing that, we got to be aware of the limited resources and so on. So maybe this is one of the sources of the clash of the generations.
Indeed, President Tony, thanks for all the amazing technologies your generation brought to our generation. Let me be provocative. The global leaders and decision makers today in government, universities, private sector are the students of your generation. To what extent do you think the crisis that we're facing today in terms of climate change, pollution, biodiversity loss were part of the reflection as a failure of your educational system?
Yeah, I think the education system is conservative, has been, is one of the slowest changing institutions in our society. Again, when I was a student, we were focused on our career. We were focused on what discipline we want to study or major in. Mm-hmm. I think the generation today is more focused on the global problems. And how do we deal with poverty? How do we deal with sustainability, world peace? And then you look at what knowledge you need to get in order to solve those problems. So it's a very different mindset. If you look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals, I'm wearing the pin. I don't think we have made much progress in any one of the 17. So in a way, we're all responsible. But I think my generation perhaps is not brought up with this mindset in mind. But you cannot make a sweeping statement. There are many people who really believe that we have to deal with this.
As you said, we see a generational gap in environmental sustainability, especially with the younger people. We see so many young people in the front lines challenging adults to do faster and better. How could educational system help bridge the gap and reduce the tension between youth and our decision makers in the area of environmental sustainability? How we could bridge that gap?
Well, there are many things that we can do. One is to encourage active participation by all generations. And that's really, you are the leader of our COW's Student for Sustainability. And you organize events, and the administration supports it. And when you do this, you include people from all generations. So when you're organizing this, it just leads naturally to communication and understanding. So I think that's really a good example. I remember a year ago, almost exactly the same time, Saudi Arabia announced the Saudi Green Initiative. And there were many students who were part of that. And I'm very happy to see that. I remember you were there yourself, right? So I think that's the kind of proactive action that we all need to do. Get the young generation involved and get all the generation involved, in this activity.
Do you think we're doing enough, or do we need more?
We need more. We need to do a lot more.
Let's go beyond environmental sustainability. There is another element of the so-called generation gap, which is the difference in values and attitudes in the workplace. President Tooney, based on your extensive experience, what would you change in the higher education system to help ensure the multiple generations talk to each other in the workplace and corporations and beyond?
I already mentioned the case of sustainability, right, that we talk. But beyond that, I think in all the activity that we do, certainly in a university, I think the key is diversity. So diversity will include generation, right? The diversity of generation, diversity of different background. And so when we consider any activity, by the way, not just university, the private corporation, government, make sure you involve the participation of all these people with different diverse background. And once you have that, the dialogue, the communication, and then the collaboration will happen naturally. And that's the only way to go. I'll give you one example at COWS. We have something called the Winter Enrichment Program. So it is out of the curriculum, extra curriculum, 2 weeks in the winter in January. We bring in people, not in the technical area. We bring in Nobel laureates, people who are interested in different problems, who require our students to participate. So here in these things, we have professors sitting there, students sitting there, staff members sitting there. It's not a course, there's no credit, right, in that sense. So that it promotes the kind of intergenerational exchange and understanding. So I think every organization should do that more.
We know that the world is changing very rapidly, and we see that during the Winter Enrichment Program, we pick a theme and we explore how our world is changing. And you, as a computer scientist, you would easily recognize that one major revolution that has taken place between my generation and your generation is the digital revolution. We talk about digital economy, smarter cities, smart health, Internet of Things, high-speed communications have changed our lives. How should educational system use these technologies to improve learning? And second, prepare students for the smart and cognitive future they will live and work in?
Yeah, I think your first question is a little easier to answer. So we should take advantage of this new technology to improve education from online to more personalized education. Because now we have data on how each student learns, so therefore we can improve and tailor-make the program. I think your second question is more far-reaching. In a way, nobody has the crystal ball. When I was a student, all the stuff we're using, the iPhone is like a science fiction. And there will be something like that for your generation. 20 years from now, you will have to be, embrace this new technology. So I think for the student, you worry about whether these new technology will take out your job. Maybe they don't need your skills anymore. But I want to remind everyone there's a Chinese saying. When you say crisis, it's made of two words. The first word is danger. The second word is opportunities. So you should focus on the opportunity. Adapt to it. Have your own crystal ball. Set yourself prepare so that when these new trends comes up, you'll be the first to grab it.
That's very, very interesting. To invite your concluding remarks, President Toonie, let me pose a hypothetical question to you. What if a 20-year-old Toonie Chan approaches you and asks you for advice on how to live and study and work in the coming years? What would you tell him?
I get asked that question a lot. So, I mean, I can only give some general comment. So first of all, you should get to know yourself first. You have to know what you're good at, what you're not interested in, what you're passionate about. Because if you don't have those, no matter what you try, you're not going to be good at it. That's number one. Second is to keep a broad perspective. Be curious. You know something that you don't know anything about, you go learn about it. You talk to people. Because it's through this osmosis, slow learning, that you prepare yourself best for the new future. And you'll be the first, ahead of others, to actually grab it. I think that's the best way to prepare for the future. Not to learn everything you know now. Because what you learn today is not obsolete in a few years.
With these wonderful remarks, we conclude our dialogue. Thank you so much, President Toonie, for this engaging conversation. Thank you, everyone, for listening, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much to both of you. Absolutely fascinating to hear that discussion about the clash of generations, finalizing in the importance of education and everything that's being done here in the Kingdom. Well, that concludes day one of the Future Investment Initiative 2022, Investing in Humanity. We've discovered so much about the New World Order from our special dive into Africa. So many guests from around the world. I loved the Summit of Generations, and I loved the few surprise guests that we had all along the way. So I do invite you to come back tomorrow. We'll be exploring the solutions, the opportunities that have been presented from the many, many challenges that we've faced today. I hope we found you a little bit of cause for optimism. If nothing else, remember those children this morning singing "We Are the World." I have to say, they brought a tear to my eye. So thank you again, and I'll see you tomorrow.